Okay. Alright, we were good to go here. Cool. Sound settings. Okay. Uh, 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 uh. Sure. Uh, 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 testing, testing, testing. Okay, wait, turn off that audio. Let me get something playing so I can...
Hamas was actually willing to do something. Hamas was actually willing to take up arms, and at this point, in this desperate situation that a lot of Gazans are in, that's what they're looking for. The fighting force who will take on the Israeli state. So whether or not Hamas has put them in a better situation or not is...
Testing. Okay, wait, turn off that audio. Let me get something playing so I can...
Hamas was actually willing to do something. Hamas was actually willing to take up arms, and at this point, in this desperate situation that a lot of Gazans are in, that's what they're looking for. The fighting force who will take on the Israeli state. So whether or not Hamas has put them in a better situation or not is...
Okay, wait, turn off. Okay.
Hamas was actually willing to do something. Hamas was actually willing to take...
Let's load it up.
Sort of irrelevant.
Let me add this window capture as well.
Will we actually be able to get our government to do anything about it? I don't know. That's why I'm a communist and I support overthrowing the government.
Do you still stand by the statement that the Palestinian resistance fighters get you fired up and that they're a courageous and powerful group of people?
Hell yeah. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, what did you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Eddie. Eddie Liger is what I go on, or go by online. Do TikToks and work for the Midwestern Marks Institute. We have a YouTube channel. I'm streaming this right now. And a website, and publish a lot of books and do stuff like that. So yeah.
All right, gotcha. Well,
Geopolitical
what did
analyst
you-
and
I think we were
MWM
fighting on
director.
Twitter. I've been finding a lot of people on Twitter.
Midwestern
Fighting
Marxist
particularly about what did you
Institute.
want to address or bring up today?
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit like the original point of contention was I just saw this quick little TikTok clip of you basically saying that Israel is not an expansionist project, or Israel's not expansionist. So that was what I tweeted about, but then since then I've familiarized myself with your position a little more and watched the debate you had with the girl, I believe her name was Kate, the anti-Zionist Israeli girl, and you said that you agree that Israel's an ethno-state and the Nakba could be considered an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. So I'm not actually sure where the point of disagreement is, but what would you say, I guess, to me saying Israel's an expansionist state?
I guess first, because now I realize some people.
Why the
using
fuck does my headset keep
ideas of
cutting fucking
expansionism.
out?
What do you mean when you say expansionist?
Like a settler colonial project that is predicated on displacing Palestinians and annexing their land to add it to Israel, the Zionist state.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm gonna watch
Have you
this.
got a problem with the Logitech G435 where it won't connect wirelessly to your PC or other device using the USB dongle?
Yeah, that's
if
my
you
problem.
have, then stick around because I'm about to give you the solution to this issue. And a big shout out to Xavier Rodriguez, who left a comment on my review video suggesting the solution for this and step-by-step process, which I'm now going to talk about now, just to make your life a little bit easier.
Thanks.
So this headset should connect with either Bluetooth or wireless and have the option to do it. And usually to switch between those two modes, all you need to do is press and hold the mic mute button in order to switch between those two.
Yep.
And you do that for a few seconds, so 2 to 3 seconds, and it basically changes between the modes, gives you a beep, and the LED light will change on there. But it can be a problem, it doesn't work very well. So we obviously need this USB dongle.
I
This
got
is
it.
the wireless
Does it
dongle,
work?
Lightspeed wireless. You need to make sure that's connected up to your PC
It is.
before we start this process. So plug that in and then turn the headset off. So you need to make sure it's turned off, so press and hold the power button until it goes off. Make sure the dongle is plugged into your PC. Then
Yep.
what you want to do is press and hold the power button for 2 seconds until the green light blinks on the headset.
Yep.
Then when you press and hold the power button and mute button together at the same time, it will put it into Bluetooth pairing mode, and you'll see a blue light will blink on the headset.
Yep.
Then what you need to do is hold the mute button on its own, and then that will connect to the wireless dongle. So just hold it for a little while until the light changes color again, and it should turn to cyan, and then it will be in the wireless mode. If you want to switch back to Bluetooth again, you just got to press and hold the mute button. But what you might find is the initial connection to your PC is a bit finicky. So once again, press and hold the power button until it turns on and the green light is blinking. Then press and hold the power button and the mute button again to switch into Bluetooth mode, and then just hold the mute button on its own to connect to the dongle completely.
Alright, let's try this again. Let's see. Is this shit plugged in? Make sure it's plugged in. Alright. Officially plugged in right here. Plugged in. Turn the headset off. Fucker's plugged in. Okay, turning it on. Putting it in Bluetooth pairing mode. Then holding down the mute button. Did that work? Let's fucking go! Oh my god. Thank god I fixed it. Oh
Okay, so
god, this shit was so fucked up. Oh, I thought my fucking headset was fucked.
You can switch.
So my feeling
That's
is
working. Okay.
from 48
Oh, thank
onward,
God.
I think it's really hard to justify that Israel is like explicitly an expansionist state, because I feel like every conflict preceding Israeli territorial expansion was constantly being provoked at worst and back and forth at best between Israel and the surrounding neighbors. I would agree that, like, for instance, like the settler camps in the West Bank within the armistice, I would say that's
Why the fuck is it cutting out?
Their militarily controlled territory, or I guess PA controlled territory, is being expansionist. But yeah, I think I would reject broadly that there's strong evidence that Israel was like expansionist since 48. Yeah, so I don't know where you want to go from there.
How would you explain the fact that in the early 70s there were 2,000 Israeli settlers in the West Bank, and today there's over 500,000?
Well, that would have to be.
Turn it off and back on again. What? Sounds. Okay, it's not showing up. Let me do that thing again. Where I connect it. Boom. Boom. Should be connected, yeah? Should pop up. Connect. What the fuck? It's right here. Okay, maybe there's something wrong with this USB port. Let's try a different USB port perhaps. Don't know. Let's go with that. And we'll try it again. Turn it off. Turn it back on. Is it connected? Pairing mode. Did it work? Oh my fucking god. Huh. This is the right one, yeah? Switch E4351 it? Make sure this is the right fucking thing. Yeah. This is checking the port that I need. Wait, it was connected. Doesn't make any sense because I. Okay, that's not working. Why? No, I can't connect this fucking headset. Oh, we got it. All right, cool. Let me do this one thing too. I'll do this monitor and for my chat here. Because I need it. So if I just move my PC a little bit, I can use it to hold this up. Just like that. Should be good. I just gotta plug it in. Actually, I need it this way. That shouldn't be a problem. Does that work? Yep. Just need a port now. Do I have one over here? Not sure. Don't think so. I don't think I have VGA on my PC, but. Wait a minute. What is this? Phone charger? Okay, that's nice. There's a VGA cable. And a VGA to HDMI cable. Interesting. That's not VGA, that's fucking whatever they're called, DVR or something. There's a micro USB. Here's the HDMI, pretty short one though. Here's a HDMI to USB. The fuck? Let's try to use this HDMI cable. Should be enough room since the monitor is right here, right next to the PC. Do I have another HDMI port? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Liddy. Perfect. Alright, let's put these fucking shitty cords back, except this phone charger, because that's nice to have. Alright, let's fix this display settings here. Oh. This needs to be portrait. Okay, that's better. Cool. So now I can put my stream shit over here, like this. Okay, huge. That helped a lot. Okay, audio should be good.
That because settler expansions have continued in the West Bank. But if you want to talk early 70s, if we're going to say that Israel was like a settler expansionist place, how would you explain that almost 5,000 settlers were removed from the Sinai Peninsula when the territory was given back to Egypt when the peace treaty was signed in 76?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So in 76, when Egypt and Israel signed their peace treaty, Israel forcibly removed all their settlements of the Sinai Peninsula, and then when they gave that territory back to Egypt. If they were...
Yeah, actually... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in doing research from this debate, for this debate, I've learned a lot more about the internal Israeli politics. And I would argue that it since the beginning, it's really been these extreme right, almost terroristic Zionist forces like the Irgun, and other Zionist paramilitaries that could be described as terrorist groups who have been the vanguard of expansionism. There's always been this more moderate or left-wing wing of Zionism that's been, that said Israel should be a state, it has a right to exist, Jews have the right to a homeland, but we don't believe in the mass expulsion of Arabs.
Well, wait, when you say, hold on, there's a lot of questions I got real quick, because you say left wing. You say the left wing were like that, but wasn't Ben Gurion, wasn't the whole foundation of Israel done by the labor movement of the Zionist movement, and those were the people that literally expelled people? Wasn't that part of the labor Zionist movement that did
How do I
that?
make this not start up?
Pretty
Yeah,
sure Israel was created by left wing Jews, yeah.
Right, so I mean, I guess we have to get into, when I say left wing, I just mean anti-annexation and more pro-Arab Zionists have always been against this. But that's true, it was the labor wing of Zionism. But
Okay, sure.
what I was saying is a lot of the violence has been carried out by these sort of terroristic groups who in the 70s, with those peace plans that you mentioned and with the retraction of some of the Israeli settlements, they were enraged by that. And it really radicalized a lot of Israeli society to the point where nowadays it's Netanyahu, partly out of political necessity, has had to form a coalition with these people who were formerly considered extremists, and those are the people who are now basically calling the shots in the Israeli government.
Sure, but let's
How do I pop this
back up
out?
a little bit. For the first thing that you gave me, you mentioned that since the 70s, the settler camps in the West Bank have expanded, which I agree they have. I also agree that that's wrong. But if Israel is just a settler colonial expansionist project, why did they give back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt as part of the peace treaty, and why did they destroy all the settlements in the Sinai before they did it? Like, why wouldn't they use their settlements to say that, well, no, look, we've got settlers here, we want to hold on to this territory. We're a settler expansionist project.
I think it was an effort to make peace with the Arab countries and try and avoid a giant war between the Israelis and the Arab countries and the Arab Palestinians. And like I said, there were factions, Zionist factions, who said, yes, Israel has a right to exist, but you know, we want to avoid a giant war here. We want to avoid the blatant expulsion of Palestinians and annexation of Palestinians.
Well,
So
sure,
at
but
that
I'm
time,
saying,
I would
I'm
say
just
there
saying
was a
that.
more-
I feel like this guy doesn't actually. He should just admit, yeah, I don't really know much about the war between Egypt and Israel, and I don't know why that happened specifically. I have to look into it because it's pretty obvious he's not familiar with this shit, but he just has to like come up with an answer that feels like sounds
But I'm
correct
just
and
saying that,
lines
like,
up with what his worldview is without actually knowing about what happened.
moderate government that's since been replaced by the far right, who was radicalized by those.
Like,
those peace
Sure,
agreements.
I understand what you're saying, okay, so, but like, I feel like, so, one, you just said that they were willing to trade the land for peace, which makes it sound like if you're willing to make peace with Israel, then there'll be peace and they'll move the settlers away, number one. And then number two, you mentioned them being like a little bit more peaceful back then. I don't know 100% that's true, but that peace treaty that
Why
happened
is the league not
between
open?
Israel and Egypt, the prime minister of Egypt at the time was, I don't know how to pronounce his first name, Menachem or whatever, Begin. That guy was literally the leader of the Irgun, who was like the more militaristic terrorist pre-48, 1/3 of like the early Israeli Defense Force, right? So it seems like even with that guy who I think you would agree, because you mentioned the Irgun as being like the terrorist group, even that guy who used to be the leader when he was prime minister, when Egypt wanted to make peace, he was like, oh, fuck it, we'll give back this land, we have a peace agreement, we'll destroy the settler camps, we bring them all back, and then boom. So I'm just curious in your mind, like, how do you reconcile? Because if you just say, well, it's because Egypt wanted peace, then couldn't I just use the argument like, oh, well, listen, if all the Arab countries wanted peace, then peace would be had?
Yeah, I think they all wanted peace at the time. I think, like I said, there were factions in Israeli society that wanted peace. There were the Arab countries wanted to bring an end to the fighting and the annexation of Palestinian land and have some of that land returned. But since then, that's what radicalized a lot of the
There we go.
far-right settlers whose ideology is really akin to neo-Nazism.
Hold on, far right says had nothing to do with neo-Nazis. I don't know where that came from. You said Arab countries wanted to bring an end to the fighting. When?
In the 70s, when they signed those peace accords.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. So,
Okay, he's slowing down. He's trying to think.
Because they needed peace at that time because they were threatened by Egypt, because the 1973 war showed that the Arab forces were powerful and that they were a legitimate threat to the Israeli state. So they basically needed to sign a peace agreement with them or back off on the expansion and settler colonialism.
if the Arab countries wanted peace with Israel at that point, why did they suspend Egypt from the Arab League for 10 years after Sadat signed the peace agreement with Israel? Sadat, who had, by the way, later gone to be assassinated by somebody that opposed those
So
peace
he just
deals.
basically said the Arab countries wanted peace, so that's why they signed the peace agreement with Israel. And Israel needed peace because they couldn't expand without getting fucked, so they both had to have peace. But then he brought up the point, well, Egypt signed the peace deal with Israel when all the other Arab countries retaliated against Egypt for going for peace.
True, I shouldn't have said all the Arab countries. I
Okay,
should have
he's
said
walking that
Egypt.
back.
Obviously, there were other Arab countries and of course factions within those countries who were anti-Zionist still.
Okay.
Can you walk back
and,
that
and by
point?
the way,
Okay.
Sadat was viewed as a traitor for that
In
within or by a lot of people within Egypt. For
And the
agreeing
Arab
to
world.
peace with
yeah. Doesn't that kind of
Okay,
speak
yeah.
more strongly to the pro-Zionist narrative that the Arab world, the entire Arab world, was united in seeing Israel as an enemy? So much so
True.
that having a peace agreement with
Hey,
Israel.
why wouldn't they see Israel as an enemy after the Nakba and the continued expansion of Israel's borders?
So I can understand being upset at the Nakba. That's arguably fair. I think it's arguably fair. But then, at that point, what you're telling me, and I kind of agree with you, I think, but I don't know if you agree with the argument you're making. The pro-Zionist narrative is that after 48, the entire Arab world wanted to destroy Israel, and that was Israel's justification for how they fought with the rest of the Arab world.
Clipping my fucking nipples right now.
Given that framing that it seems like you've given me, do you think that in the 50s, 60s, 70s, should Israel have just said, okay, well, we're going to pack our whole population up and leave? Or what do you think Israel should have done? What was their like morally righteous path at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Israel has a legitimate right to exist, but
Okay.
so
I
Do you
think
think
they
that
should
they
have brought
should-
in
Defend
or
your
they should have
argument.
tried to
Why does Israel not have a
negotiate,
right to
said, okay,
exist?
We have our existing borders and we have our state, but we're not going to continue with the project of Palestinian ethnic cleansing and the expansion of Israeli borders. I mean, it's hard to say.
But didn't they
what
try to do that in?
specifically they should have tried to negotiate for, but
Well, in 1947, the UN put out a partition plan that put forth borders, and they agreed to that, and Palestinians and all the surrounding Arab states rejected it. So that was almost the founding of the country. Do you think that that would have been part of those negotiations, or
sorry, can you repeat that? I missed that.
in
I
47
got jungle.
there was a proposal for how the land should be divided? It would have been.
I'm gonna try on
I mean,
right.
now historically, it would have been the most land that Palestinians would have ever gotten. But the whole Arab states refused that 47 partition.
Oh,
plan,
the
those
UN,
borders.
yeah, the UN peace plan that they rejected. I mean, the Palestinians had no say in creating that UN plan. They had no seat at the table. It was just textbook colonialism, and well before 1947, the Irgun and other Zionist extremist groups had already been committing massacres and engaging in this project of settler colonialism and pushing Palestinians off their land. So there was no reason for Palestinians to accept that or believe that Israel's expansion would stop if they did accept that.
Sure. So I understand what you're saying, but this is where I'm telling you that, by your own words, the Arab world has basically lost any argument saying Israel is a settler colonialist or expansionist project, because they constantly say over and over again, we don't believe you and your borders, Israel, we're going to attack, over and over again. So like, let's say theoretically in 47, Israel and the Arab states would have agreed to the partition plan. If after that, Israel would have continued to expand their borders, well now, okay, well you guys are literally just an invader who's trying to expel Arabs and conquer more and more territory, there would be a legitimate argument. But after 40,
I mean, they were already ethnically cleansing Palestinians, though, and committing horrific massacres before that.
I mean,
and
so
now
were the Palestinians on the
are supposed
Jews,
to
though, right?
come to the table and say, yes, we'll accept this plan that you drew up without any of our input.
Well, first of all, the plan was drawn up by the UN to try to account for like where the people lived, where the most Arabs lived, and where the most Jewish people lived. But like the massacres have been going on.
I don't know how to play this champion at
across,
all. I'm
like,
gonna
20,
completely
30
throw it, but
years,
whatever.
Right? It wasn't just the Jewish fighting forces massacring the Arabs. The Arabs were also attacking and killing a lot of Jews as well. But I'm just saying
They were resisting as the vastly greater armed Israeli extremist groups were moving into Arab land and pushing them off of their land.
Okay. Let's say, okay, again, I don't know if it's worthwhile to explore pre-47. If you want to, we can, because there are big massacres there that happened from the Arab side onto the Jewish side. Again, there's a reason why the Irgun and everything existed. It wasn't just because they hated Arabs. But let's say I grant you all of that, okay? At 47, there's a ton of people there. What was, and they were like, okay, well, we're here now, we're settled here now. They're willing to form a nation where 45% of the population would be Palestinian Arabs, and they said that they would do that, but all the other surrounding Arab countries didn't want that, and then they all go to war with Israel. Like at that point, from 47 onwards, how do you call it a settler colonial project when it's just all the Arab countries attacking them over and over again?
Because I don't agree that it was just the Arab countries attacking them over and over again. I mean, if you pull up the human cost of these statistics don't go that far back, but the British were funding the import of the Zionists who were ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. So I think it's a little bit ridiculous.
Alright, thankfully the planet bleeds, I can to 9 times, bleed deals damage, does 1 second, heals fire clear.
killing them and then
Based on her
taking
missing
their land,
relative,
at
no,
one, you're not allowed to fight back at all. You're not allowed to resist. And two, you have to
I
accept
know
this
that
UN
resistance
plan that
armor.
you had no say in. I mean, that what Israel was doing was textbook expansionism, and you can say, oh, the
castle in Median
Palestinians
Israel,
fought
stop
back and the
protesting shit.
Palestinians committed massacres. Okay, that was still Palestine, and a lot of and almost all the Zionists were coming over from Europe and settling on Arab land. So it's the Arabs who are being pushed off of their land and massacred. So they have no the onus isn't on them to just accept the plan proposed by the Western powers. And
Sure. So
I
to
mean,
be
that-
clear, there wasn't like this. I don't believe there was this huge ethnic cleansing pre-47. The Nakba refers to the ethnic cleansing that happened post-Israel War of Independence, right? So I don't know if there's the same strong argument that they were just fighting back from invaders. I mean, you could argue that any Jewish people immigrating there, they might felt were invaders, but
I mean, as early as
try
1919
it.
was when the British started funding what did they call it? It was like the Zionist Coalition or something. But that was 1919 when Zionists started going and surveilling the area and started moving in. And groups like the Irgun, who again are just extreme right terrorist groups, were extremely active throughout the 30s and 40s as settlements were increasing, and Palestinians absolutely were being pushed off their land prior to 1948, which is why, I mean, there were so many settlers there already when they did actually draw up the borders and make Israel a
What the
thing.
fuck?
sure. But I mean, this is in response also to attacks on Jewish people, right? Like you mentioned that the Irgun gets more active in the 30s and 40s.
They moved into Arab land and took the people's homes and pushed them off their homes in response to attacks against Jewish people, or are you saying in response to all the anti-Semitism that was in
No,
Europe?
we're not even talking about anti-Semitism. I'm just saying that I think the most famous one was at the end of the 20s. There was the big Hebron massacre that killed, I think, like 50 or 60 Jewish people. I don't even know how many Jewish people were in this area.
Right, but that's Europeans in Palestinian land, so how does that disprove that Israel is expansionist?
Sure,
If there are attacks by
I'm not saying that.
Palestinians-
Listen, I think that if you want to make the strongest argument for Jewish invading of like the Middle East, I think that pre-47, I think there's an interesting discussion to be had there. Well, I would like.
Oh, when I
slightly
recast
favor,
it, it does.
the Arab claims
So
that
execute,
you've got
yeah.
Europeans coming and settling part of our land. I think
I
that's.
was
I think
not
that there's an
doing that.
argument to be
That's
had
not
there,
good.
but we're not in 100 years ago, right? So.
Right, but it's only continued. I mean,
Well,
like
no, but
I
that's
said,
what I'm trying to say. Post 47, what is the example after Israel is declared a nation? Once Israel has a state, what are the examples, or how are we saying? How are we making the argument that they're a expansionist country?
All right, we're going in.
47?
The amount of land that they seized in the 1967 war, the increasing of 2,000 Israeli settlers in the West Bank to 500,000, which, I mean, is ongoing. There's a lot of people who call what is happening now an ongoing Nakba, because the settlements and the demolitions of homes, which is how Israel expands, that's why we call it a settlement.
Come on, fuck 'em up.
project, have continued since 1948, and I mean, this has been the plan all along. This has been the ideology of Zionism all along. We move in here, we
Sure, I
take the land from
understand.
whoever's living there.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand the statement of like it's been the plan all along, but number one, I don't know how we account then for Israel giving so much land back in '78.
Guess that was okay.
And them destroying so
I could
many
have played it better
settlements
by
in 78.
queuing properly.
And I don't know how we can
But I don't
blame
know how to play the
Israel
champion very
for
much
the
yet, so.
67 taking of
Because
territory when it was all of the other Arab countries that were at war with them in these territories.
I mean, I would argue that Israel started the 1967 war, and we can get into that later if you want, but
What is the argument that they started the
because
1967 war?
it's Israel's not just this, like I said earlier, Israel's not just this like godly being that can do whatever it wanted. There was a Palestinian refugee crisis at the time, and all of this resistance towards the Zionist project, so they basically had to roll it back a little bit, which then
wanna
radicalized
wait
the
to
far
use this
right, so the
when
Zionist
as low as
project
possible
could
for the
continue to expand later on. history is not just a straight line. The settler colonialism isn't just a straight line where Israel grows and Palestine shrinks.
True, Eddie,
There
true.
have been ebbs and flows in times where Israel has had to put the brakes on or even roll back the settler colonial project a little bit, but I don't think that proves that they're not expansionist, because like I said, the settlements have not only continued since that time, but increased as the far right has gained a greater foothold in Israeli politics.
Yeah, I understand we keep saying this, but I'm saying that aside from settlements in the West Bank, almost all the territorial expansion has come off the backs of Arab conflicts versus Israel, that the Arab countries seem very hungry to settle.
You can't just take people's land and demolish people's homes
up,
because
Jim.
they're resisting you, or the indigenous population there.
Yeah, but
is
I'm asking,
resisting
like,
Zionist settlers.
So do you think that basically, do you think that the Arabs since 48 have had a right to destroy Israel for the next 80 years?
I think Palestinian Arabs do have a right to resist, because I would classify Israel as an ethno-state which was founded with British support, and then in the 60s the US took over with heavily funding Israel. I'd say it's a Western expansionist project that was founded on top of the Palestinian homeland. So I would say Arab Palestinians have a right to resist, and it makes
Sure, so
sense
two
that
things.
Arab countries around in the same area, especially the ones like Syria and Lebanon, who have also had land seized by Israel, that they would resist that.
What land did they have seized by Israel, and why though?
Because Israel's an expansionist project, and the Zionist idea is to create this place called Greater Israel. So in the case of
Don't you
Syria,
think
like the
maybe?
Golan Heights,
Don't you think that if places like Syria and Lebanon would stop attacking Israel constantly for the past 80 years, that Israel would have a much harder time having lands like this or proving themselves in the international community? Don't you think there'd be a lot more criticism against Israel if these places weren't constantly used as staging grounds for Fedayeen attacks, for terror attacks, for militias to train out of to attack Israel?
no, I think Israel would stop expanding, because that's what the Palestinians did at first. The Palestinians welcomed the Israelis, which actually the Palestinian Hospitality Code allowed the Israelis to collect a lot of data on Palestinian villages, which were later
I'm just gonna
used
beat him, I don't
for
care.
the attacks that took place during the Nakba. So they
hold
tried.
on. That is
And they tried.
wait. That is ahistorical. Palestinian Arabs absolutely did not welcome the Jewish people when they first started to get shipped in by Britain. I'm pretty sure there was violence almost from day one. Yeah.
In the 1930s and 1940s, there.
The 1930s, literally
the
1929
Palestinian-
is literally the Hebron massacre. From 36 to 39 are literally the Arab revolts, because they're so upset and they want all these people kicked out. It got so bad that Britain was literally capping
I'm
the
coming.
amount of Jewish people allowed to immigrate to the Middle East, because there were so many protests and everything against it. Like, the idea that Arab Palestinians were welcoming European Jews, that's not true.
Fuck.
Which is fine also. I don't
I
expect
really
them to be
fucked
welcoming.
up.
I mean, like, they're literally Europeans coming to resell their land. But again,
It sounds like you do expect them to be welcoming, though, because you're saying, why don't they just stop fighting back?
hold on,
Why don't they just
timelines.
accept everything that Israel's doing? I mean, even in
wait,
you could even look
timelines. Bro, if Arabs are fighting back against Jewish people coming pre-48, if that's your land, if you want to fight for it, fight to the death. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to criticize Arabs for fighting pre-48, but once the country is declared in 48, and it seems like there's enough Jewish people there, well, at this point, what are you going to do? Now you're going
Well, let's go to modern day then. I mean, look at what happened during the Great March of Return. That was a massive peaceful movement. Palestinian refugees tried to return to their home, and over 200 of them were picked off by Israeli snipers.
Hold on. I'm sorry, could you explain when you said tried to return to their home? What do you mean by that?
Well, what they did was they just walked up to the Israel-Gaza border.
Okay.
And they
I don't know.
formed mass
This champion's an
demonstrations,
inting fucking
and over
champion. I don't know
200
what
of
to
them
do.
were killed, but
I see the
the
farm.
idea was we are trapped in an open-air prison because 75% of people living in Gaza are
Open air
people who have
prison,
been
open air
pushed out
prison.
of their villages, their
Say it again.
rightful homeland. So they staged these demonstrations where they went near the Gaza-Israel border, which were entirely, well, I shouldn't say entirely peaceful, because there were certain
Molotov
groups who were
cocktails,
doing-
there were rocks, there were a ton of
Right,
incendiary
they threw
fire
rocks at
balloons.
snipers, so
Not
Israel
just rocks,
justified
hold on,
shooting
not just
200 of them.
not just rocks. There's also incendiary balloons, there's also Molotov cocktails. It wasn't just rocks. But
And look at the amount of people who were murdered by the Israeli forces during those demonstrations compared to the amount of Israelis who were killed. I'm showing it on my screen right now, but
yeah, I mean, I would expect the IDF is a lot more armed and capable, sure. But I don't know why like the number.
Right. So
killed
what are the
me.
Palestinians supposed to do in terms of resistance then?
The Palestinians,
And of
what
course,
they
you're always gonna, even if you try and state something peaceful, you're always gonna have, you know, sections in your society who want to make it violent, especially if you're talking about people who have been colonized for 70 years now.
Well, we're not talking about sections of your society. We're talking about Hamas as the ruling force, along with Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. This isn't just a section, right? It's literally the ruling government for almost 20 years in this strip.
Right, but Hamas was part of one of the organizations that helped
Fund.
organize those protests, and you know, we're calling for them to be peaceful.
I mean, whether
And of
that's
course,
true or
Israel's
not.
always going to say, "Oh, they threw rocks at us. We had to kill 200."
Wait, you keep saying
That's what
through
they do every
rocks.
time.
You do acknowledge the incendiary balloons and the Molotov cocktails, right? I don't know why you keep saying just.
I don't know. I haven't read about that, but I did read that during the March of Return, the vast majority of protests were peaceful, but there were some incidences of violence. So I didn't look into what those were exactly.
Okay, yeah, but when you say
Uh-huh.
the vast majority were peaceful, how many
But they were
people
just throwing
do you think
rocks,
were
right?
involved in these protests?
But lots.
Sure. My understanding is I didn't go check, but I think it was like over 10,000, right? So if the vast
They were
majority were peaceful, which I think I might even agree with, that might be true. But it's not like the IDF didn't kill 5,000 people, right?
No, they killed 200.
Sure. So
So
when you
what's
say
the cutoff? How many people are you allowed to kill? How many peaceful protesters are you
I
allowed
can't.
to
I don't know. Fucking what I'm doing.
if there were
She could have
Molotov
hooked us all,
cocktails
but I don't
and
know. I don't know what the
incendiary
fuck.
balloons, if 10,000
I'm
people
into.
protested. I mean,
Fuck
like, what
it.
percentage of them were violent? What percentage of them do you think? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. The source that I read said they were largely peaceful with a few instances of violence, which of course were picked up by the Zionists and the Zionist media, who then said, you know, we had to kill 200 of them. They used that as justification for the crackdown on the protesters.
Sure.
So obviously, what I'm saying is they're going to embellish, you know, negative things that Hamas or the Palestinians did.
Sure, I agree with that, and I'm pretty sure there's actually a UN report that I think looks at every single shot person, and I think the UN says that there was only one person that truly posed a security threat at the end of those shootings, so the other 230 whatever people were probably not justified.
Only
that's your
person I can
that's
get
your
fucking
skill
top
version
line, I
of
don't
arguing
know.
against the IDF there. But to say that it was a completely peaceful protest or they just walked up going to nothing is absolutely not true. That's not even remotely true of how that march went.
Right, that's why I didn't say that. I said the vast majority of them were peaceful with some cases of violence which were greatly embellished by the Israeli state.
Okay, possibly. Yeah, we're not closer. You asked me what I think a solution would be on the Palestinian side. I can give you what I think a solution is, but first I'm curious, what do you think the solution is?
It's hard. It's hard to find a solution at this point after 70
fuck.
years of colonialism. I mean, if I was in Palestine, I would probably, if I was in their position, I imagine I would be taking up arms and fighting.
Do you support
probably-
Israel, or
No.
do you
No, I
think
said if I was in the
Palestinians are ever going to win?
Palestinians-
Do you think they're ever going to win a violent uprising against Israel?
So this guy
Yeah,
just has no
Hezbollah
solutions
and
whatsoever.
The Houthis and the Arab nations get involved. I think that's definitely possible. That
He basically just wants
that
them
the
to all
Israeli
destroy
state
Israel, I
could
guess?
be
That's his
toppled, which,
solution?
you know, I think avoiding a regional Arab war that could lead to nuclear war. I think we should avoid that at all costs. But I definitely.
Then what do you
the-
think should happen?
The Zionist entity is a paper tiger, so to speak.
A paper tiger? The people that have
A
won
paper
and
tiger.
survived in this region on the backs of their military conflict for 80 years, defeating a dozen Arab countries in every single major war, that's a paper tiger?
Yeah, they've got this air of invincibility about them, but I mean, what happened in 2014 when Israel actually went into Gaza was they got beat back by Hamas and they took like 40 casualties, and because of the constant missile strikes that they've been launching into Lebanon, nothing has helped Hezbollah recruit more than that. I mean, if your friends and family are getting killed by Israeli
I need to hold
missiles,
my W for
it
longer.
makes sense that would motivate you to go join an anti-Israeli militia like Hezbollah. So they've been recruiting and gaining numbers and gaining power. And now, of course, Nasrallah said that he doesn't want to incite a regional war. So Hezbollah is not opening a second front against Israel.
Go,
right
go,
now.
go. Fuck her
But
up.
If they did, along with
Yeah.
Syria, potentially Iran, I do think that they could topple the Zionist entity. Of course, the U.S. doesn't want that, and that's why I think you're seeing a huge military buildup sponsored by the Biden administration in Israel right now, because they want to avoid that. But I do think the toppling of the Israeli state is something that could, by the Arab countries and Palestinians, could happen.
So you think that as time has gone on, as Israel continues to expand into the West Bank, as U.S. support for Israel has remained relatively strong, as multiple Arab countries post the Trump administration have signed bilateral peace agreements with Israel, and as other powers around the world, like the Houthis in Yemen, Iran, continue to wane, you think that Israel's position is worsening as time goes on? And the hope for Palestinian...
Militarily, yeah, I think there's... And I mean, that too, there's also a huge internal crisis within Israeli politics, where there are now... some people have suggested that there might even be a civil war within Israel, because so many people are against Netanyahu, less so for his expansionism and more so for his corruption, and the fact that he's now created a coalition with all these far-right groups. But I do think globally public opinion is really turning against Israel, and I do think that the Arab militias who pose the greatest threat to Israel in the region have been strengthening.
And you think post October 7th, you don't think that united, you don't think Israelis feel a stronger justification than ever for keeping the walls around Gaza? You don't think October 7 united the Israeli people in thinking that people from Palestine explicitly endorse terrorism?
Yeah.
You don't think other countries saying they're going to start removing aid from Gaza, which by the way is one of the wealthiest aid areas in the world, you don't think that's going to hurt Gaza and help Israel?
No, I do think, I mean, 92% of Israeli society agrees with what they're doing, and there's a great article now that was published on Consortium News called The Gaza-Israeli Catastrophe, The Strategy of Tension, that basically explains that is Netanyahu and the far-right coalition strategy, is to say, ignore all the corruption and bad stuff that we're doing, we need to unite right now against Hamas. And I think it's a strategy that's been working, but I don't think that strategy proves that the Israeli state is invincible and that they could win a war against all the Arab militias and countries in the region.
Do you know what the fighting force is from like Hezbollah in Lebanon? You really think that Hezbollah, if they did a full-on invasion into Israel, you think they would win that conflict?
I don't know. I think they could if they waged a guerrilla warfare with the aid of Hamas and with the aid of, obviously, Iran would get involved.
How are you going to wage a guerrilla warfare and you're not your own country? That's not what guerrilla warfare means.
Does guerrilla warfare have to be in your own country?
That's typically how it works. Yeah. I don't know if there's such thing as an offensive guerrilla warfare, or is that? Can somebody tell me in chat? Has that ever happened in all of it?
I don't know. We're gonna learn something here today. I don't know. But yeah, I do think that if they launched the open and up and attacking,
I mean, come on.
It would.
I used my combo.
Of winning. I'm not a military analyst, but I think that's highly likely with the way that they've been strengthened. And you gotta keep in mind a lot of those Israelis too. Like you said, yes, they've been radicalized sort of against Hamas by the
I should have gone maybe a tankier booster build instead of
hightailing it out of there and leaving.
Assassin.
A lot of these people are Europeans, and I think that the Arab Palestinians might fight harder and longer than a lot of the IDF soldiers and a lot of the European soldiers.
Even though historically that's never been the case.
Right, because they've had them completely outgunned, but now
Israel's stronger military, now they're in a worse position?
I mean, there's not much to analyze about this video. I mean, this guy's making big claims about stuff, and then this will make like one minor point, like, are you sure it's true? Because blah blah. And he's like, well, and then like he like pivots to something else.
Of status and the way that people view them as this sort of invincible entity that can never be defeated because of all their military victories in the past, like you said.
I mean, Israel literally cannot be defeated in their current state.
Sort of a myth that they are actually
got way too much funding.
Invincible. Like, what do you think? So, like, say the Houthis and the Hezbollah and Hamas launch I guess we won't call it guerrilla war, but they launch a ground invasion against Israel. And I say guerrilla war like urban warfare, like they're fighting in the street. Do you think that Israel would just be able to squash that and move on very quickly?
I don't know if it'd be very quickly, but I think Israel.
He one-shots me.
what is the
They literally have the
how do
iron
Houthi
fucking
and,
dome, lasers and
Hezbollah
shit.
have in
Like,
terms of air power? Do they have like air forces or fighting
Yeah, this game
aircraft
does.
or trained pilots that are considered capable pilots in Hezbollah in Jordan? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Good question.
Hezbollah armed strength. Control F. Air Force. I don't even know if Hezbollah has an air force.
don't give up, huh?
So,
Bro, this game's
also,
over, bro.
I don't know the Houthis in Yemen. Is Yemen still in a civil war? Is that country even like stable? How, like, what is the Houthi fighting force in Yemen?
The Houthis are
Farm
militia.
out, I don't have a jungle,
They're
dude.
not the government, but yeah, the country's in.
So do the
not a
Houthis have
great-
it? So they probably don't
not
have
a
any
great
aircraft,
state.
right? And what is Yemen going to be traveling through Saudi Arabia to fight with Israel? Is that? Do you think is Saudi Arabia?
Oh,
gonna
right
be-
now they're just launching rockets, but yeah, I mean that's why I say guerrilla warfare, because if they did do it, they would wage a sort of asymmetrical urban warfare against the Israelis, which is something that the Israelis have never faced. They've won a lot of short wars that, with the overwhelming power that's been handed to them by the British and
Hold on.
the United
Overwhelming
States.
power was never
But they've
handed
never
to
fought-
Israel. Wait, real quick. Overwhelming power was never handed
Overwhelming
to Israel.
power at the time, but if they
Wait, not
but
even
if
at
the
the time.
Arab
Wait, at what
countries
time? When
were
was-
to wage an asymmetrical
Uh-huh.
sort of guerrilla war against Israel, I think it's very likely that Israel loses.
Just farm,
Wait, when
just
did you
farm,
think
don't fight.
overwhelming power was handed to Israel?
I just mean the U.S. and British funding of Israel that,
When was
that
the
allows
US
them to have much more powerful weapons than the Palestinians.
When was the U.S. and Britain funding Israel that allowed them to have much more powerful weapons than the Arab world?
Oh, you should look up the what's it called? Hold on, I have it here in my notes. Look up the something concrete.
Something concrete.
The cement incident. So Israel or Britain was shipping, maybe it was actually Belgium, but European countries were funding
Oh, it's actually Belgium.
Zionist settlers, and they got caught shipping weapons into Israel to arm up the Zionist settlers in the 40s, I believe, because there was what they thought was a cement package, and it burst open.
Yeah, I don't know. They were fighting, I tried to help, but, like, that's not a fight we can win,
They found
realistically.
out that they were arming up these.
Wait.
The Europeans were arming up these Israeli paramilitaries, and then in the 60s.
Wait. One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
You need to
The
be really
cement
careful,
incident,
Briar, when you activate your
was
fucking
not
W.
Britain giving them weapons. Those weapons were smuggled.
Into where did they? Didn't they come from Belgium? Maybe I misunderstood it.
Yeah, but they were smuggled.
Right, so they were smuggling arms into Israel, which is what gave them greater military power and greater weaponry than
Yeah,
the
but they
Arabs.
were buying them. They weren't being supported by the British. The British were getting ass mad that the Israelis were doing this. For the whole first war, Israel was covertly smuggling arms from Czechoslovakia as well. But it wasn't because the British were supporting them. The British hated that. The Jews were buying these and smuggling them themselves. They were getting support from British to do this.
Okay.
They got those. God damn. He just says
So
okay.
I don't know. We have this idea.
His whole
that
fake
Israel
point
only
just got
exists because
destroyed
Britain, the US
because
was
I shouldn't have
supporting
fucking
them.
talking about
That's
it. He's
not
like,
true through any of their early major wars.
okay.
It was just Israel supporting itself, and then Jews from around
I mean,
the
the
world
British
would donate
troops
to it.
did train the Haganah on how to attack Arab villages, and
Now he's
they
looking
were
up
the
shit.
ones who funded, supported, and facilitated the original Zionist Commission. I should look up what the actual name of it was. But they were the ones who originally funded and propped up the Zionist expansion into Israel in 1919 was, I believe, when that started. So it was tacitly supported by the British, and then in the 60s, when the U.S. took over, is obviously when the U.S. military-industrial complex
Hold on,
started
the British.
arming
Hold on, wait.
Israel for
First
the
of all,
peace.
you're pivoting to a whole bunch of weak points because almost every single thing you're saying is wrong. So initially, you pivoted from this, but the British and America did not fund early Israel. Number one. Number two, the early Haganah, that fighting force, okay, was not trained.
Why does that do so much fucking damage? I don't do anything to that guy. Holy
it was
shit.
Jewish people that had
It's 2 levels up
come
on me. I don't do
under the
anything.
First
Doesn't
and
matter
Second
if I'm
League,
assassin.
that had taken in earlier wars that
I'm
had
useful.
been part of the
Holy
British
fuck.
Army that took part then in becoming part of the Haganah. The British Army did not train the Haganah early on. It was just there were people that had immigrated after like World War I that became part of that fighting force. So the idea that the early militaries or that the early Israel was being supported, that doesn't even make sense. The Soviet Union was massively supporting the Arab nations. Britain's support was generally thrown behind King Abdullah in 48 after the War of Independence. So the idea that Israel was
My
getting
R
all
is
the
fucking
support, I'm
broken.
sure the Arab nations were getting more support from other countries.
Boom, going
Israel
in.
was at least up through 67.
If you, in Ilan Pape's book, you know who he is, he's
I mean, yeah.
Israeli scholar, yes. He does talk about the Haganah being secretly trained up by the British. So we can look into that source if you want. But either way, regardless of how much funding
I
support
failed.
they were getting from the
Probably
British,
failed too, but I
when
definitely
the
failed.
Zionists were calling, or when the settlers were moving into the British mandate in Palestine, which did, eventually became a disaster for the British, where they were like, just get us out of here. We don't want to deal with this anymore. Doesn't change the point that Israel's expansionist, regardless of how much direct support they were getting from the British.
Okay, when were they getting this? Okay, pre-48, you keep jumping around in the timeline, okay? To refocus this, okay? After 48, when there are a ton of Jews in the area, they declare independence and they make their country, okay? At that point, do you support the surrounding Arab nations' explicit goal to destroy Israel and either do another ethnic cleansing of all the Jewish people in that area? Is that something you support?
Which Arab country said they wanted to do an ethnic cleansing of all the Jews in the area?
Well, that's what the goal was after the
What the fuck is
47 partition
happening?
plan was rejected, and the Arab countries wanted to fight for their land.
Their goal was to do ethnic cleansing? Who said that?
Literally all of them. That was the goal of that first war.
Literally all of them said we want to ethnically cleanse the Jewish people from this region. They didn't say that we want to get rid of the state of Israel.
What do you think that means? When you get rid of the state
Getting
of
rid
Israel,
of the Israeli state and having not an apartheid
Yeah.
where you have a state
Obviously
that
means they're trying to
protects
kill
Jewish people
fucking
and
Israel.
systematically deprives Arabs of their rights, and you just have one state where people who are Jewish, people who are Arab,
Wait,
people
how are
of
they
every kind
being-
of ethnicity
wait.
can live and have equal rights.
how are
The
they
whole point
being
that Israel had to
excluded?
exist in
What
the
do you
first
mean
place is
by
because they
deprived of
couldn't
rights,
live.
apartheid or whatever. Did you just say apartheid in 48? What does that mean?
I'm saying that just because they wanted
He's
to,
like, wait a
I'm
minute.
saying that just because they wanted to get rid of the Zionist state, the Israeli state, does not mean that they wanted to ethnically cleanse all Jewish people. That's a leap that you made. You said that because they wanted to get rid of the Israeli state, the Zionist entity, that means they wanted to ethnically cleanse all Jewish people. And I'm saying,
Wait, what do
no,
you
that
think
just means
they're-
they wanted to get rid of the Israeli state and have one state of Palestine where people can live equally under the law. And I mean, the Israeli state wasn't always an apartheid, but it absolutely always favored Jewish people over Palestinian Arabs. I mean, Ben Gurion and
He's like, wait a minute.
the
It's
early
more
leaders at the
like,
time
yeah,
were explicit
can I-
about that.
What-
Can we go back to
what do
the
you-
British forces being trained?
No, hold on, wait. One topic at a time, okay? You're jumping around
Okay,
to
we'll
so
go-
many different
we'll go
things.
to that later.
Okay? In 48, if the Arabs would have won that initial war, what do you think they would have done? What do you think would have happened with the Jewish people that had come from Europe that they viewed as foreign invaders?
I don't know. I don't think we can assume that they would have been ethnically cleansed.
What does
I
ethnic
think they
cleansing
would
mean
have
to you? Wait,
established
what do
a
you
state that would have been called Palestine, and then they would have allowed people to live there.
wait? Why do you think they would have established a state called Palestine?
Because that's what the region has always been known as, and
No,
it
it's
was
not. Hold on,
even
there's
called
never-
Palestine when it was under British.
was never
It was
known as
called the
Palestine.
Palestinian British Mandate.
Yes, for an area that
region
for an area that
has been considered Palestine for like 1,000 years.
No, it had never
at
been considered.
least.
That doesn't make sense, right? The British had a territory that they marked, and they had a lot of mandates for different areas here that they had called Palestine. But there wasn't like there weren't like a group of people there that were like, we are the state of
We
Palestine, or
are
there was some
Palestine.
territory recognized as Palestine or whatever prior to the British mandate of Palestine.
Yes, there was. That's what every major state and political group referred to that region as, is Palestine, where the Palestinians live, and that's why when the British gained control over it, it was called the Palestinian Mandate. I mean, this is what Zionists always do, is try and play the semantics game and say, no, Palestine has never existed, when,
Okay,
for
fine.
years that
Sure.
region was called Palestine.
Okay, can you show
even
me
when it was
one?
under British mandate.
Sure. Can you show me one map or one leader or one occupying force or somebody that identified this area as like the territory and borders of like Palestine? Like, are you telling me was this like
I'd rather be good at
what they called
TFT.
chaos or whatever of the Ottoman Empire, or was it prior to that? Or Like,
You want an exact source of someone calling the region Palestine?
I just
mean,
want-
that's what the
or-
British called it.
or
He
any-
called it the Palestinian
I
Mandate.
agree. And before the mandate
Right.
Palestine, the borders weren't identified as such. That's my argument. I don't know why you're pointing to the British. That's my argument.
Okay, I have a source here. I don't remember if it was the Ottoman Empire or what. I can't find it right now.
Okay. So for the 1947 war, okay, the Secretary General of the Arab League
Thursday,
declared
Friday,
in
Saturday,
47 that
Sunday.
if a war were to take place with a Jewish state that hadn't been announced yet, that it would be, and I quote, a war of extermination and momentous massacre, which will be spoken of like the Mongolian massacre and the Crusades.
Who said that?
Abdul Rahman Hassan Azam, who is the Secretary General of the Arab League from 45 to 52.
So you're saying that
Good
him
burger.
saying that means he wanted to ethnically cleanse Jewish people
Yeah.
after winning the war. I mean, I just don't agree, and I think that that attitude among Palestinians and among Arabs came from the colonization and the seizure of their land.
You don't think that sounds like a quote? Can you
No,
show
no,
me?
it does-
Can you give me a
it
quote?
sounds-
Can you give me a quote that sounds like that from the Jewish side about Arabs?
Yeah, David Ben Gurion said we will expel the Arabs and take their land. I mean, that was
wait,
explicitly what the Zionist project was all about from the beginning.
wait.
and you
After
can-
wait. Expel
and
them
there
and
are
take their land from
More
after
horrific
what?
quotes than that.
Oh,
After what?
That was prior to 1948. That was when Zionism was first becoming a thing and settlers were starting to move in. He explicitly said, we need to expel the Arabs and take their land. And the difference between what the Arab League leader said and what Israel said is the Zionists actually did it. The Zionists actually did start massacring Palestinians and seizing all of their land and ethnically cleansing them, which you've agreed to.
If that was the case,
Laughing at
then
different
why
thing.
is it if they wanted to
TFT
do this, if
cars.
they wanted to expel the Arab people from the land, why did they agree to the 1947 partition plan? Why is it
Sorry,
that in the
can you repeat
founding?
that? I was looking at a source.
Why did they agree to the 47 partition plan? Why did Israel in the initial Declaration of Independence invite Arab people to stay in Israel and build a
Because
country?
that was a huge seizure of land for them. That founded the state of Israel. Why would they disagree to that?
Yeah, but they
So-
Why would they
but in
disagree
the
to
end,
found? That's what they wanted. They
But-
wanted to found their own Jewish state. Why would they say no?
sure, but in the
And how
initial
would that prove
founding
that
of
they're
that,
not expelled?
because in the we're talking about whether their goal was explicitly to expel all the Arabs. The
Their
initial
goal was to found a state which they said would not be possible without the expulsion of Arabs, and there were more moderate Zionists at the time who said we don't need to expel the Arabs. But the argument
Wait,
that won
if
out
it-
was
if that
Ben
was their-
Gurion and the more extremist ones saying we cannot live.
If that was the
and
goal to
coexist in
expel all the
Palestine.
Arabs, why is it that literally in their Declaration of Independence did they say that we will build a state with Arabs here? How does that make sense? Did they just lie? Was it a lie in their Declaration of
Yeah.
Independence, or?
Yes, and so the Zionist project has always been about expelling Palestinians and taking their land, but that has not always been the face of Zionism. They have not always said that explicitly, and you can look at letters that Ben Gurion and other Zionist leaders were writing to each other. You can look at the statements of the leaders of the Irgun and other Israeli paramilitaries who are more radical, and they would and there were times where they explicitly said we need to compulsory
let's go for the win streak here.
we need a compulsory expelling of the Palestinians. Sorry.
Rage Fight
Now,
Infinity
today, as
Transfer.
this far-right coalition and Netanyahu have taken power, you have authorities in the Israeli government who explicitly say this. So what they've done is taken the mask off of Zionism, and this
Hold on,
is
wait,
why
wait,
a lot
okay,
of
hold on, we
Palestinian
gotta-
resistance fighters literally
Yeah.
they like Netanyahu and some of the extremists because they take the mask off of Zionism rather than lying about it, rather than saying, no, we don't hate the Palestinians, as they expel more and more Palestinians off of their land. and
Only
seize more and
in
more
response to
territory.
war around them. Also, that Ben Gurion quote apparently is a fabrication. I've heard this before, but I just brushing this. Obviously, it comes from Pepe, who most people actually accuse of being pretty shoddy in Israeli history. But the quote, the origin.
Chicks, go, go, go!
Most people.
As in most of the.
Fuck!
My understanding is most of the new revisionist Israeli historians consider Pape to be a bit shoddy with his workmanship. So I believe like people like Avi Schleim, I don't think that Pape, he doesn't think that Pape, I don't believe, is a credible historian at this point. I think Benny Morris has made statements that are incredibly critical of Ilan Pape. Pape is literally the only historian that you pro-Palestinian people will cite on the Israeli side, but I'm pretty sure he's been criticized many times, and the origination of this quote is one of the things that he's been criticized for, because apparently Pape was like, yeah.
Take Burl Katznelson. He was one of the ideological leaders of the Zionist movement in the 1930s. And at the 20th Zionist conference, he said, "My conscience is completely clear. A distant neighbor is better than a close enemy. They will not lose by their transfer," meaning the transfer of Palestinians off of the land, and we certainly will not. For a long time, I've been convinced this is the best solution.
Wait, who was this guy?
One of these days.
Who was this guy?
This is Burl Katznelson, who was one of the ideological leaders of the Zionist movement in the 1930s.
And the 1930s. Was he in Israel?
Katznelson, I can't remember if he was a settler or not. I think eventually he did go to Israel.
Okay, because I'm not. That name's not ringing any bells in terms of Israeli leadership to me.
Look him up.
What was his name?
Burl, B-E-R-L.
Burl.
Katznelson, K-A-T-Z-N-E-L-S-O-N.
Juggernauts.
His wiki is like 5 paragraphs long. So I don't think he was even a part of the 48.
He's not famous enough to take serious?
Well, I'm looking for statements or actions from leaders or the country of Israel to try to see like what the beliefs were of the country.
Okay,
at the
how
time.
about Zev Jabotinsky, who died in 1940 and was one of the founders of the Irgun, who said it's utterly impossible to obtain voluntary consent of Arab Palestinians. Look, historically, colonization can't be carried out with the consent of a colonizing people. So that was Jabotinsky arguing against the more moderate Zionists, saying, you know, explicitly saying that Israel is a colonialist project, and arguing to them, we cannot have the Palestinians won't voluntarily leave. We need to force them to leave.
In what year did he say this?
It would have been probably the 1930s.
What do you mean probably? Do we even know?
I don't know the exact date of the quote, no, but that quote is very genocidal and explicitly in favor of expelling Palestinians. And you asked me to produce quotes and Zionist leaders who have explicitly argued for annexing Palestinian territory, and he does.
Yeah. To be clear, I haven't asked you to produce quotes. I'm asking for like a comprehensive understanding of the region at this time period to give me examples of this happening, not one-off quotes. If we wanted to play like one-off quote games, I can give you a ton of pro-Arab quotes by like Ben Gurion, who was the first prime minister.
That's what you did. You gave a one-off quote of a Palestinian leader and said, "Can you give me any examples of Israeli leaders saying something similar?" And that's what I did.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't give you.
What you said.
No. I didn't just give you a one-off quote. I gave you the quote after explaining the actions of all the Arab countries in that region. The action, the more important part, was the fact that all the Arab states were willing to go to war with the newly formed Israel, but intentionally to destroy the country. It was probably going to be to expel the Jews afterwards, right? Because there was a ton of violence in that region against Jewish people and against Arab Muslims from Jewish people in the years preceding. The idea that you think that they would have just destroyed the nation and had them all live there happily ever after, do you really think it would have happened? Is there any evidence for that?
No.
Given all of the Arab...
No, but is there evidence that they would have committed a systematic ethnic cleansing? No, you're saying probably. You're assuming and saying Israel should be allowed to do ethnic cleansing and colonization, because probably if they didn't, the Arabs would have done it.
I never said...
And also, it's still Europeans moving on to Arab land, so the Arabs have a right to resist. The Europeans moving in don't have a right to massacre the people who are already there.
Okay, there you go. So you think that they did have a right to... When you say ethnic cleansing, also, what do you mean when you say ethnic cleansing?
Like the forced displacement and murder of Arab Palestinians to try and remove them
so
from
forced
their
displacement counts as ethnic cleansing.
And put them in well, not entirely, because they want.
I mean, come on, dude. Is it that hard to define ethnic cleansing? Like the systematic destruction.
to go
of
to
an
Iraq
ethnicity,
or
ethnic
Syria. They
cleansing.
want them to join Arab countries, at least the extremist Zionists. I would say that's ethnic cleansing because they want to get rid of the Palestinian Arabs as a people.
Systematic displacement.
Okay, if they wanted to
destruction
get rid of the
Palestinians.
Palestinian Arabs as a people, why is it that all of their like wars or taking of land happen after all the Arab countries go to war with them?
Yeah, Warwick, go.
I disagree with that the Arab countries simply started these wars. Also, by the Zionists moving in and seizing Arab
fuck her
land,
up.
they're stealing land from people and they're being the aggressors.
Okay, so then
Coming
your
back to this, it's
position
the
is
Europeans moving in and stealing the land.
You don't have to repeat the
if
same
the
point
Arab
over and over again, 'cause
people
you're-
take up arms and defend their own land, that's not them attacking the Israeli. Or I mean, I guess it is, but it's them defending their land from an occupying and colonizing force.
In occupying
So
and colonizing.
your position then is that after 48, all forms of violence and aggression are justified against the Jewish people there.
I wouldn't say all forms of aggression. I think it's always, I think the international norms and rules of, not international norms, but rule of law should be followed. So no targeting of civilians or using of chemical gas or things like that. But I do think military resistance by the people having their land colonized is something I support. Yeah, I support the national right to self-determination.
Okay, I don't know what you just said. Do you think that post 48, do you think that all the surrounding Arab countries have had like an indefinite justification for the destruction of the country of Israel? Yeah, that's Palestinian land that Israel was founded on top of. I think they have a right to resist the state of Israel, especially because the expansionism and the settler colonialism never stopped. So it's a continued seizure of more and more land and the pushing of people out of their villages and their homes that they lived in for hundreds of years. And yeah, I do think they have a right to resist that, and 75% of people in Gaza are people who've been pushed off their homes, and I think they have a right to resist that and return to their original home, their original village, yeah. Okay, so
Which, I mean, it's... Sorry, you go ahead, I talked to you.
Would you say then that like October 7th was an example of like positive resistance against an occupying force?
I mean...
Gotta go mask off.
Positive is hard to say because it's obviously a tragedy, and when you have hundreds of civilians...
Is it a tragedy or is it not?
But I think it was that the Palestinians are justified in taking military action against their occupiers, and I think the reason that Hamas is so popular in Gaza is because of the devastation that Israel's been inflicting on them. I mean, one child was being killed per day before any of this popped off. In Gaza, obviously, over 90% of the water is undrinkable. There's an economic blockade. It's a horrific situation. And yeah, I do think military action is justified. I think that they should avoid, like I said, follow the rule of law and try to not target civilians and only target military installations. But yeah, I do think a military action by the colonized people is justified.
So do you think that the targeting civilians is a war crime?
The deliberate targeting of civilians, I'm not that up to date on international law, but I
Come on,
assume
bro.
it would be considered a war crime.
So do you think Hamas committed a war crime on October 7th?
To the extent that they targeted civilians, I would say that was a war crime, yeah.
Do you think
there's a lot of evidence
He's
now
walking
that
back all his stuff.
civilians were killed
Before
by
he's saying
Israeli
Hamas were
forces,
freedom fighters and he
yet
gets so
they're
fired up
directly
thinking
using,
about them. Now he's like,
basically human
yeah, I
shields
guess I
setting
would
up
say they
positions
did commute
behind
war
Israeli
crimes.
civilians.
Sure. To be clear, there's absolutely no evidence of that, aside from some TikTok
there
videos claiming as much. If you have any, I'd love to see it. Secondly, would you then consider that all of the Qassam rockets that have been steadily pouring out of the Gaza Strip that are targeting civilian villages near the Gaza Strip, do you think that those have been bad actions by Hamas since 2007 or 2005?
To the extent that they target civilians, and obviously it's hard to say because they're basically fighting with jerry-rigged fireworks, but yeah, I think they have the right to fire rockets at military installations for sure.
They don't fire at military installations.
If you look at the amount of deaths inflicted by the Israelis compared to the Palestinians, it's not even close. So to hyper focus on the Palestinians firing rockets, when Israel's killing one kid per day with U.S. funded missiles on a regular basis, I mean, It's a response to that. It's a response to the colonialism. And no, it's not good. No, I don't look at it and say, oh, this is fucking awesome. Look, Hamas is launching rockets. No, but it's an inevitable response to the fact that they've had their land stolen and plundered and had their children massacred for so long.
Do you think it's an inevitable response that you have to send rockets for 15 years from a region of people that don't have water to drink? Do
Right,
you think
well,
that's a
here-
good way to advocate for the people in Gaza?
I think that's the only option that they have because, I mean, violence is always a people's last resort, or generally.
Do you think the situation in Gaza has
I
gotten
think
better?
when
Or
they tried to do things peacefully through the Great March of Return, they got massacred by the Israelis. So yeah, like I said earlier, if I'm in Palestine, yeah, I'm probably grabbing a gun and joining the resistance at this point.
so do you think that
I don't know what else to do. They're trapped
Yeah.
in an open air prison.
has the situation gotten better or worse in Gaza since Hamas has taken over?
I mean, that's impossible to say. It's been such a tragic situation. But even then, I mean, the Israelis are the ones who expelled the PLO to Tunisia and then carpet bombed their headquarters when it was in Tunisia. So the
I'm sorry.
Israelis are the ones who dismantled and assassinated
the Israelis expel-
secular left resistance in Palestine, which allowed Hamas to step up and say and become the main political party.
First of all, who expelled? The PLO was expelled from where?
From I don't know where PLO's headquarters were actually.
Pretty sure
They were expelled from the region and they went. I know they were
Pretty sure-
somewhere in Israel,
yeah.
Palestine, and then they went to
They-
Tunisia.
Pretty sure they were expelled from Lebanon. Do you know why they were in Lebanon?
No.
Because they tried to coup the king in Jordan, and then they got kicked out of Jordan after trying to coup the king. And then they were sent to Lebanon, where they started to take over territory in southern Lebanon, and then eventually they were expelled from Lebanon. PLO committed a lot of terrorist attacks in the early founding of the PLO. So the fact that Israel would try to expel them or fight with them is not very surprising. But also, I don't know why we'd bring up the PLO of the 70s and 80s and compare that to anything happening today.
Because I'm saying that was the main resistance force prior to Hamas, and you asked if the situation has gotten better under Hamas, and I'm trying to say I don't agree with Hamas's ideology. I don't share their worldview. But I view Hamas as a response to the Israeli aggression. The reason that Palestinians were so eager, or not Palestinians in general, but Gazans were so eager to vote for Hamas is because Hamas was actually willing to do something. Hamas was actually willing to take up arms, and at this point in this desperate situation that a lot of Gazans are in, that's what they're looking for, is a fighting force who will take on the Israeli state. So I think, you know, whether or not Hamas has put them in a better situation or not is sort of irrelevant because the situation that they're put in is an open-air prison and apartheid and a blockade enforced
you
by
can keep
Israel.
repeating the same
Hamas is
points
just
over
a
and over
group
again,
that
but
the people have chosen to resist that.
I know the TikTok videos and the Twitter talking points, but it's not getting us any. I don't know how you think any of this is moving.
Why is it none of this is coming from Twitter? I read all morning to prepare for this debate, books and stuff. It's
You
not
read-
all from TikTok.
You
I
read
promise.
books this morning? Multiple books? How quickly do you
Yeah,
read?
like I'm that good.
Okay.
I have a super processor of a brain. No, I'm just saying literally none of the arguments I've given you so far have been arguments that I got from a TikTok or Twitter.
I'm just saying that repeating the talking points of apartheid and open air prison doesn't get you any
It's not
closer.
talking points, it's true!
They don't get you any closer. They don't get you any closer to. They don't get you any.
Amnesty International said
Yep.
it's an apartheid. It's
And
not a
how is
Twitter
that? How is that?
talking point.
And how is that helping for the Palestinian people right now?
How's
it? How?
what?
Yeah. How does calling it
apartheid?
Yeah. Is that helping anything right now?
Yes, look at how public opinion has turned against the Israelis. The largest Palestine solidarity march in history is taking place in Washington, D.C. right now.
Yeah, by
Part
a
the
bunch of
reason is
white people
because
that don't
now
know or give a
it's
the region. You think they're going to
apartheid
care a month from now? Because what do you think is going to hurt more? The fact that Palestinian Marxist 19-year-old white kids are marching in the West, or the fact that now a lot of countries are starting to pull funding from Gaza or the Palestinian Authority, period, because of the terror attacks that came from Gaza on October 7th. What do you think is going to help or hurt more?
A lot of countries have suspended diplomatic relations with Israel, too. The
I'm sorry,
main
hold
countries
on.
who are backing up Israel right now are the U.S. and their peons, their allies in West Europe.
I'm pretty sure.
So, yes,
I'm pretty sure.
this
Didn't
is
pose. Hold on.
massively turning public opinion against Israel, and that
Major-
is a bad thing for Israel because that will strengthen Arab militias in the Middle East,
Okay.
and that will strengthen resistance in the U.S. to the U.S.'s endless funding and military buildup of Israel. Will we actually be able to get our government to do anything about it? I don't know. That's why I'm a communist and I support overthrowing the government.
Gotcha. So there aren't the idea that all these major countries are cutting diplomatic relations off is not true. Countries like Saudi Arabia are even more interested in exploring a normalization of relations. Other Arab countries have, especially post-Abraham Accords, have explored normalizing relations with Israel. The Palestinians are finding themselves increasingly cut off from Arab supporters and the rest of the Arab world. And now you've got people like you on the internet advocating for more fighting, more death, more killing. None of this is going to serve the Palestinian people. There's no shot that a violent uprising topples the Israeli state. I just don't understand, aside from a LARP, like nothing that you're advocating for realistically is going to help the Palestinian people in 5 or 10 years from now, ever.
Massive uprising against Israel and the turning of public opinion against Israel and the strengthening of anti-Israel militias is good for it. I mean, how can you argue that any of what's going on right now is good for Israel? The only part that's good for them is it allows them to push forward their plan to expel 2 million Palestinians to the Sinai Desert. But, I mean, to say that public opinion is on the side of the Israelis right now is absurd.
From who? In America, public opinion has dramatically shifted in favor of Israel after post the October 7th attacks. You're just wrong on that. I don't know where you get that.
Look at the most recent UN vote to condemn Israel.
Who the fuck cares about a UN vote to condemn Israel? What does that have to do with anything? Look at the fact that Germany was talking about pulling all their funding from
against Israel. I mean, I don't know if they have any globally done polls, but if you looked at global polls, I guarantee you the vast majority of people would be against Israel's actions in the Gaza Strip right now.
Okay, so you think that a UN condemnation vote or whatever, or UN resolution, do you think that's reflective of the opinions of people around countries around the world? That's the reflection of their governments and their government leaders' opinion, which in some cases, depending on how democratic that country is a reflection of the people's opinion.
Okay. The UN voting to condemn Israel is definitely a sign of public opinion.
So you think that the only solution for this problem right now is the military toppling of the Israeli government? That's what you think?
I think what we should be calling for as Americans, and especially Americans with political platforms, is for Joe Biden to cease all funding of the Israeli apartheid state.
Oh my God.
I think I'm not going to lecture Palestinians on what they need to do or Hezbollah on what the best route forward for them is. As Americans, we need to demand that we stop sending $3.8 billion a year to Israel, because look what they're doing with our money.
Look what Gaza's doing with the money. Do we stop sending money to the Palestinians as well?
We're not giving the Palestinians nearly as much money as we're giving Israel, and we're giving the Palestinians humanitarian aid.
Pretty sure we give
Israel weapons sold to them by American weapons contractors, so it's a very different thing.
We don't give weapons to Hamas because it's a literal terrorist group. That is true.
Right, but we're arming up Israel, so to say that aid to Palestine and aid to Israel is the same thing is not true.
I didn't say it was the same thing, but I'm pretty sure we're also like the largest contributor of aid to Palestine as well. Should we just cut off all aid to that region?
No, we should cut off any funding of the Israeli state, because it is an apartheid state and it's doing a genocide.
Okay.
And we should end
keep
all
funding
arms sales.
Gaza that launches rockets indiscriminately into
We should keep giving
Israel
humanitarian aid to Gaza, because we're not giving them weapons. We're not giving them weapons.
Yeah, but most of the humanitarian aid, what humanitarian aid? How much of this is
Israel.
co-opted by
Yeah, I don't even
Hamas
get
and is just
water.
used for terrorist attacks? How is it that a region that constantly says is running out of food and fuel never runs out of supplies for rockets? How is this happening? Something is obviously fundamentally broken in this area. We can't just say that, like, oh, well, if Israel just plays nice, everything's going to get better. That's clearly not true. I don't even think you believe that.
No, like I said at the very beginning of this conversation, at this point, finding a solution is going to be extremely difficult and extremely messy.
Yeah, but it's difficult and messy because people like you are advocating for unrealistic solutions. You're not advocating for a realistic solution.
Right, and I'm telling you, my solution as an American who lives in America is for the American government that I pay taxes.
What does that solve? What's the
stop funding
solution?
The Israeli state and stop buying the missiles that they're dropping.
That doesn't solve anything.
One
What is the solution there?
Palestinian kid every 15
What do
minutes.
we think? What do we think is the solution for the problem? How does this problem get solved? How does it look better for Palestinians going forward?
Probably through just give them political rights. Just let them out of Gaza and give them political rights.
How?
Give
How are they
them
going to do that while also
united
ensuring the
Arab
national security of
Israel
Israel
will be
and
Arab,
Israelis?
The state of Israel, as it currently exists, as an ethno-state, will cease to exist. If you give Arabs in that region
So a one-state
their
solution is
basic
what you're looking
human
for.
rights and political rights, and this is John Mearsheimer, an American
Oh,
political
God, not
scientist who made
Mearsheimer.
this point, as many other people have.
Okay.
If you give Arab Palestinians in the region rights, if you stop having Israel be an ethno-state that deprives them of rights, the state of Israel as it currently exists will cease to exist because Palestinians won't vote for that. They won't support that politically. And this is why the state of Israel is dependent on not allowing these people to have basic political rights because they won't vote for the project of settler colonialism and apartheid.
So the only thing that you're opposed to, or rather you think the solution is it has to be a one-state solution, and that's the only thing that'll solve the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard a proposition of a two-state solution that seems super realistic to me. But I
mean, the
also
closest
haven't
the
looked
region
into it
ever got to
super
peace
closely.
was almost with a two-state solution.
I mean, maybe a two-state solution could work too. I was just giving you my perspective. Yeah, I support a one-state solution being a dictatorship of the proletariat, working class of all ethnicities and religious backgrounds and skin color get equal
Okay.
rights.
Well, Hamas is a group that's like avowedly Islamist, so I don't know where you're getting like all.
Right, I don't agree with them ideologically. I'm saying in a perfect world they would be a dictatorship of the proletariat, but the first step is to give everybody in the region, regardless of ethnicity or skin color or religion, equal political rights. And if you do that, the Zionist entity will cease to exist. If you could propose a two-state solution that seems seems workable, I might support that too. I gotta head out in like
Yeah, we can leave in like 1 minute or 2 minutes. Yeah. Do you think that if a
okay.
one-state solution happens, if the walls come down around Gaza, do you think that violence will increase, decrease, or stay the same for Jewish people in Israel?
If the walls came down tomorrow,
Come on.
That's how
Answer
it
to that is
would
obvious.
Play out. That's how the end of the apartheid would play out. But I mean, yeah, if you just took away the walls right now, they'd probably just fight each other. But
So then what-
If
so
you,
what would-
if
what
you
is-
allowed Palestinians to return to their homes, yeah, I do think violence and support for violent resistance groups like Hamas would cease, especially if you gave them political and economic rights that they've been deprived of for so long.
So you think that if all of the millions of Palestinians went back to live in Israel, you think that as long as they were allowed to vote, you think they'd be happy? There'd be no more violence?
No, it would be a very difficult thing, and obviously now there's all these ingrained ideas of, Israelis have anti-Arab ideas, Arabs have anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish ideas, so that's the legacy of colonialism, just like our country in America has had to deal with the legacy of chattel
go
slavery,
Nautilus.
so it's not going to be perfect. But yes, moving towards giving those people economic and political rights is better than keeping them in an open-air prison and systematically depriving them of those rights.
Okay, so then you'd be in favor of this, knowing that there would be probably a dramatic uptick in violence against Jewish people in Israel.
I mean, it's impossible to say because how are we actually?
By looking at how many people like you are in support of the October 7th attacks.
So what's your solution? What's your solution to simply just keep these people in an open-air prison and keep them under a state of apartheid?
No, I would say there should probably be a two-state solution that's negotiated.
Okay. So how should that work?
There's several countries that probably need to come to the table. Probably has to be Israel. Probably has to be Jordan. Probably has to be Iran. Probably has to be Syria. And then there needs to be some independent mediator, whether that's the United States, whether that's China, somebody that can ideally advocate on behalf of Israel's interests, and then a peace agreement needs to be made with these countries, and then clear borders need to be delineated for
Juggernaut,
the
give me that.
Palestinians and the Israeli people to live under.
Sorry, last question. What would the Palestinian borders look like under a two-state solution? Because obviously you have Gaza and the West Bank that are, in
Separate.
different places.
Well,
so
in
what would
prior
their
two-state
borders look like?
solutions, there was a suggestion on the Israeli side of building an overground train system and an overground highway system that would connect the Gaza Strip and the West Bank with each other.
Well, yeah, I don't know. If someone proposed that, maybe I would support it.
Gotcha. Do you still stand by the statement that the Palestinian resistance fighters get you fired up and that they're a courageous and powerful group of people?
Hell yeah. Shout out to the Palestinians. They've been fighting
Come
for
on,
7
bro.
When I was at wrestling practice today, I was getting tired. And I thought of the Palestinians who have no water, who have no food, who have been deprived of everything, who are born into an open-air prison, a concentration camp.
An open-air
Those
prison
people
that
get
has
me
more
fired up, their
humanitarian
struggle
aid
gets me
flowing
fired
into
up.
it than almost any other region in the world. It's really sad that the leadership
Yeah,
there
their people
co-ops
are
almost
living
all
great.
of it.
Even the IDF, even Mossad said that the conditions in Gaza are completely unlivable.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
okay.
nice that there's a lot of aid.
Why did they
going
say
in
that,
keeps
those conditions are
people alive.
Maybe if
They're
they
still in a
spent more
concentration
time
camp.
building houses and less time building tunnels, maybe the conditions in Gaza would look significantly different.
Okay.
I mean, it's all their fault.
Chill, bro.
It's
No,
all
they
the
definitely don't do
Palestinians'
themselves
fault. It
any
has nothing to do
problems,
with
you know?
the economic blockade. It has nothing to do with the blockade, the fact that they're constantly having missiles dropped on them, or the fact that
Constantly
Israel
having
doesn't
missiles
allow
dropped on them? Are you talking about Israel and you getting missiles dropped on it from...
Or they don't, and the fact that Israel doesn't allow construction materials into Gaza. It has nothing to do with that. It's all the Gazan people because they're just a bunch of Arabs who don't know how to build stuff. All they know how to do is bomb.
Who says
So, like,
Arabs
Ben
that don't
Shapiro.
know how to build stuff and all they do is bomb? Who said that? There's plenty of thriving Arab countries that are surrounding Israel. I don't know what you mean
Right,
by that.
you were trying to blame the Arab Palestinians for their economic conditions as if those conditions haven't been imposed on them by.
I don't think
colonies.
Israel imposed the conditions that Gaza needs to be controlled by a terrorist group that co-ops all the funds for terrorist activities. No. Are you telling me that that's an inevitability that Arab people are just naturally drawn to terrorism? Are you telling me that that's the only way that they can...
No, they're drawn to resistance when you colonize them and steal their homeland, like anybody ever, like every group of people who's ever been colonized throughout history have eventually taken up arms and resisted that occupation. I think that's what's going on in Gaza right now. But either way, I really appreciate you for having me on your show, and I appreciate this discussion. I think you're a more intellectually honest person than any of the other people I've debated, so I appreciate the conversation.
Gotcha. Well, I hope at some point you learn literally anything about this region, and maybe your opinions will look less retarded, but given that you have Marxists in your profile, it's probably never going to happen, so... Okay. All right. Don't forget to get the
Damn.
children. We Tankies didn't get Mussolini's kids and his granddaughter.
I mean, I guess he
has political
deserves the
power in
heat
Italy
there,
now.
but
Always get the children,
little
too.
bit rough.
Ugh. Apparently these are his mods. Jesus Christ. Jews get off Arab land and go back to Poland or else. LOL, Destiny's trying to lie and said you couldn't ship these dogs to Palestine. Jesus. Palestine has so much support, I can't get fired at work for yelling Free Palestine anymore. Hell, the other night I told all the employees about how these dogs came from Poland. Overwhelming support. Jesus Christ.
Fuck.
Nuke Tel Aviv.
Nuke Tel Aviv.
Somebody should put together an album with all of these and I guess like tweet out the album. I don't think I'm going to get to debate any big people on this topic because I don't think people on the left generally want their opinions challenged. I think it's pretty obvious listening to this and other people talk. Their knowledge is like, it's all like a collection of the same meme quotes basically. That Ben Gurion quote is
Fuck.
Open air prison, apartheid, genocide.
What is that
whole
fucking
thing is, like, four
damage?
things.
Damn,
People
chill.
just have like a bunch of like quotes and stuff remembered and that's basically it.
Yeah, apartheid
Which
state
is
open air
normally
prison.
Whatever, I guess is fine. But that guy was a tanky? Yeah, he was. But the only annoying thing is that people have
Okay, we're still
such
going off.
unbelievably, unshakably strong opinions.
This
about
guy's going crazy.
while knowing not that much, and then like super condemning the other side for having whatever opinions. It's just kind of annoying, I guess. But whatever.
Question. It says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish.
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to.
I have Jewish background.
Okay.
I think of,
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
Yes.
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate?
What was Bernie Sanders' plan?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel, but also to the? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? You went to Gaza. Okay, but not to Gaza. Well, I know people who've been to Gaza. You can definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice.
Yes.
Actually, really,
Bias going crazy.
In some ways, it's distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff away, but
Anybody that talks about anti-racism is so cringe. Oh god. Or at least the little bit I've seen of it is cringe. Maybe there's less cringe stuff. But
when I grew up, I was pretty connected to black politics while I was growing up about the travesty that was the United States. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa's going to not be properly free until the Palestinians. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, like, the argument was that, like, literally this is childish. Like, the idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social
Look at
economic equity in
Heimerdinger.
society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of
Don't want to lose
There's
this, so
justification for Kurdistan because of
gotta
Kurdistan.
send in whatever I can.
There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of
Good thing NASA's can tank. And
you are even inside
fucking
Syria,
Nautilus,
you're
huge.
And the situation in the West Bank.
We both have no gold, that's good.
Literally been pro-life.
He's got
Gaza
items, though.
I mean, it's
I
Here's
need
my
a tank item for
anti-racism.
Nasus or
It's not
Rage
enough to be
Blade.
not racist. You have to be like actively opposed to
I want the
racism in
fucking
like the
Gangplank,
most in the most cringe ways possible. It's like ugh.
Huge.
been impossible. So that's not something that anybody can reasonably ask to support. And I understand, yeah, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that you can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in place since like 2003. And when we talk about, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Abe Omer and Abe Barak. So
Juggernaut
and
right
I
here.
support second-class citizenship.
Put these gloves on Nasus, I'll put this on him.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus like seeing this as more of a
Good thing
conversation
Gangplank's
where it is
going
wrong what's
crazy.
on, and there's also a way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported.
So it's not complicated. That's the big
Let's go.
There's one group that has enormous power, it's the most powerful country in the Middle East, backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in what
Most
Jewish
enemies
Gaza,
have been for
which they bombed with light phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine, they had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic-Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more economy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them.
That's
with robbers,
fine. Okay, I win, I
phones,
think.
and
There's
they
no
drive
way.
on the roads. We'd all have no problem understanding
I
that.
just win.
So there's nothing complex about it.
That's like saying that's such a weird comparison of like if you just switch these two things. I think Michael Brooks may either through his own stupidity or his obsession with framing it a Marxist lens or whatever. This is like the same issue that I brought up over and over again. I thought I was like way past this because this is the most crude understanding of the issue. Is framing it as just Israel-Palestine like misses everything. It's like the most worthless framing of the conflict
Heard it twice.
like ever.
Wow.
Like just Israel-Palestine. If it was just Israel-Palestine, then I would agree that that it would be really simple, obviously, right? Like it's not an issue figuring out what should happen. in
But
all
it's the
places.
entire Middle
Obviously,
East.
These aren't the only two players involved, you know.
The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question,
Not just Israel.
at this point,
It's all the
there's
surrounding.
always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. You work around most people who are concerned with this issue. It's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from
Israel's an alt-right state
What does alt-right even
that has
mean anymore?
Arabs in the Knesset, that has an Islamist party with 5 seats, or an Islamist coalition with 5 seats in their parliament? That's an alt-right state? Or maybe they didn't at this time, a few years ago? I doubt, probably.
borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state?
Yeah,
Even though it is
spatula.
from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history. That's a serious question, and that's inseparable from the racism we find. It goes back to the first question way up the side. But thank you,
Shalom.
Can I answer this? Tony Judd, my reading, to the extent I do, which I actually do have some connection to that in a religious sense, it's unacceptable for me. Yeah, no, I know. But it's not complicated.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll go to the final call. You're calling company. Thanks.
Oh, not the
I'd like
majority
to
report.
debate Israel, but if you don't do that, I'll set a force on the track.
How do we get American pro-Palestine lefties to realize left-wing original Zionism and kibbutz
I mean, as it's really limited, we could do a
None of this matters about left-wing versus right-wing. That's just how they frame everything. Notice how that guy was keen to say that like the original Jews were right-wing, but that's
Two
like
Piltover.
that's just just stupid. They just want right wing equals bad, left wing equals good. It just,
Little Israel debating, but I mean, yeah,
Okay.
I would prefer to say, or I could say that it's an apartheid state. Sorry, it's just the way it is. And I know all of the technical arguments against it being an apartheid state, but being non-pedantic fool, it is an apartheid state. In some ways, even worse. I think you can agree with this. How is your health? How is your mother?
If you are against Israel because they're an apartheid state, fine. But then you have to be against every other country between Libya and like Malaysia.
Well, I love
Because
Malaysia.
they're-
I'm a very big fan of Mahathir in Malaysia, obviously. I'm a huge proponent of his dictatorship. Yeah, I mean, no, dude, I guess I hope he comes back to power in his 90s. You know, I guess I feel like that line of argumentation with somebody like me just really doesn't fly. Like, there's no other country that you're talking about, certainly not in that loop, that anybody here is a defender of, so that just doesn't work. The only other distinctions I'd say is that it is unique. And the specific, Morocco is in a similar situation in some ways in the Sahel, and Israel in the West Bank and Gaza. That is a very specific, historically unique, and indeed South African-like situation. And the third thing that I would say is
Got
it's
a
not
Milo
just
too, a
the thing
million
that happens
too.
in the United States discourse. And there's other people, I've called out people who are specifically focused on Israel in a way that at times, for some people certainly is anti-Semitic. But the reality is in the United States, if I criticize
why is
Saudi
my
Arabia,
audio
which actually probably
keep
more time
cutting
criticizing
out?
the Israelis, nobody's going to come to me. They might say, well, look, Saudi cooperates with us in certain important intelligence areas, whatever, you know, they might have kind of realist arguments for Saudi Arabia. No one is going to come to me and say, you have it all wrong, Saudi Arabia is the most moral monarchy in the world, how dare you, you're anti-Arab, and all of this bullshit. So when you have a country where literally in front of your face, non-violent protesters, or fuck it, maybe even slightly provocative protesters, but people who are not any way threats to the well-being of soldiers are getting shot point-blank range, and people are still going to defend that, you have something profoundly wrong and sick going on. So I don't have any specific, I don't have a specific brief for Israel. Look, the last thing I'll say is, look, man, I mean, I believe in democracy, I believe in social delivery for everybody, and I don't like ethno-states, and I don't like any form of ethnic discrimination. So how can I be gung-ho about Israel? It's impossible. Read Afram Berg. That's kind of my rap.
I understand. I feel like I'm very progressive on this issue. And in the interest of brevity, I'll just leave it at this.
Yeah.
There is no Palestinian peace plan other than complete capitulation by Israel.
That's
Tell
so
me I'm
like, you're wrong in actually several really significant ways. So one is that, first of all, let's make a distinction here. The Palestinians that actually run, like the PA, Palestinian Authority, is not only the only upholders of a two-state 67 process and have given into Israel on many, many, many vital policy issues. They're literally like a local Israeli government in the West Bank. So as far as that faction, the governing leadership of Palestinians are the only moderate faction in the whole sort of process, and they're security subcontractors for Israel.
Emilio's
So
got
that's-
this.
historically, I don't think we can make that argument, but this video was in 2017, so maybe it was true then, although probably not. But
Crazy. Hamas, first of all, they're very, I mean, you can't, it's a complete asymmetry of power. But even Hamas has actually talked about essentially like decades-long ceasefires and you know, incredibly extended, quote-unquote, temporary agreements, which would enshrine a two-state process, but in fact, you know, liberate Gaza. And that, of course, doesn't, you know, Hamas has committed great crimes, no doubt about that. We don't need to whitewash anybody, as of course is Israel. And then the third faction, there are people like Marwan Barghouti who are engaged in non-violent.
what about that is ahistorical? Historically, Palestinian groups and leadership have not been moderate. They've mostly been committed to the destruction of Israel through violent means. Like, generally, that's the origination and the operation of most of the founding Palestinian groups, even the PLO.
Civil disobedience and BDS campaigns, because they say, if you're going to control my life,
The anti-BDS stuff in the United States is insane. You should be able to criticize Israel without getting, like, in trouble or do a boycott or whatever. That's why I don't understand where the forward. I'd have to look into the anti-BDS shit. That seems stupid and wild to me.
I'm going to live under you, and I'm going to, you know, follow your laws, you're going to control my freedom of movement, then I should have the right to vote and have an assembly. And any person in 2018 that doesn't believe with that premise,
Yeah,
whether they
fuck
be
'em up.
Palestinian or American or Israeli or Sudanese, is my political enemy. Period. And we're at a point now where the two states has become logistically impossible because Israel's never stopped constructing settlements. And so the real question is now, just as Ehud Olmert said in 2003,
God.
apartheid or a one-state democracy. And Ehud Barak has said the same thing. And any person who has progressive politics has to support that and work towards the security and the well-being and the democratic representation of every single person in that landmass. Period. And that's where we're at. I appreciate the call. Definitely calling against.
That might be true. The settling shit in the West Bank has fucked everything up. It's probably not as bad as you think if you look at actual examples. Maybe, but when I come back, we'll look at it. But I feel like I've looked into the anti-BDS stuff before, and it's just a little bit I read about it is fucking wild. That I think there are whole states in the United States where it's literally, I think a state won't let you boycott Israel, if I understand that correctly.
Hmm. Fuck, what do I want on Jace? Rage Blade on Infinity Edge. So a sword or a bow? So I'm taking this. Fuck. Six gunners, 3 cut over. I can't follow these fucking meta comp lists. I just have to make my own shit. Fuck this shit. Unfortunately, I'm not losing though. When I really should be.
He makes it sound like that violence was only coming from the Palestinians. He doesn't mention the uptick of violence coming from ultra-far-right, ultra-nationalist Zionists. He doesn't mention that at all. On a scale from 1 to 10, how wrong has been than the average person covers it? This is the issue. Ben should just say, like, what about every single Arab state that treated Jewish people as second-class citizens in some way or another throughout the entirety of the Middle East? Why would I believe that Arabs can live with Jews peacefully when they haven't done it when in Arab-majority states? Why would I expect that to change for Israel? And then the Arab response would be, those Jews did live peacefully in those states. It wasn't unpeaceful until Israel provoked every Arab state in the Middle East by expelling over 700,000 Arab Palestinians from their lands, which understandably caused tensions to rise in all those other Arab countries. But prior to that, they've been doing okay, I think. Counter to that would be, well, why would you hold Jewish people in other countries responsible for Israeli citizens in another country? Because why should they all be held accountable just because the Israeli people happen to be Jews, unless there is some actual anti-Semitism involved? Okay, yeah, that's a wildly crazy statement. I don't know what we're gonna do after. I feel like we can fight. I feel like I can fight both sides of all of this because there's just so much horrible. I was rewatching some of this last night because I was curious, like, how current or like how much of this video could I theoretically go through with the knowledge that I have so far. There are a couple things that he says here that he actually just gets completely wrong.
This and all of this.
Israel's Quicksilver Guard Breaker.
Oh, that statement. Oh, I don't know. I got there immediately. This idea that Israel captured the entire Sinai, and then they proceed to give up like all of it. No, they don't. I'm sorry. They hold onto the West Bank, they hold onto the Golan Heights, and they hold onto the Sinai so hard that that's part of the provocation for the Yom Kippur War was literally trying to take it back. There's a lot of stuff he says in here that is, some of it is just wrong. Now, I don't know if he's skipping ahead like 15 years later. He's like, well, they technically do a peace process to give it back after another war, blah, blah, blah. There's a couple things that he just gets wrong in here. And there's also a couple things that the way that he says them, like, so for instance, after the signing of the, I think it was the Oslo Accords, he's like, and then after the Oslo Accords were signed, like, violence increases or whatever. And he makes it sound like it's the Palestinians, but he never mentions all of the Israeli violence. Or he never mentions, for instance, that Hebron massacre at the one place. He makes it sound like it's only Palestinians that are ever committing violence. I don't remember where does the Oslo Accords here. I'm sorry. The more that I learn about this, the more I listen to other people talk about it, the more like super weird I get when I hear people like. It's got to be intentional.
Recur bow attention.
Better than the offer that Barack gave in 2000. He offers everything. He offers Judea and Samaria.
Oh.
He says, we're going to keep some of the big Israeli settlements that exist here, but we're going to...
His summary here of them offering everything for the Camp David summit. They did offer a lot. They didn't offer everything, though. That's not true, right? All of the airspace would be exclusively controlled by Israel. There would be some pretty major settlements that are still, he talks about it here. The West Bank would be arguably split in half because of the controlled role from Jerusalem to the Dead Sea. That's not true. Yeah. So much of everything that he says is like,
After Israel withdraws from Gaza, remember, Israel's not in control of anything here. Immediately rushed in and burned everything. They just turned them over to the Palestinians. Gaza Strip. These are places people have lived for decades. Ariel Sharon, who's one of the great hawks in it's correct. He wrote his entire island control over the Gaza Strip, right? A Palestinian state, boom, done. Arafat does not even negotiate control down flat. He offered that Israel has Ehud Barak offered complete
Skipping
control.
ahead too much.
This picture
fuck, hold on, there was a statement here. I'm sorry.
at this point, and the Prime Minister of Israel is now a guy named Ehud Barak. And Ehud Barak is a real dog. Ehud Barak wants to make as many concessions as humanly possible.
Oh, and it's also really funny that when Shapiro talks about anybody willing to work with Palestinians, he always speaks with such derision. He's like, they're weak, they're doves, right? I didn't know there was an insult term on the opposite of hawk. I didn't even know it was a thing. I didn't know it was a, yeah, but I guess it is. I've just never heard the term before.
Rule yourself. Like, just stop bothering us. Operate off, or to preside over these areas. Israel is not interested in governing millions of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip or in Judea and Samaria. The last thing they want to do is have their soldiers wandering around these dangerous areas or to preside over these areas. All they want, and all Israel's ever want, is to separate off from these particular areas and say, listen, you guys rule yourself. Like, just stop bothering us, please. Okay, and you'll see that this is the continued pattern. 2000, Israel engages in the Camp David negotiation.
Oh, also, I don't know if he ever, I don't think in this whole video, I don't know if he ever mentions settlers, ever. I don't know if he ever mentions them a single time. Or if he did, I just didn't hear him ever bring them up.
If you're
like, bro.
not even willing to even remotely look at things from the opposite side of your Pacific,
Oh, this was
At this time, Yitzhak Rabin has taken over.
just shows you're ideologically motivated.
The government of the State of Israel starts negotiating with the Palestine Liberation Organization, which is a really weird shift considering the Yasser Arafat is a master terrorist responsible for tons of murders on his hand. He at this point has been expelled all the way to Tunis, right? He's not even in the picture. And Israel brings him out of retirement basically and says, why don't we negotiate with you? And maybe you can make all of this stop. So in 1993, they signed the Oslo Accords, and that is where you get Bill Clinton presiding over one of the least successful international negotiations in the history of international politics. The Oslo Accords have been a complete and utter failure. That ends with Yitzhak Rabin, who's this historic general who's been Prime Minister of Israel a couple of times by this point, shaking hands with a mass-murdering terrorist, Yasser Arafat, and this was going to initiate a new period of health and accord, and there's going to be peace. All that the PLO had to do was acknowledge that Israel existed and had a right to exist, stop educating their children in terrorism, and cease the violence. They couldn't do any of those things, right? So none of that happened. Instead, there's an uptick in violence, pretty dramatic uptick in violence after the Oslo Accords.
Notice how he says that so smoothly. The PLO said that there would be no violence, and guess what? There was a massive uptick in violence, right?
Where did the
Notice
violence
how
come
he doesn't
from, though?
mention this, that on the after the Oslo Accords, that I'm pretty sure that one of the largest things of violence was that Goldstein guy walking into the Cave of the Patriarchs in Hebron and throwing grenades in and shooting like 100 plus people and killing almost 30 of them, right? He makes it sound like that violence was only coming from the Palestinians. He doesn't mention the uptick of violence coming from ultra-far-right, ultra-nationalist Zionists. He doesn't mention that at all. When Sadat, when the Egyptian leader was executed for signing the, or assassinated, I'm sorry, when he was assassinated for signing the peace agreement with Israel, Ben Shapiro brings that up. He's like, oh, he signed a peace deal with Israel, and then he got assassinated. He doesn't bring up that Rabin was also assassinated by far-right Zionist people who were mad at the Oslo Accords. He doesn't bring that up. Sorry. I watched this again last night. I was like, on a scale from 1 to 10, how wrong has been than the average person covers it? This is the issue. For the most part, his video is mostly factual. For the most part, his video is mostly factual, but it doesn't.
Leaves out some facts, so it doesn't get the full
When you omit, like
context.
half the story, you're not really. You're getting a bunch of true facts, but you're not getting a true story, right? Do you remember when I said a long time ago? I don't know if you guys even agree with me or not on this one. I think my community might have been mostly against me on this. I'm not sure. We argued about WikiLeaks and the leaks of the Democratic Party, and I made this statement at the time when I debated Bernie Bros and Trumples. I made the statement that leaks from one side is worse than leaks from no side. I'd rather have no leaks than just selective leaks. Because selective leaks are giving you a worse story than no leaks, right? Because if you have no leaks, you don't really know what anybody's up to.
You're
They might
missing
be
a lot of
doing some weird shit.
context.
They might be doing some weird shit. Who the fuck knows, okay? Not sure. But when you only get leaks from one side, the assumption is those people are really bad. I didn't get any leaks of those people. Those people must be pretty good. And that is incredibly damaging. Having leaks from only one side only serves to create a false story in your mind. Even if the facts are real, the narrative is fabricated because you don't have all the facts. It's very, very, very hard for people to understand that. And it's very frustrating when people don't, because, yeah. I think of the Sam Harris. Let me see real quick about this.
Maybe I should just roll for.
One thing is obvious. Israel,
Jinx.
for decades, if it had wanted to perpetrate a genocide against the Palestinians, could have done that on any given day. Right? It would have been trivial. Tomorrow, they could kill everyone in Gaza if they wanted. They obviously haven't wanted that. They obviously don't want to do that now. If you were...
This is kind of sort of true. Not really, though, because in the past, Israel needed support from the United States and somewhat from the international community, at least from 67 onwards. There is no way Israel could have genocided the Palestinians. They would have never gotten support from the United States. They would have lost all support from the international community. The Soviet Union and the entire Arab League would have had an insane mandate to go into Israel.
Why does my audio do this? I don't understand.
And destroy the entire country.
I wonder if it does that on my
It would have
stream.
been unbelievable. You could argue that in the early founding of Israel, they could have been more crazy or whatever, but I don't know. It would have galvanized support from the Arab nations a lot more against them. So, I'm not sure.
reverse that balance of power and ask, what would Hamas do? What would jihadist organizations anywhere do? They would kill all the Jews, and they have told us that ad nauseum.
This is probably true. This is probably true.
The founding charter of Hamas said that explicitly. It looked forward to a time where Quranic prophecy would be real.
Because more of the Palestinian radical, I say radical, but pretty popular, is the idea that all of the land belongs to them anyway. So they've got a moral mandate to kick all the Israelis off the land.
When the earth itself would cry out against the Jews, where the rocks,
How much of this did we watch before? I know we watched some of this before, but
the trees would say, "Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew behind me. Come kill him." Right?
Except for one tree.
Except the one tree, yes. Yeah, that's right. So the difference in intention, while people think intention is this abstraction, intention is the software that everyone is running. Intention is the best predictor of what people will do if they're given an opportunity to do it. Right? They have the power to do it. If they have the technology to do it. What will a jihadist organization do if it gets nuclear weapons? What will a jihadist organization do if it gets, a viable?
Yeah, what is their goals? What is their
We know the
intentions?
answers to these
Obviously, it's
questions.
important
These
to the
people have been telling
analysis.
us this for as long as I've been alive, and in isolated cases, absolutely proven to a moral certainty their commitment to nihilism and massacre. I mean, the Islamic State, if you knew the details of what was happening in the Islamic
a little bit. Keep in mind, though, that Israel also has nuclear weapons and has taken everybody else out with them if they feel like they're under threat as well, right?
State, and couldn't understand that these people mean what they say and believe what they say they believe, then you're living on another planet. So anyone who's surprised, the only surprise here is that there was an assumption, and a historically understandable assumption, that Hamas was not as extreme.
Okay. Do you think there is a moral obligation of an occupying force to de-radicalize and rebuild the region of the land that is occupied after war? Maybe, but the occupation is iffy. I'm not sure, yeah. I do agree that if Palestinians were more peaceful... Nah, let me catch up on that modern history and I'll make a stronger statement about that. When you do acts of terrorism, when you blow people up...
Jinx going crazy.
The world notices. I think there actually is. For a while I was a little black-pilled on international affairs, but I think it was actually just due to a lack of education on the topic. I think there is a moral accounting in the world. I think that countries do, at least in like the 1920s and onward. Once we move past like cringe, like kings and monarchs and shit. Okay, that cringy shit in Europe. Why did it take you guys so long to get away from that shit? God, America is so cool. I'm so liberally biased here. I'm sorry that we in 1776 decided to do some awesome shit with our democracy. Okay, I say that was awesome, but then we also had probably the largest accounting of chattel slavery in all of the world history And we didn't let women vote for a while, so okay. Got our pros and our cons. All right, pros and cons. Monarchs have advantages. They provide stability. Sure. Yeah. I think moral authority is actually really important, and I think you probably need to fight for moral authority to have international support for conflicts.
Give me the Jinx 3 so I can keep the win streak going. Fire.
Okay. Where are we at? UK is a monarchy and ended slavery before you. Yeah, I think the United States had a unique... the most chattel slavery was done by Portugal. Don't let America be shamed into taking that title. I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure America, I think, was pretty unique in its engagement with slavery, I think. This is my last question, I swear to God. Do you think 700,000 Palestinians were evicted by Israel in 48? Because from everything I've read, 90% of displaced
Jinx
Palestinians
going
were the result of
crazy.
invading armies and inter-Arab conflicts. So the that displacement is going to be hotly contested, okay? Here are the facts, okay? Israel declared independence in 48. When they declared independence, all of the neighboring Arab countries tried to attack them. Israel fought off, they had a larger army than all of them combined. Israel fought off those attackers, and as they moved out and established their borders, they expelled all of the Arab Palestinians essentially on those lands. Now the debate is whether or not Israel always wanted to expel those Arabs, and people that argue in favor of that will look to citations or quotes from early leaders or early Zionists and say, well, Israel always wanted to rule these lands on their own, or blah, blah, blah. They'll look at something called Plan Dalit, which was a plan to expel, an explicit plan to expel Arab Palestinians from their lands, and then arguments on the other side are going to be, well, Israel initially accepted the partition plan of 47 that would have had them living peacefully alongside Arabs. In their initial declaration, they said that they would work to build a state with Arab Palestinians, and Plan Dalit wasn't actually enacted until after all of the invading Arab armies. There's probably going to be historians that have written entire books literally on just this like 5-year time period, right? From like 44, I think is when the Jewish revolt started. From like 44.
Now I can stop the win streak and start level 8 and build up my Piltover, hopefully.
On everything on this part, on just that one topic, okay? So, yeah, okay. I don't know if there's an easier clear answer right now, but okay. Don't care. Moving forward. Okay. Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. So, just jumped in another research stream.
Yeah, I'm on meth-fueled knowledge acquisition.
Debate or something?
No, Palestine, Israel comes up all the fucking time, and so many people give so many bad takes on this, I've decided to just learn the whole fucking conflict, because I'm just gonna have to fucking do it. And then I can fight against all the stupid historical takes that I hear for all this.
The amount of terrorism defense I've seen the last 2 weeks, I have to like sign off everything, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
The most insane shit.
Do I
what's
want
up?
another challenger?
Nothing much, dude. I just felt kind of bad because I missed your kick and keep stuff, so I just wanted to come in and just say hi. Yeah.
Oh. Hi. I love you, buddy.
No, I had a family emergency just crop up, so that got sorted out. But yeah, kind of missed the kick and keep. I had like told Karanthus about it, everything. I was like, I felt bad.
Oh.
But you know.
Yeah, you're fine. It's all good.
No, but this whole Israel-Palestine stuff is super duper wild. I've seen so many terrible takes being sent around by like Muslim content creators, like that one girl, Frogan or whatever. I had to like unfollow her and everything because it was just annoying. Like I have family and friends. Like one of my closest friends, he's Canadian, but he's Israeli as well too. So like his family members, they just close friends, they just passed away in the IDF too.
Yeah.
And just seeing people like, I don't like what the IDF does as an administration, like obviously, but the amount of people that didn't even know that Israel was like a mandatory conscription is so baffling. It's like these people have all this research like tools available, like the internet, Wikipedia, everything, sources, and they still can't confirm the most basic shit.
Yeah.
It's like Hamas has always been this terror organization, and it's like if we're gonna agree with the terror organization, it's like what the fuck? Like what happened? It's like agreeing with the Taliban or agreeing with Al Qaeda or ISIS. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah, I think that it's just a really good conflict for you to project whatever your personal issues are, right? Like left versus right, capitalism versus socialism, second world versus first world during the Cold War, religious conflict, imperialism and colonialism versus native peoples.
Oh fuck, I just
white.
got
It's
melted.
a really good conflict that you can take any side on based on like how you view through your lens,
Magic damage
the world,
fucked me
and then
up.
you can project whatever truths you want based on that. Yeah, like when you've got people marching as like queers for Hamas. That's like the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, yeah, considering they'd be thrown over a
Yeah.
rooftop any day if they were there. No, it's wild because like the normal take should have been like, hey, we don't like Hamas or the idea of maybe civilians dying on both sides. It's just not a thing we should have. But
Yeah,
it
probably.
really feels like it just feels like everyone that I like listen to on the internet, it's like either they have like this straight hatred of like brown skinned people, or it's just like, you know, Jews or something. You know, it's like one or the other.
Sure.
And it's like so obvious that like this conflict is just a thinly veiled like vehicle to just drive, you know, that level of hate for one side or the other.
Mhm.
I don't know. But I don't know what the fix to this stuff is, man. This conflict has been going on, you know, fucking for longer than we've been alive. Shit, it's not fucking fair, and so.
No.
who knows?
Fucking Warwick is too strong. I need anti-heal.
Other than that, man, it's what else has been happening with you other than researching Israel Palestine?
This is it. Yeah, just this for days and days and days. So.
Fuck it. All right, man. I'll probably hit you up later. But yeah, next kick and keep him totally down. I just felt. Yeah.
You're good. No worries. I love you, bud.
All right, man.
Big
Love you, man. Take care.
It's no coincidence that the poster child
Guess I'll
for
take that.
Israel's war campaign is a conventionally attractive white female, especially given the type of photos people choose to represent her.
Oh, man, come on.
It's like her dancing at a party. I mean, she is pretty conventionally attractive, but I mean, yeah, people are gonna identify probably
Who the
with
fuck
like
knocked
pretty
on
people
his
or people that
door?
look like them or whatever. That's just like like this isn't like Israel or about war, blah blah blah. That's just like normal. That's like a normal human thing. It's sad, but it's true. People tend to identify with like innocent, pretty women or whatever, or children over like other.
Maybe we're
types
getting rid of
people.
Warwick. I don't know.
A really good example of this is, I believe the Reagan administration, was it his wife too? They like denied that AIDS was a real thing. I think nobody in the United States, the thing that drove most people in the US to care about AIDS, it wasn't evil, immoral gay people having sex and musicians and blah, blah, blah. It was when the little kid got HIV via a blood transfusion, right? This Ryan White kid. And it was only when that happened.
Yeah, 'cause they didn't give a
well,
fuck
I don't
about
say
gay
only
people
when it
getting
happened,
AIDS.
but I'm pretty sure when that happened, I
They're
think
like,
that
"Ah, stop
began
being
to be
fucking
a
gay
major
then."
shift in the United States. You could argue maybe this was coming anyways or whatever, but I think this was a huge push for when the U.S. started to take HIV more seriously, because it was like a sad little kid. You're like, oh, kid. Now, is that right? Is it okay? Like, probably not. It's not good, right? We should be empathetic towards more kinds of people. But it's not like this isn't a pretty girl. Yeah, it's not like this isn't like exceptional, like, oh my god, Israel's engaging in some crazy propaganda or whatever, right? But I mean, like, yeah, if you get also, if you didn't want her to be a poster child for this, if you want her to be a poster child for this, you probably shouldn't have, like, shot her in the back of the head, thrown her in the back of a truck with her limbs all broken and f***ed up, and had people spitting on her body when you drive her around a town where the innocent children of Gaza were all cheering and whooping and hollering in celebration of her body being paraded. Like, I mean, Jesus, if anybody
God
made this
damn.
person a poster child of this conflict, it was Hamas, not Israel or the IDF. Like, Jesus, come on. Like, what?
Oh, yeah, no
like,
shit.
Jesus. There's a reason why nobody knows where Bin Laden's body is, okay? There's a reason why we scuttled that in the middle of the ocean or into some f***ing U.S. cryo facility so that people couldn't turn it into some holy martyrdom site. Like, this is so stupid. Also, I'm sorry, now that I'm reading this, it's triggering me even more. I'm sorry. This tweet is triggering me. It's so stupid. Okay? Another reason why this girl is being used as quote-unquote propaganda or whatever, which she is, it's fine to say that, right? It's kind of propaganda. It's not just because she's white and attractive. It's also because, one, she's a dual citizen. I believe she was a citizen of Germany. Two, she's young, okay? And three, she doesn't fit the mold for, like, classic colonial person. She seems like a hippie, like, go-lovey peace person. What are these, dreadlocks? Or dread ends or something, right? Now, her being white, which I think she's white, although, actually, now that I'm looking at her, now I'm not 100% sure. I think she is. But, like, she
She's
probably
pretty
is.
white.
But, like, yeah, I don't think it's just because she's a white. It's like, oh, modern white woman. It's probably the combination of everything that she is, right? Which seems to be, like, young, hippie, party person going to festivals and shit. She's a dual citizen, number one. And number two, the fact that, that I mentioned, this is what I mentioned before, the fact that Hamas makes such a disgusting example out of her, right?
those are the two things that are driving this, more than it just being a random pretty white woman. Okay. Something that's important to note too is every single thing that I'm saying
Fuck 'em up,
about
fuck 'em
how
up.
you can tell Israel and Palestine historically from one perspective or another.
Let's go. The anti-heal is
I bet-
working.
I bet that the people in Israel,
Yes,
the
built
people in
over
Palestine probably have the same issue, where I bet there's probably some massacres or attacks that I could bring up to Israeli citizens that would be like, ooh, I didn't know that happened in the West
Whoa.
Bank. I didn't know we did that in the Gaza Strip.
Massive.
I didn't know that that particular thing happened because they've only heard certain pieces of information, and I bet there are Palestinians that also aren't aware of certain pieces of information too. I'm sure that like this type of singular telling of one side or another. Now I'm sure the average Israeli citizen, the average Palestinian person probably knows more than the people in the West, of course. But I bet even over here, I bet there's like a selective telling effect on both sides for different people. I bet.
I think Netanyahu, even in some ways, benefits from this association with the rabble-rousers on the right.
I don't know if they'll bring it up in this front line, but remember, Rabin was so,
Yes.
Netanyahu was so adamantly
Melt them.
anti-Rabin that he would take part in protests, two of which he was marching at the front of a procession with a black coffin. You know, I don't know if he wanted him to die without whatnot. Like this happened literally months before Rabin was actually assassinated by a far-right, anti-Oslo Accords, like ultra-Zionist person, Israeli citizen, Jewish person.
Country.
That might have been at the very start. Maybe they should have used that. But yeah.
His political system was superheated. It was like a car riding on a highway that had no water left in the radiator. And you could look at the, temperature gauge, and it's all the way in hot.
Is Netanyahu just Putin if he had Trumpers? I haven't gotten deep enough yet into his administration yet to really know, but he seems like not that good of a guy.
No shit.
Is my feeling. But then also keep in mind his background is his brother was killed by, was it full brother or half brother? Was killed by Palestinian terrorists, right? And Netanyahu himself was part of, the special forces that did ops against Palestinian terrorists, the Black September organization. So, I mean, that's his background. That's where he's coming from, unfortunately. Destiny, you were very wrong. Terror attacks is what elects right-wing governments in Israel, not so much external threats. You've missed a few major ones. Also what elected current coalition. No, I'm right. Okay. I don't expect an average citizen.
Oh.
Okay. I don't expect an average citizen to understand or to put aside their feelings, but the politicians should be able to, right? Because the only way this cycle of breaks is for historic leaders to come out and attempt to make things different, right? That's the only. Your take on terrorism is super naive? No, I'm coming at this from like a leadership politician standpoint, not a retarded Twitter user or civilian standpoint, right? Who sees one terror attack and wants to destroy the whole world. Okay, civilians are stupid. All right, it's supposed to be leaders that guide us to better places. Okay, leaders guiding us is what gets us things like the Egypt and Israeli peace treaty, right? Okay, civilians leading us is what happens when after 9/11 we go to war with Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay, that's the difference between like having actual leaders and civilians driving us into places out of fear. Okay. You're wrong. I'm telling you what you're talking about. What ought to be. I'm telling you what happens in practice. I understand what happens in practice. Obviously, this is what happens in practice. But I'm saying that there have to be better. I don't know why I'm repeating myself. I don't know. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I don't know what I'm saying. Never mind. I don't need to repeat myself again. Are you playing Iraq and Afghanistan were unjust or wrong? I'm saying that Iraq and Afghanistan were emotional responses by civilian populations. Okay, those were conflicts where we needed a strong leader, and we didn't have strong leadership. We had weak leadership. That's why Iraq and Afghanistan happened. Without 9/11, Iraq and Afghanistan never happened. There is no Iraq and Afghanistan without 9/11. And 9/11 doesn't justify Iraq, barely justifies Afghanistan. Okay, it's not. Those were emotional, civilian, politically led conflicts. They weren't conflicts led by strong leadership in Washington.
We're talking. It's just the two of us, and there's a demonstration outside.
Afghanistan was a NATO Article 5. I don't think you can compare it to Iraq. Hold on. Wasn't that a NATO Article 5 triggered by Turkey, though? I mean, I'm saying that That's why I said I will say Afghanistan is more justifiable because of Al Qaeda and everything in Iraq. Sure, okay, but 20-year occupation, all that shit, no. Okay. Iraq would maybe happen at some point. Iraq Hawks were a big part of the our coalition. That's fine, but again, okay, it is essential that you have moral authority for coalition building when you go into these conflicts. Okay, the first Gulf War, from everything I understand about it, was an incredibly good war. It was incredibly righteous, okay? We had so much moral authority going into there, okay? The defense of the Kurdish people, the defense of the nation of Kuwait, okay? We had so much moral authority going into that. The second, the Iraq war and the indefinite occupation afterwards is insane, unhinged, okay? Where does the U.S. play in this? Why does the U.S. have an interest in Israel in the first place? Is supporting Israel bad for Biden in 2024? We'll get there in the last 20 years, or in the next 20 years. The role that the United States has played in Israel existing is so much smaller than I ever thought. I don't know if I just, because I've heard right-wingers talk about how important Israel is, or I hear Nazis talk about it, but the role that the U.S. plays in like the existence of Israel is so much smaller than I thought it ever was. I will say that's probably one of the hugest takeaways that I've had coming out of like all of this historically. I thought, and I've said this before, I probably said it, I think even within this year, that like Israel literally exists at the behest of the United States and it's the only reason, blah, blah, blah. That's just so not true. It's so unbelievably not true.
Rabin's widow blamed Netanyahu for contributing to her husband's death.
The Yitzhak Rabin has also produced shock in the Palestinian community.
And said so on worldwide television.
Your husband pointed the finger at Mr. Netanyahu and said, you must stop this incitement. To what extent do you blame Mr. Netanyahu and the Likud for what has happened?
I do blame them. The rally in Kikar Zion in Jerusalem, they chose
him
in the uniform of a Nazi. So Mr. Bibi Netanyahu, now we can say from here to eternity that he didn't support it and didn't agree with it, but he was there.
Oh!
Stop it.
Oh, is that what Netanyahu says now? That he didn't agree with it and he didn't support it?
70, 73, 76.
His close advisor at the time vehemently disagrees.
370.
The attempt to pin
80.
on him
Oh, I should
the
have
Prime Minister is a cheap political propaganda trick that was taken by his political opponents, mostly from the left, in order to delegitimize Netanyahu as a...
Does that include America's support in the Six-Day War? Because I keep hearing from lefties that Israel didn't win that on their own. They won because they were backed by the U.S. and EU. It was 66 when France stopped selling them weapons, and then I think the U.S. started to sell them weapons. Israel won the Six-Day War mainly on their own. I think they were buying some U.S. weapons at that point, but like massive U.S. support, nothing compared to what the Arab states were getting from actual Soviet support. Like the Soviets were
it's
far
GG.
than the Arab countries in that conflict.
Boom. One more round.
I think that the big difference was Israel took all of its military shit very, 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 very seriously. When you see when you see like as we've done the historical reading, notice how like all the same names keep coming up. Moshe Dayan, Sharon, I think, or fuck, Sharon. You see like a lot of these military commanders. If I saw them on paper, I don't remember, but like all these military commanders keep coming up over and over and over and over again. Like Israel is constantly iterating on their battle doctrines. They're constantly iterating on their effectiveness in the field. Like they're doing this work. I think that the Arab states at this time, I don't know why the Jews were better at it. Maybe because a lot of them coming back from Europe were World War II fighters or something. I'm sure there's some early history there to learn.
Yes, Echo, you're going crazy.
Supposedly, according to the Wikipedia articles I read, I don't have in-depth knowledge, but supposedly for Arab nations, they did a lot of promotion based on kind of like family names or based on who the coolest sunglasses. It wasn't very meritocratically based or based on merit. It was just like promotions of like whatever. So everything was just like very sloppy and shitty for a long time. It wasn't until after the humiliating defeat of the Six-Day War that especially Egypt started to take its shit, and I think Syria did as well. They started to take promotion and the actual establishment of real military doctrine more seriously, which is why they were arguably more successful in the Yom Kippur War than they were in the Six-Day War. Right? But yeah, but the Arab countries just weren't as good at fighting for some reason. I don't know why they had that culture of like cool promotion or whatever. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, and then also keep in mind too, okay,
also for like a slightly more dimensional perspective, while I've said it's Arab countries versus Israel, it's Arab countries versus Israel, that has been true, kind of, but it's also kind of not true, and that even though all of the Arabs kind of wanted Israel gone, and they kind of wanted, you know, to take over that land and everything, they were also still in competition with themselves as well. The Arab countries were constantly looking out amongst their own positions in the Arab world, right? A lot of Nasser's exploits in Egypt, or his attempts to, you know, close the Suez Canal and fight with the rest of the world, were because he wanted to be the leader of a united Arab world. Or the different moves that King Hussein made were because he was trying to stay in good favor with other parts of the Arab world. So even though it's all like the Arab nations are kind of against Israel, they're also all kind of vying for their own interests at the same time as well. So they have very complicated and delicate political situations that they're trying to maneuver through as well. While in Israel, they don't have to worry about any of that. In Israel, it's all internal. It's us versus the world. We've got a clear enemy on the outside, and then we just need to iterate on our military doctrines and succeed. You know, there might have been more internal Israeli strife that doesn't come up in the articles from 48 to, I don't know, the 90s or whatever.
This is boring.
Political public and to delegitimize the positions of Likud in the Israeli open political debate.
I remember Netanyahu.
Name one non-Western Arab countries who are competent fighting conventional wars.
Wait a minute. Multicaster. Ooh. Is that like a comp? Or is this... Actually, I'm not looking at the metacomps. It fucks with my brain. I need to just make my own. If I get to like plat, then I'll start looking at the metacomps. I need to be way more comfortable with the champions first. Void multicaster, sorcerer, Demacia multicaster. Demacia element of Galley. That's pretty good. Okay, that's the move, I guess. Seven Demacia, 4 Slayers. Whoa! massive. Let's go. Ionia Invoker. Oh, I should have kept Valkans, honestly. It's bullshit.
A secular democracy where everybody has equal rights. Like that seems like kind of the ideal outcome, because governments shouldn't exist to provide rights on the basis of ethnicity or religion or gender. Governments should provide rights because you're a citizen. Like it should be indifferent to your social category. That's kind of the premise of liberal democracies, I guess.
Wow.
But yeah, that's my summary. It is more nuanced than that, but ultimately that's kind of a TLDR of some of it.
Bro's preaching to the choir, I guess.
It's more fun when somebody disagrees.
Actually, I think government should exist to serve the interests of, the Jewish faith and the purpose of us as the chosen people. And because I said so.
Based in Zionism build.
Any Attack on Titan watchers here?
I have not seen any of those new episodes of that, but I have watched it. It's overrated. So why does it say range versus blue cheese? Obviously blue cheese is better, but I don't know why it says that on the general lobby, but...
Damn, I just noticed that. Alright, I'm gonna make coffee and do stuff.
What is the best?
No,
What's the only
stop.
question?
Stop. Of course he wants to fuck her, but is fucking her a good idea for him in this relationship?
That's pretty real. I mean, like, the way that it worked, right? The way that things kind of went south is like, just he and I slowly just started fighting more and more over time.
He's a guy?
Huh? No, I said she.
He's a guy.
Oh, okay.
It's a she,
Dude.
like a woman? I was about to say, bro, get on Tinder and find another. What the fuck? He's a guy, dude. Replace him. But sorry, I didn't know.
Oh my gosh.
Didn't know he was a guy.
No.
Listen, I'm also bisexual, and if you trip over a guy, I don't know what to say. Like, same for like.
It's not about a guy. It's not about a guy. It's about a woman.
Well, let's not
I know,
assume
but
their
I just-
gender, okay?
We
can assume she's female. We
Okay.
can do that.
If you're bi or you're a hot guy and you trip over one woman or you trip over one guy, you're fucking retarded. I just want to.
Hey, you can't control your feelings, bro. You know.
I feel. Let me give some more
That's-
context here. Let me give some more context. So like, the way it worked, we were in a 2-year relationship, and over the course of like we were both in stressful college courses, so it was like we were able to spend less time together, less time on the romance, and we would just start fighting more. And it like got to the place where like every time we would like call each other or hang out, we were just kind of like anticipating an argument. And from that point, it kind of like just died because like at that point, your relationship's just over.
Well, what's bubbling under the surface that's causing tension and arguments in the first place? Like, what's unaddressed
Well,
there?
there's a story. There's Act 2 coming, I assume.
Yeah, well, sort of. Like just.
Here's my question: is this bitch
Okay.
stupid or not?
But that's not. That's retarded. Let him finish the story.
I'm
This
actually
is
interested
important.
in.
I want to ask him this question. Please let me get this question out, guys.
I got you. All right, I'm listening.
And I want him to answer it.
I got you.
Is this bitch stupid or not?
In what way?
Is she emotionally immature? Is she psychologically and logically inconsistent? Is she just young in the brain?
She's pretty wildly erratically young in the brain.
Yeah,
Oh, dude,
leave
ditch
it
her.
alone.
Don't
Leave it
respond.
alone.
Dude,
Leave it
move
alone.
on.
Hey,
Leave it
everyone
alone.
would say that about their toxic ex.
Abort.
Leave it alone.
But we don't know if it goes
Leave it
both
alone.
ways.
I'm telling
No, people. These guys are
telling you.
wrong.
Nobody
If
who's
it goes both
reasonable.
ways, that's even more reason
Yeah.
for him to leave it alone.
Listen,
I guess.
listen, brother. If you find a woman you actually like and respect, I'm telling you, I'm going through the same situation. There's a girl that I really, really love, but I know she's hot. And you know what? You know, I'm black. I got that internalized racism. So she's mixed and she's beautiful and she's gorgeous and she's zany. She's like a manic pixie girl. I'm telling you, leave that shit alone. There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
Bro, dive
Find
all
a
the way
woman
in
you
there, bro.
actually genuinely find a woman you actually genuinely value and respect. It's the same thing I'm forcing myself to do.
It's never gonna be
Even
over
though I
until
think
it's
it'll be-
absolutely nuked. You just have to go full send into the toxicity.
Exactly. And then here's the
That's
problem.
some good advice.
If here's the problem. If you date illogical people, you're gonna get illogical answers. One day, she's just gonna leave you. Or even if she doesn't leave you, you're just gonna recognize, I am unhappy with this person. And I spent my whole life with someone that I really don't like. I truly don't value this person. They're, like you've already said, she's erratic. She's not who you want in a partner. Understand that. Like, truly take that in. And I know it's hard because as men, we just want to get our cocks wet. And as men, it's really, really, really hard
Pun
to not
intended.
just like feed into that urge.
Well, like,
because you know, we're taught to not really care about like how a woman's mental state is. Like, women are taught from birth, a man has to be this, a man has to be that, a man should take care of you in this certain way. So women learn to discern men and value special men in a certain way, men that they actually like.
You're speaking in big ass
and-
generalizations, but instead of like diving into the specifics of this guy's situation, like who knows what the fuck's going on with this guy?
There's no way he can tell him in specifics. I think that's actually good general advice.
I guess.
Yeah, I like that. Like the only thing that's making the only reason that I'm like even asking about it is because like just the entire emotional, like I love that girl. I still do love her very, very much. Like I've been talking to new girls. Like that's not the issue. It's just more like the thought of things being able to go back to the way they were is so like just racking my brain that I'm like
Never will. I also have to respond
Chase that high
because
forever.
That guy like called me out, and I specifically shut up because everyone would know that you're talking shit. I mean, I guess you have no experience in dating or something, but I knew. That's why I didn't say anything. I knew everyone would know that you're fucking talking out of your ass, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like I said, find a woman you really value and respect, and you actually like, oh, this person is smart, this person is intelligent, I actually value what they have to say in life, I actually feel like they're a life partner for me. Because there's a lot of crazy bitches in the world. There's so many, and listen, this is gonna sound misogynistic. Well, I won't even say it's misogynistic because most men are retarded as well. Find a woman that you actually value and respect. Leave this bitch alone. If you've already told me right now she's unstable, you don't trust her, this, and that, leave her alone, bro. I'm telling you. From personal experience, leave it alone. I'm telling you. It's not worth the trouble.
The overarching idea, right, would be, bro, sex gets old a little bit. You need some girl who actually keeps you.
Don't get old. That's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay.
I get the sense that
marry some
Krona
dumb
is
bitch
probably closer to my age than and you guys are probably on the younger end. At some point, sex is always great, but it does get old, and there are other things.
It's not gonna leave you fulfilled at the end of the day.
Here's my thing. Like I've had sex with girls who would just give it up at any time, and I've had sex with crazy girls who don't give a fuck. The problem is you're never gonna feel fulfilled with a girl that you don't truly trust or value. That's all I'm saying to you, and I want you to truly understand it. And I have to understand this myself. As a young guy, I have the same issue. Like I said, I'm fighting going back to my ex. I think I could. I'm not saying she would accept me back all the way, but I'm pretty sure I could. But it's like, do I really want to put myself through the struggle and strife of dealing with a woman that I think is less than? And from how you've explained her, I think you think and know she is less than. She is not for you.
Well, I would also want to put it like this. Remember when you guys split for whatever reason, it was like a wound. You were cut and you bled for a while. But as time goes on, you know, your blood clotted up and you got a nice scab going on. All you're doing by talking to her is picking that scab. So you need to ask yourself, do you want to bleed more or do you want to heal?
Facts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I like, thank you. I know we were having like a political discussion before all this, and y'all don't really know me that well, but like, thank you. I really appreciate you guys like helping out.
Because listen,
Nice.
women who are like not trustworthy people are the death of intelligent men. I really think so. Just because of the effect they can have on your life. Because most men don't really, you know, they're not active. Hey, what's up, Erman?
Right, just like that. Fuck it. We're just talking to our boys.
Yeah.
What's up, Urban? Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Punk.
What's up?
You said you're a leftist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious about something. I have only talked to white leftists, and they are very specific. No, they'll buy into, so like they're economically leftist, but they also buy into all of the cultural baggage. And I'm not here to like debate anything like the trans stuff or gay stuff or whatever. So my question is, in the black community, amongst black leftists that you know, are they as in line with the whole trans stuff, gay stuff, as white leftists are, or is there some differences there?
Nigga, there are no black leftists. There are none. There are very few, and the ones that are, yes, they will.
Leftism isn't any actual serious economic worldview. It's all cultural bullshit.
Listen. If I go up to the average black person in my community, they're gonna say voting is fake. Donald Trump is the real president. Gay people are like a fucking satanic, a satanic wash of the American community. Like the average black person is like hella conservative to the point where they don't believe in voting.
No, that's so wrong.
What?
That's so wrong that it doesn't even make any sense.
They're more socially conservative, but a lot of them support more economical left.
My opinion on black people.
Hey, listen. All I have to do is show you the stats, right? 92% of black people vote Democrat.
So I have a question.
92.
Of those that vote.
As a black person,
I want to ask him a question.
Does that make They're more socially conservative, but not economically.
Let him ask me a question. Let him ask me a question. Sorry, go ahead. Question hammer.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. When you say black people on average are more conservative, do you mean that they hold a more, like, I guess, traditionalist and straightforward worldview, or how you like believe in
people bad, women stay in the kitchen, people follow the men in their society, men should be strong, men should be powerful, etc., etc. Yes, most black people.
So, like, just
Can I be incredibly racist? Really quickly. Which is just to say, there is no group in America. It doesn't matter how you group them. There is no single group that votes like black Americans do. They all vote in the same way in Democrat.
You keep
How
saying
is that racist?
It's more than 90%. It's more than 90% of black people.
Of the ones that vote.
Way.
Where's the racism?
Of the ones that vote, exactly. That's my point.
Of the ones that vote. 90% of them vote Democrat.
Yes.
Yeah. And then here's the problem. The problem is there's a massive disparity between the amount of black women who vote and black men. Like, black men vote significantly less than black women, and that's also skewing the numbers.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
That's the problem. When I talk about these like conservative ideas, I am mostly talking about black men, but there are a lot of black women who generally view the world the same. As in, okay, say for instance, I'm bisexual. If I go out and I tell most black women that I'm dating, or that I'm trying to date, hey, I'm bisexual, I'm immediately excluded. They're like, nigga, you're gay. Like,
I learned that lesson. I used to hook up with this black girl, and we were talking, and this was back in my lefty liberal retard phase, and so here I thought, oh, you know, she's black, she's progressive and down and everything, and I'm like, yeah, I'm bi, you know, and she literally looked at me and she's like, that's disgusting. I do not want anything to do with you anymore. Dude, I was blown away. Like, we fucked, dude, like, a lot. And then the moment she found that out, I was garbage. It was hilarious. But, like, opening.
No, for sure. Sorry. Black women don't like bi men. And the only black women that I've had that liked bi men were just black women who were so obsessed with me that they were just like, oh, I don't really care anyway. That's literally it. Most black women, if you tell them off the bat I'm bisexual, they're gonna be like, that's disgusting. You like dick in the booty. That's gay as fuck. And here's the thing. Here's the thing.
She actually said those exact words. That's gay.
Yeah, no, literally. And the black women who do like you, even though you're bisexual, they will throw it in your face as soon as they're angry at you. That's it. Like, as soon as
they just start calling you gay or something.
That's normal.
Exactly. The only black woman I've dated that was like completely cool and not giving a fuck about it was like my mixed girlfriend, which was like the same crazy bitch that I'm talking about. She left me for like some fucking masculine lesbian woman, and now I guess the masculine lesbian woman just wanted to have sex. And now she's trying to come back in my life, and I'm like, not really. Like, fuck that.
Fuck
so shit
that,
like
dude.
that. Yeah, but that's the point. Like, yeah, black women and black people in general are hella conservative.
Well, it depends on what you mean by conservative. Obviously, they have socially conservative attitudes, but they also probably more in support of Black Lives Matter and more left-leaning economic policies, while also having.
It's like they're socially conservative, but they're easily manipulated.
So they're obviously going to be voting for like Biden over Trump, even though they might be more socially conservative.
No. But here's the issue. You keep saying that, but the black people I'm talking about, the black people that I'm talking about, don't believe in voting. They just don't. That's
well,
why
a lot of
most
them
the black
don't. But
population doesn't vote because they don't believe in it. They don't think it's real.
I mean, you're literally making the black population sound like 130 IQ to me, because they're absolutely correct here. Voting is bullshit.
No, it's not. Shut up.
No, dude,
That's the foundation of democracy.
I do not believe in democracy. I think it's all an absolute sham, and we need to get rid of it for like the real shit. Like, I don't.
What is the real shit? What is the real shit?
Fascism. Fascism.
So, I am a right-wing authoritarian.
Yep,
I wouldn't
just say it.
fascist, but yeah.
Wait, who said that?
Okay, why would I listen as a smart black person who's not a fucking retard who actually believes in voting?
Yeah,
why would
you're
I?
barely there.
Why would I? What? Motherfucker, did you say barely that?
I said you're barely there. Go ahead.
No. Listen.
I'm joking with you. I was just a joke.
You just being a dick. Don't worry.
I know you're just joking, but I want to say, listen. In comparison to other black people, motherfucker, I'm Destiny.
Okay, go.
Listen,
Okay.
I know who I am, bitch. Like, don't play with me. I'm Death Row.
That's questionable. That's questionable. Keep going.
Listen,
we'll find out.
I'm smart for a black person. I promise, guys.
We'll see.
That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Hold on, Punk, what were you saying?
I'm the Black Destiny.
The point being, listen, you might be able to convince or fool other black people for voting for you, because a lot of black people do support like sort of fascistic ideas, in the sense that they don't think gay people should be allowed, they don't think women should have rights, etc., right? But they would be retarded to vote for you, because even if you don't support these ideas, these sort of conservative, fascist-leaning ideas would aid in our complete oppression. Like, that's...
No, you're not.
This is where things are crazy.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna say you are correct. It would lean in that way. No, he's right. It would set up a belief in natural hierarchies, and then it depends on where we go. Now, if we step towards the realm of Christian fascism, if we're going to go in that direction, there's actually a chance that won't be the case. Now, I know Christians get a bad rap, and everybody likes to say, oh, they're the big racists, but like the more Christian I have become, the way less racist I have become. All the true Christians I know, and I say, when I say true Christian, I mean Bible-believing Christians, they legitimately, like, no, dude, you're God's children. Now, the thing is, but what we'd love to do is take the seculars and tie them to a stake and set them on fire. No, I'm not saying all Christians. I'm saying
the problem is a lot of people who say that they're Christian.
I gotta be honest, man. Like, I know it's anecdotal, but like, the most racism I've ever experienced in my life has come from the like mouths of Bible thumping Christians. I gotta be so
what?
real.
What? Where? When? When?
But
When did
here's
you
the
get-
thing. Listen,
Hold on. I
as a
don't
black-
believe. Oh, real quick. I don't believe most.
I'm gonna
people
agree
say
with
that.
you.
What do you mean?
When did they say
Wait,
that?
who agreed with me?
Old white Christians are like the most racist fucking people in America.
Yeah, straight up.
Like, if you've ever actually been around people in the South or anywhere and gone to church every Sunday, you're literally hearing racism
Think
openly.
about the correlation and think about literally what you
so
just
wrong.
said.
That's
You,
so
no,
dumb.
hang on. You literally just said old white Christians. Now, the younger
That's most of
generation
them.
is more the younger generation is more secular and less Christian. So Christians are predominantly older. Older people tend to come from times where race wasn't as understood, so they tend to be more racist. You're drawing the correlation.
I'm not saying
between-
Christian equals
No,
racist, but there's a big correlation between the people who are Christian and also old and white and racist. Not necessarily meaning you're racist if you're a
That's
Christian,
bullshit.
but there's
That's
big
bullshit.
correlations. You can't deny that people who
There's
are
no
around Christian
correlation.
I
circles.
feel like that doesn't sound right. I don't.
No.
If you actually look at Christian doctrine, I don't see where you could draw where it's like racism good.
It's
like,
not from
no,
Christian
I
doctrine.
don't
I'm
think
saying the
so.
opposite.
Absolutely.
All I'm saying
I don't
is
think they're
Christian
close
is
to
a
it.
social circle.
Man.
Most people aren't actually care about
No.
Christian doctrine at all. It's just a social circle of old white people.
That's why I said Bible believing.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not.
Okay. So, I think that like it doesn't, and I don't think that like Christianity just automatically equals racism.
Yeah, obviously
I,
not.
like that's ridiculous. But I feel like the way that Christians, like maybe certain Christian sects more than others, are very, very sectarian in the way that they like espouse their beliefs and espouse their like view on other religions. I would think that that kind of
Oh,
allows for a more
tell me-
xenophobic
tell me-
mindset.
Tell me more about Muslims, right?
No, well, hang on.
Hey,
Okay.
we're not
You
defending
won't.
Muslims
You
either.
won't. You
You're-
won't.
Fuck
you
those
make
Muslims.
a point. You make it, Chinholia, and I wanna stress. For some reason, in modern America, we consider Mormons to be Christian, and Mormons are, in fact, not Christians,
No, they're not.
but they are counted amongst Christians, and they actually have racism in their doctrine.
That's
So,
not true.
Real quick.
It is
why,
absolutely true. Read Joseph Smith, bro.
That's
Come
not
on.
true. That's,
No, wait,
I was raised Mormon. I was
wait,
raised Mormon.
wait.
Then you know this.
Yeah, then I know you're lying.
Okay, well, we'll get on. Okay. Okay,
Mormon
listen to
defender
Chinholia,
in
and then I'm gonna
the
talk to
call.
Ron.
Mormon defender.
Like we were in the, okay. So like I'm curious in your mind because like this isn't like a crap question or anything. Like what in your mind separates like disallows Mormonism from being like a branch of Christianity?
Okay, so in order to be Christian, you need to believe in the Christian God. The Christian conception of God
Jesus
generally
Christ.
is the Trinity. No, hang on, let me finish. You know better than that. Is the Trinity who has always existed since time immemorial. The Mormon, and they are one and the same. They are the three, the Trinity, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. However, in Mormon theology, the Creator God is not the same as Jesus. They are separate entities. Jesus is a created divine being separate from him, and you are able to attain a sort of spiritual godhood. And those that the Creator himself was considered to be a man at one point. Are you going to deny that that is a part of the Mormon
Well,
doctrine?
to be fair,
It's true.
there's a lot of Christian denominations, and
Sounds like
the ones that believe in
Christianity
the
was
Trinity
Christian.
obviously are going to say the ones who
I
don't
know,
aren't
I'll
Christian.
take that.
But there's also a
We're
ton
good.
of denominations who don't believe in the Holy Trinity but still call themselves Christians. Obviously, if you don't agree on that, you're not going to think the other side is technically a Christian. But
Well, okay, so when you're talking, like, for instance, like Pentecost, like oneness Pentecostals, I'm not going to throw them out with the bathwater. at all, or like if you're like a modalist, for instance, yes, that's considered a heresy. But I mean, yeah, you're a Christian as well, and I mean, yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses are
those two are
definitely a cult,
Mormons
but
are
they're
Christians.
also Christian. And Mormons are not Christian. Bullshit.
No,
I mean,
Mormons are
under the
Christians.
definition that he
And-
gave,
and-
which I think was pretty like well constructed, I don't think that they technically count as Christians because like the Trinity is like,
what does it mean to be technically Christian?
Yeah, arguing over the label
That-
doesn't
that
really
is
mean
where
much
we're going
anyways.
at.
It's all subjective, right? Like
That is the point. Is that in my opinion, I could be wrong. My opinion, what it means to be Christian is that you believe in the Bible, and Mormons believe in the Bible, right? They have their own addition to it, just as the Jews do, right? But they're all Christian.
Jews don't believe in the same God either. I argue with my pastor about this all the time.
well, they
Jews
do believe in the same God.
They absolutely do not, because the God that we believe in is a three-part God. Jesus is God. Hang on. And if Jews do not accept Christ, then they do not accept God in his totality. Therefore, they reject him and do not believe in the same God. They believe in a God that is a figment of their imagination.
It's a different interpretation of it for sure.
Okay,
You can
buddy.
say that their
I
interpretation
mean,
is
like,
so
if
wrong.
we're
They don't
gonna-
believe in the God that I believe in.
Tomatoes, tomatoes.
But
let's definitely not get like accusatory about other religions. That's just like
Oh, well, no, I
they're
don't
all
mind
cults. I just
being
accuse them all.
accusatory. Well, and that's fine.
like, I
and
could say, oh, the Christian God is like fucking imaginary. 'cause I don't
Certainly,
believe in a Christian
certainly
God.
you
I'm a Jew.
can. You can say that, and I'm fine with that. I'm just saying from my lens, from my perspective, specifically the perspective and lens that I'm speaking from at this moment. Now, am I going to give a Mormon a crap for their theology or beliefs, or a Jew, a Mormon crap for their beliefs? Absolutely not. I don't care. They don't have to.
you can criticize them in a productive way. But
I
you don't
wouldn't
wanna, like,
either, but
there's no
but
point
the same
doing that.
same degree that I say that Mormons are wrong is the same degree that I say that Christians are wrong.
I don't know. I would say, even from like a secular
I
worldview.
understand there's difference. I understand there's difference, but it's the same base idea, the same base logic.
And just out of curiosity, you say that racism's not baked in. So
I
the
didn't
dark.
say that.
Oh, it sounded like you did. I
Someone
meant
said
into I meant into Mormon theology. I was just gonna ask. In Mormon theology, I forget. Maybe you can remind me. Why do some people have dark skin and some people have white skin? I completely forget. Can you help me out here?
I'm not Mormon, so I don't know.
okay. It's because they're cursed.
Someone was saying they were raised
That's
Mormon and saying
bullshit.
that.
That is bullshit.
Not bullshit.
That
it's
is a
true.
lie.
That's literally in the Mormon theology. Also, black people were banned from joining the church until
Yeah.
They
come
were
on.
until when? Until when?
1970
Mormons,
something.
I don't think
It's-
anybody's gonna like contest the point that Mormons
There's-
really like to get silly.
There's no.
I mean, yeah,
alright,
Mormon.
I'm
Well,
not.
not
Mormon
silly,
is
it's
a
racist.
religion, but like it is true that in Mormon theology, dark-skinned people are cursed. I think because they were either non-believers or they sided with the wrong side.
No, no, no. It was straight from the Bible. The
It's
the
not
reasoning.
From the Bible, it's from the Book of Mormon.
No, the
It's-
reasoning was from the Bible about the Cain and Abel and shit. I don't know the specifics.
No. It's to do. Initially, it's to do with Native Americans, right? And then I think it gets expanded.
No.
To be fair, most of the time, and this was a rare example. I tend not to actually enjoy discussing religion, so we can move on from this.
Yeah, I just like.
Wait,
I
was I
feel
here
like
before?
debating about religion is such a black hole of like fucking nothingness.
It goes
Like,
it goes nowhere good. It just hurts feelings, and like legit. Here's my belief. I believe in two religions. I believe in religious spiritual belief and seculars, and I wish all people who had religious belief would get together in Minecraft. And anywho, let's go.
Right. I mean, it only started because we were talking about how a lot of Christians are racist, and then you were like, well, true Christians aren't racist, and it's not inherently Christian.
Sure, fair.
I want to hear him finish the sentence.
Whatever.
No, he can't. But
Oh no, that was the end, bro. A buffer issue. Sorry, it's done.
Okay. We're good.
Of course, Christians are in the middle ground, right? Where they're like trying to be friendly to everybody. They're trying to make like some kind of moral grounds. We're dealing with many religions from all different fucking sides who think different things. I was raised Mormon, and I'm not religious at all now. And I think obviously, like I assume most people on this channel, all of it is bullshit. Whether, it doesn't matter what religion you choose. So I think but
I would reject everything.
Maybe
but
real quickly. I don't think that I don't know if it agrees with me or not on this. I think there is a lot of value in religion, in the structure that religion creates, which is like a friendly atmosphere, anyone can join kind of thing, right? Like
that's the existence of religion in the first place, social cohesion, right?
Right.
But
this is actually why I'm against liberal democracy, is because I think people need something to latch on to and believe, and what we end up doing is we follow these
if you believe
these
in
cults. I don't believe in democracy. I think it's absolutely silly.
Instead of saying what we don't believe in, I think it would be better if we just established our positions.
Okay, my position. I think that liberal democracy, or any kind of democracy, tends to favor people in power and influence, and they influence other people with power influence to propagate certain ideas amongst the downtrodden masses who do not have the time, inclination, or energy to actually be engaged in policy and what's going on, and so they are easily led through social engineering and manipulation to further the interests of the people who already maintain power. So I say that it is an illusion, and instead what I would suggest is we absolutely drop the veil, we get rid of the illusion, and then we have people who simply dictate openly, based on whatever mechanism, I'm not 100% sure, on what is best for society in a kind of systemic manufactured way. However, I think that this can lead to a lot of horrors and atrocities, as we can see through history. So I think this needs to be done with a spiritual component that uses some sort of scripture. I would say Christianity, but I think Islam would work equally as well, to use as a moral blueprint to guide that system.
Yeah, and that's the antithesis of liberal democracy.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm not a liberal democrat. I don't believe in it.
Basically a groyper, right?
I am not a groyper.
That doesn't sound like groyper ideology.
Well,
it sounds like mob.
Christian nationalism,
Almost
whatever.
every part of that was a good idea, except the end.
Oh my god.
Look, the thing is, liberal democracy isn't perfect. Democracy isn't perfect, but there's not much better alternative other than authoritarianism or fascism, which is just a step behind democracy. Obviously, we still have things that influence society, different powers at play, where democracy isn't perfect. But if you have a secular worldview, and it's not just everyone tied to one doctrine, you have to have different people with different sets of ideas be able to come together and run society, and you have to have a strong institutions and systems of democracy to make that happen. I don't know. I don't know. Unless you are subscribing to a specific religious worldview, you can't really advocate for an authoritarian state like that. So.
I would agree. It would necessitate some sort of cultural cohesion. I often joke and say that my worldview, I would call it neo-Hellenism. And this is, and I don't actually mean in the Greek sense, but in the sense that what we need to do is we need to culturally indoctrinate everybody within the West, to agree upon a certain ideology, specifically spirituality, and it's going to cause a lot of hurt in the end. But I think it's necessary.
But what you're getting at is actually the dissolution of what is actual democracy, right? And I agree with you. By the way, I agree with you that we need this. But How do we do it?
Well,
all of this is
go on,
downstream from your religious
well, like,
views, though.
because I would quite like a direct answer to the question, because I feel like you're it's a little early for me, and so perhaps I'm a little bit less open-minded than perhaps I should be. I haven't been up for long, different time zones and all, right? But it sounds like you're circling some batshit crazy stuff, right?
Okay.
So I'm kind of looking for.
Wait.
So you're looking for
more direct
let him
answers
finish.
from you.
Okay. What I
So I'm
said.
looking for
Let
some
him
more
finish.
direct answers from you, basically. So, like, what is your solution?
Well, so when you said it's gonna cause a little hurt,
You
that
said
what-
it was going to cause a little hurt, and I want you to go into more detail on what that means.
Okay, more detail. Any kind of large social, political change that is revolutionary or rapidly changing is going to have consequences. We can look at this through history, like we can look at the Great Leap Forward, the 5-year plans, all of that leading to famine and mass death, because you just can't calculate for all the variables. So when we go through great social changes, taking down institutions and building up other ones, that is just going to cause hurt. It's just going to cause death.
Okay,
It's
I'm
going
gonna
to cause
I'm going to be a little bit more direct, okay? So,
okay,
so
sure.
you want like a theocratic dictatorship, right? So what happens to people that aren't like Christian?
I
in your
don't want a
theocratic
theocratic dictatorship. I would more along the lines of like a dictatorship informed by theocrats.
How's that any different? What's the distinction with no difference there?
When I think of hang on. When I think of a theocratic dictatorship, I imagine you're thinking like the Pope is the emperor. But what I'm talking about is there is a secular person in power, but who is informed and checked by a religious authority.
Does religious freedom exist in this world?
No.
You're getting dissuaded, bro.
Definitionally, it cannot exist.
Okay.
I mean, this is all
so
fine.
What happens to people that aren't a part of the preferred religion?
Re-education.
Well, they have to convert.
Yeah, or what?
Or what?
They're dead, bro.
No, well,
it's simple.
Or they can't live in our country.
I mean, I'm not the one who's like mandating. That's obviously for the people.
But you're the one who's advocating for the position, right? So I want you to line it out.
I mean, obviously this will never happen in the real world. It's just this guy's pipe dreams, but...
Of course it happened. It already
happened. I do think that we are coming towards a point where there is going to be some sort of... Oh gosh, I sound like one of those ridiculous people Destiny makes fun of.
You are. You are. You are.
No, I am very self-aware, okay? But I do think we are heading towards a kind of collapse, and I think in moments of collapse, uncertainty, famine, struggle, what happens generally is authoritarians do rise up. I do think that there is a thirst for answers. People are wondering, people are hungry for these kind of answers, for the security.
Dude, why do you think we're coming to a collapse? Where are you getting that from?
Because social cohesion is flying off the rails. And maybe I am being manipulated by the media, and maybe I'm just looking into it too much and negatively, but from my perspective, there is no singular American dream. There is no singular American ideal. There's a million different... No, hang on.
That is the American dream, though. But, sorry.
Then finish.
Historically, has that been the case? Are you really going to say that?
Yeah, it's the kind of deal is you can manifest your own destiny, right? Like,
Go for the finish.
Wait. Okay. Here's the thing that I have been... Here's the thing that I have an issue with. It was talked about a little bit earlier. And this is a problem with like Destiny and most liberals. Most liberals will talk about this idea and keep in mind, I'm a liberal as well. Most liberals will talk about this idea of, okay, how are you going to defend your ideology, right? Basically, and what it comes down to is violent murder, violent, taking over, violent like controlling of the popular opinion. And this common like retort that liberals like myself will offer is they'll be like, oh, what is in place to keep your form of ideology afloat. And then they'll kind of use that as an argument against someone with extremist views. My problem with that is I don't understand why us liberals act like extreme action isn't.
Do you think that convert or die is a tenet of liberalism?
Basically, yes. If there's
No,
a
it's
Nazi
not.
in our country,
That's the opposite of liberalism.
If there's a Nazi in our country, are we just gonna let them like legally and electorally?
Yes, Nazis can
power?
vote
Yes,
in a
that
liberal
happens-
democracy.
yeah,
That's the
happens
point.
That happens in America and in most of the free world. Yes, Nazis are allowed
And
to
you're
be
okay with that? And you're
Yes,
okay
that's
with
the
that?
whole point of
I
democracy.
fucking despise Nazis, but like you can't throw them into camps, and liberalism.
Why?
Like
That's the
agrees
problem
Because
with
they have
liberalism.
fundamental rights. That's the whole
Why?
point of
Well,
liberalism.
if you're saying, if
Yeah,
you're
but
saying
They want to
liberalism-
undermine
if
these
you're saying-
rights.
If you're saying
Yeah,
that
and the strength of
liberalism,
the fact that we
Nazis
can
just take
uphold.
power, and you're okay with that, and you won't do anything about it, then I can't.
No, of
agree
course
with
I'll do something
just
about it, but that's
crazy.
not like but
Yeah, no,
the
but
way
you
that
But
I
we
do something
believe the
about it-
marketplace of ideas will come out on top, and through democracy, those ideas will be demolished without having to eradicate people who have authoritarian views.
But
Right?
if they're not, you won't kill
Then
them.
democracy failed. The democracy failed then.
This is
This is the hold on. Okay.
That's the issue with liberal ideology. The fact that if I say Nazis take power in your country, you will not kill them. You won't raise up.
No,
you
if
won't
Nazis
say
take
If they
hang
took
on,
power,
hang on,
yeah.
slow down,
They're not
right?
going
Because there's two different things. Nazis are allowed to exist, unfortunately, right, in liberal society. But in the event that Nazis win, right, and let's say they take control, then the answer is at that point violence, obviously, right? But until we get to that point, right, like they're allowed to fucking do their shopping, spout their shit on their garbage little 4chan boards, right? Like fucking do whatever they want to do, right? Because we believe in like
Yeah,
these
but
freedoms.
if Nazis somehow
Like,
take power through the system of democracy, that I don't believe that's possible. And if it was, that would undermine democracy as an idea in the first place. So.
Yeah.
I have a question for
and then you
Jackus
go,
and Nelly.
you engage in violence to protect the democracy because Nazis are not democratic.
You guys believe that the state has a monopoly on violence, right? Like that's just how states work. You'd
That's
agree
the
with
law,
that, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the law.
Okay, so the thing is, when a state enacts a law, any state, not just a fascist state, liberal states too, all their laws are backed up via the threat of violence.
Sure.
So if you consider that, aren't we really just having a policy debate about
correct.
what should be targeted with violence and what shouldn't?
Well, yes, we are. Just the difference between democracy and authoritarianism is people have a say in what the laws are, other
I
than
don't
it
feel
being
that they
forced on
do,
them.
though. That's my problem with liberal democracy. If you actually, to use a thing Punk said, if you look at the data, it does kind of come out that our representation does not do anything that the voters actually want. There is
It
something
does.
else
It's just
going
everything
on.
is way more complicated than it looks when you actually dive into it.
Firstly, they do a lot of things that the people that vote for them want, right? You just have to look at like the legislation that gets passed, right? If we just look at like Joe Biden right now, he's passed a ton of things that the people that voted for him wanted, right?
Well,
now
what?
there's obviously so the massive infrastructure bill, was what
You're kidding.
Inflation Reduction Act, Build Back Better, the expansion of
Like,
child tax
Build
credit,
Back Better was
foreign
what he
policy
ran on, and
decisions
he has
in
had the
Afghanistan,
biggest
Ukraine,
bill of all time,
like
right? The Medicaid bill, right, where like people stopped getting, where old people
See
stopped
how we
getting
get
like,
lied
price
to?
gouged for like insulin, right? Like and stuff like that, right? Like these are
Even people on
bills
Discord
that
will
people
lie to you,
wanted.
just like that.
Well, how? Explain. Is the infrastructure bill not real?
Yes, it's not.
is there not a real
Do you
distinction
live in
between
America?
Republican and Democrat and the elected officials and
Do you
what they
live in
propose
America?
based on
You
what
I
the
don't live in America, but I
Have
don't
you
need
seen?
to.
Have you seen any fucking highways being fucking worked on? No, you
All
don't.
the
I know
time.
you don't know because you don't live here. So, fucking shut up for a minute, just 1 minute.
Okay, so where did the the billions upon billions upon billions of dollars?
I'd love to know. I'd love to know.
They're going
Right,
into
just
tons of
just
programs.
because in your town you haven't seen a new road, right? Like
No, look at
there's
that
been-
bullshit. You don't live here, bro.
That is what you're saying, though. You're like, I haven't seen a new building built in my town, so the money's fake.
Don't pull that "you don't live here" bullshit, man. Like,
no, that is perfectly no. If you're gonna like defend this shit, yes, you're wrong. So yes,
yes, you're wrong.
Yes.
Great argument.
If you want to ask everyone here if they've seen any infrastructure improvements, right? You could do that.
Do you think that once a bill is passed, magically all the shit's just gonna get improved instantly?
I know that.
You don't even know what's in that bill, and I can already tell because you're just making up random shit.
Listen, there's not that's not necessarily the best argument for our position.
It's horrible because it's like patently untrue, right? Like
it wasn't an argument. It was it was a throwaway comment.
New infrastructure going into your country.
Nobody voted for Joe Biden for the infrastructure BS. You know what he was big on, and which I was actually excited for. I didn't like Joe Biden, but the fact that he was like big on the student loan thing, the student loan thing, the student loan thing, and then what happens is he comes in and he does this weird, well, actually, we're just gonna knock off $10,000, and then it turns out that was just some BS that they weren't even able to pass through, which really pissed me off. I'm pretty sure this was the fault of the Republicans, but even if the Republicans voted in, it still wasn't Joe Biden trying his best. It was a conciliatory, like, here's your tissue consolation prize. Like, that was the
he has tried the student loan things in multiple different ways, and recently just got it passed.
That's a perfect example. Are the Europeans, you, Punku, are you going to tell us we got to win on that?
Okay, so who? Punku?
Punk, the guy at the
Punko?
Okay.
Are you going to tell us we got to win there? All the Europeans are fucking have so much opinions on our fucking bills here. Are you going to tell us that we got to win on that?
Yes.
Listen, there's problems with Joe Biden's policy, and there's things that I don't agree with. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of quote-unquote lefty policy is somehow just like corrupt or like bad.
Or all democracy is fake. Like they're trying to.
It is, though. That's not what I'm saying.
You guys are saying you don't believe in democracy. It's a fabrication.
Slow down, guys. The statement that was made that we're pushing back on is that you guys said, right, that the governing powers don't implement any of the stuff that the votership wants, right? And we're pushing back on that. Now, to say that the nobody voted for Joe Biden because of the infrastructure bill is an insane thing to say.
Yeah, not for that alone, but for a set of ideas that he represents, which includes things like investing.
Hang on, can I
right? Let me finish.
That is so dumb.
His entire campaign, right, was Build Back Better. His whole thing was the infrastructure bill. Why are you laughing? If you do like a weird Joker laugh, it doesn't help you.
It sounds like you actually believe it.
No, hang on. Can I respond, Jackus?
If you do like a Joker laugh, it doesn't help your case. It makes you see.
Do you think it Build Back Better anything? I know you don't live here, so you don't give a fuck about anything.
Okay, let the people who are actually trying to make an argument talk, my god.
If you look at any of this money, tell me where it went to infrastructure.
No, hang on.
I guarantee you won't.
You've already renovated.
You clearly don't know. See.
You've already renovated. I'm answering his question. So you've already renovated 81 different airports. You've built a new berthport at Tampa Bay. You're constructing a pedestrian. You're constructing a massive pedestrian bridge in Phoenix. Right, you're installing a new snow melting system in New Hampshire. Right, you're asking where it's going. I'm telling you. Right. So do you want me to repeat that again? So
go, keep going. No, keep going.
Okay, grand. So out of those, because I don't want to gish gallop you here, right? So I mentioned 5 things there. So which one are you saying hasn't happened?
We spent. Do you know how much we spent on that bill? How much was it?
About.
Was it 5 billion? Was it 10 billion?
It was like 100 billion, maybe.
It was 100 billion. That's right.
I think you're missing the point. What you're saying?
I'm not missing the point, but go ahead.
Okay, I think what you're saying. Well, no, what you're saying is that you're pushing back, and people did vote for him for infrastructure reasons. You're right. I misspoke. What I meant to say was that was not his primary running thing, but that infrastructure is a big thing, and that is sort of a thing he did. But from my understanding of the infrastructure bill, a lot of it is funding and subsidies for green energy theoretical products, and also not theoretical products, but like a lot of like R&D research for that.
Yeah, investing into modern technologies for agriculture and things like that is a part of it.
Am I mistaken? Am I incorrect in that?
Yeah, so it's for bridges, roads, public transit, broadband, water, and energy systems.
Okay, how much money went to R&D for, or anything related to R&D?
$2 billion for agricultural research to advance American food and agricultural systems, global competitive.
Guys, okay.
$1 billion for land grants.
I mean, to be fair, Punko, we're bringing the receipts and they're not really arguing back, apart from saying it's not true. So it makes me wonder.
Dude, do not say that to me, sir. I am conceding and agreeing.
Well, actually, you're right. Clarion, you are engaging in good faith. Chrono is not. Right? So, like.
What do you mean I'm not engaging here?
You're not engaging in anything. You're just saying you're wrong. You're British. Shut up.
You're just saying, yeah, you don't live here, you're wrong. that's all
you haven't presented anything where I can disagree with.
What the fuck? I brought up 5 different specific infrastructure projects that were funded by this.
He said he doesn't believe in democracy. He believes it's all fake. He doesn't believe the bill's doing anything because he hasn't seen a road being built in his town.
So it's like, what can I do at this point, Chrono? How do we have a progressive conversation?
I mean, the guy was raised in a fucking Mormon cult, so I don't know what to expect.
I'll respond to you after, but Punky, go ahead.
Okay, so I just looked it up, right? So you guys said that however many billions of dollars that Joe Biden just fucking put into our I think it was R&D. Someone said that specific.
That's part of it.
Word or whatever, right? So I'm assuming that's referring to infrastructure. So I don't know if that's the case or not, but I'm just assuming that's referring to infrastructure.
It's part of it.
From what I understand, I literally just looked it up. I'm on CSIS.org analysis, right? And it looks like it's talking about our infrastructure damage. And I found that in 2021 alone, we had $95 billion in infrastructural damage due to climate issues, right? $95 billion alone in 1 year. And you're saying Joe Biden offered us, what, 100-something billion? Is that what you say? And this is 1 year of damage?
Well, okay,
it works out to about like so the total bill was 550 billion, but it was over 5 years. So I'm terrible at maths, divide that by 5 per year.
Yeah, and that money will give dividends. Like 100 billion in damage versus 500 billion invested is different.
Okay, but even you guys not see that you're right. Investment is going to cause fear in the sense of like how we're going to solve the issue with our infrastructure.
It'll give bigger returns than the amount that we put in. That's the whole point.
That's exactly our point. That's exactly our point. We're not donating enough to our own American infrastructure that keeps this massive, beautiful country that's producing so much wealth going. We're not even like reinvesting in our own.
Well, we're doing the best we can, but in democracy we have to contend with Republicans and Democrats fighting.
How well can you really do when all of your suggestions are non-Americans?
What are you talking about?
I don't think them being American.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I don't think that them being American.
I live in America.
Not, I don't think that affects their opinion. Like one of the people,
Larian?
Yeah.
Here's something that you've got. So I think I'm the only non-American in the call, right? Here's something you've got to understand.
Mm-hmm.
When America catches the flu, the rest of the world catches a cold. I have a duty to be invested in American politics because what happens in your country, because you are the global hegemon, affects what happens in my country.
America's got the culture victory.
So it's important that I am informed on what's going on in your nation, because what happens with you will likely something similar will likely happen.
That, how do you get informed on us? I'm curious. Do you watch CNN or what? How do you get informed?
This guy votes for Trump.
I don't watch traditional news outlets. I tend to. There are various ways in which I get my news. A lot of it comes from here, and then I research it from what I learn.
Twitter, articles, social media, online stuff. There's a whole media zeitgeist.
I'm gonna be very
There are a lot of
controversial.
different ways in which I get my news.
I'm gonna be very controversial. Did you get the 3rd jab?
Did I get the 3rd jab?
Yep.
I don't want to talk to you.
I've only
about
got 2,
vaccine.
but I would.
No,
get
I'm asking you. That's the question. You don't want to talk about it? You want to
talk about the COVID shot, right?
Okay, just say yes for the sake of the argument, so we can hear this guy be unhinged.
I got 2 jabs.
Why would you ask that though? I don't
because
get it.
because he's trying. I know because he's trying to suggest that I'm brainwashed.
I already know everything this guy believes.
Because he's a fucking moron. I know exactly why you were asking.
Bro, you went from Mormon cult to another cult.
People like
their side, I also think it's retarded that they ask.
You're trying to suggest that I'm brainwashed by the media.
No, I didn't suggest anything. I asked.
No, but that's because I've cut you off before.
Wait, don't do the mind reading thing. Just let him expose himself.
You didn't cut me off. You
Let him
can't
expose
cut
himself.
me off. You didn't cut me off.
Okay, why were you asking whether I got? Why were you asking in a conversation that we were having about where I got my news? Right? Why did you ask me whether I got the 3rd?
I was curious. Just
He didn't have any arguments on the infrastructure point. We exhausted that.
That you were going to suggest that I was being brainwashed, right? That's what you were doing.
No.
And that I was getting
The way you're saying no,
Right?
come on, bro.
No, listen.
Dude, like, how am I supposed to have
You
a
told me
conversation
the
with you if
answer.
you're just
You
out
told
here
me the
lying?
answer. You told me the answer, which was you got 2 jabs. Okay, that's fine. I said nothing after that.
How am
So
I
why'd you
supposed
ask
to
the
have a
question?
conversation with you if you're out here just lying, bro? Like, it's.
What am
it's-
I
it's
lying
difficult.
about? What am I
Come
lying
on,
about?
man.
Wait, let's just
You're
engage.
being
Why did
so
you ask the question?
disingenuous, right?
I
It's
wanna-
like
I want to go back to the
I can
infrastructure.
literally.
He already
I can
lost on
literally
that point.
hear
It's
the
over.
grin.
So he's talking
Wait,
about
stop.
this shit now.
I can hear the grin on your face as you're talking.
Do side
right?
gig count
Like
as
it's
job?
so painfully disingenuous, man. Like it's
No.
like
Yeah,
why
tell me why.
why
Tell
am
me
I
why.
even bothering?
All right, wait. I have a question for the C guy, the Kronos guy
Nothing
now.
that you're saying is fucking genuine.
Did you vote for Trump in
Fucking
2016?
weasel.
Did you vote for
Of course
Trump?
I have to push him on this stupid shit. Of course I have.
You're being a weasel, man. It's so painful.
Well, about
I
what?
want to have like a progressive conversation.
About what? What am I being
Dude,
weasel about?
you know exactly what, man. Like
Then-
it is.
then he can
when
say
you're
it, then
saying
he
like
can say
about
it.
what? Come on, dude. Why did you ask me if I got the 3rd jab?
Then why is it such a question?
Why did you ask me if I got the 3rd jab?
I was curious.
Why are you
No,
curious?
But why were you curious?
So
I think that if you get 3 or 4 plus injections, there's a potential tied to health risk.
Yeah. Okay. But why would you be asking me about health? Why would you be concerned about my health in a conversation where we're discussing where I,
Because it
as
ties
a
into his
non-American,
whole
get
populist
my
worldview.
news?
That's really.
I'm not
gonna say.
He's pushing it out of proportion. It's not me.
I'm not pushing it out of proportion. You're now saying that you care about my health, right?
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm
think
happy
you
to
do.
answer. Yeah. I'm
Chrono,
happy to
you're
answer.
very educated, bro. Like you.
Like, dude, like, okay, Chrono, man, it's
What?
been nice talking to you, but I want to have a conversation with someone that's intellectually and capable
Wait.
and genuine.
Can I ask a little bad faith question for
Enjoy
the Kronos
your time on
guy?
here. It'll be short. Bye.
Like,
Okay.
okay. Well, he
Oh,
actually
he
got
left.
triggered by
Oh,
that a little bit.
I thought
low-key.
it was gonna like talk to someone else. Okay.
I mean, the guy clearly was raised in a Mormon cult, like he said before, and then he got out of that and then joined another cult. Now he's just a Trump dick rider, obviously. All the populist worldview, and then thinks everyone else is brainwashed. That's okay.
Is my Chrono?
Yeah.
Is him?
Yeah.
right here.
I'm still here, buddy.
I know.
What you
I was just doing the mind reading thing that you were doing. I just wanted.
No, it's fine. No, that's fine. That's
Oh,
fine.
I wish Jackass wouldn't have left.
That's okay.
Fuck, I don't say
I
Chrono,
wish
bro,
people-
why do you come in here and just like fucking antagonize people? You know
Do you think I was the one who fucked that up?
I know I didn't hear everything. But you really do antagonize people, and you know you do.
Of course I do. Of course I have to, bro. I have to.
It's your character. It's your character. Bro.
I'm here as a right-leaning person amongst all left-leaning people.
I'm not left-leaning.
Well, I'm just such a general.
No, you have like a right-leaning populist and a theocratic fascist. They're completely different. Like,
can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
But it's like it sounds like kind of like you're like in a
kind
hallway.
of an echo.
You're like far away from the microphone.
Connor, you're a funny person, bro.
And tell me if you guys hear me better.
You still kind of echoey, man.
You're far away, bro. Get the mic closer to your mouth.
Okay. Have you installed any new audio
You guys
shit?
hear me better now? You guys hear me better now?
Yes.
A little bit.
Slightly.
There's not the echo now.
I think that okay, have you installed anything like NVIDIA Broadcast or anything like that, or do you have a PS5 controller plugged into your computer? Because like if you do shit like that, I swear to you, you won't even know that you switched microphones.
Really?
Yes, it'll take over sometimes. Shit happened to me. I was like, everybody's like, you got a shit mic, and I was like, yeah, it's just a fucking HyperX, and they was like, no, it sounds way worse. And then I realized
fucking webcam.
Yeah, no, it's my PS5. It's my PS5 fucking, controller plugged into it. Yeah.
That's good. I didn't even know that could be a mic. The fuck?
Yeah, okay, bro, it's so bad. Yo, they're gonna get made fun of. Like, I don't even know why they put the mic in it. They might as well have not have.
Join the Fortnite lobby with the controller mic.
Yo, it's the bully magnet. It's really a bully. No, go to Call of Duty fucking lobby and be on that shit. You will get called every word you can think of. It's really funny.
Like, oh, you really got the controller mic, bro. Oh fuck. Well, so oh, what the fuck? Dude, turn on his camera.
Chrono, I'm gonna turn to you. I'm gonna talk to you in private, bro. You gotta change some things.
Alright, go ahead, bro.
No, in private. No, I can't do it in here because.
Yeah, send
Chrono,
some private shit.
Chrono wasn't even. He wasn't
People
even
want-
rude like that.
Hey,
Dude just
welcome
left.
back, Jackass.
He was just being retarded, and it was annoying. That's all it was.
No, people don't like
No.
me.
Listen. Chrono was not even that bad. He just got triggered and left. Genuinely.
Well, that the British guy got triggered, but.
Well,
He's
I
bad.
didn't get triggered. I recognised that it was. I recognised
I'm
that it was a
telling you,
waste
I'm
of
telling you.
time.
That's
to have
true.
A conversation
Dude,
with him.
as a
There is no
person on
productive
the internet,
conversation you
I've
can
dealt
have
with
with
people calling me the N-word during arguments, etc., being
here?
hyper aggressive. Chrono, yes, in Destiny's channel, yes, but
Bro,
still.
all you have to do is hit a
Bro,
ring
wipe
on
that
the
shit off your
hands,
lip,
nigga.
dog. You got some white shit on your lip.
Punko, you're misunderstanding, right? So the reason that I left. The reason that I left is not because I was triggered. It's because I recognised that having a conversation with Chrono was a massive waste of.
Well, there is
everyone's
nothing
time.
productive you can have with that.
Really smart.
And that was
The problem with that way of thinking is that talking to anyone who disagrees with you heavily is quote unquote going to feel like a massive.
It's not even a disagreement.
Punko,
Someone like that is
no,
very hard to
no,
get through
So
to.
I have been talking to people that disagree with me for a long time, right? I really enjoy it. I get a big kick out of it.
There's
right?
no way you're gonna win this.
The problem is that I enjoy
Say,
talking to
there's
people
nothing
that
I
disagree.
said,
I'm gonna
Jack.
mute Chrono while I'm.
It's true. The Chrono guy wasn't even
So-
trying to
so-
actually engage in a fucking
So
conversation.
he wasn't even. Yeah, he wasn't trying to engage. I came with like receipts. All he ever said was no.
He just pivoted to the
Right?
next point
I
when he
love
just sounded
talking
retarded.
To people that disagree with me when they have something of substance to disagree back with. Right?
all I
Chrono
ever
has
said
zero
was
things
no.
of substance to bring
All
to
I
the
ever said was
conversation,
no.
right? And so it's a waste of time.
You're joking.
For everyone in this
You're
chat, not just me.
joking.
So
I mean, he
Yeah, you're
is
joking.
saying everything correct is true.
Okay.
but-
Even if that's the case,
That's not
like,
even true.
no. Buddy, the guy who disagrees with Chrono, sorry, I forgot your name. Even if that's the case, You should be able to point out and highlight that specifically within the discussion.
I have.
Like I tried to
did.
do.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Dude,
He
he
did.
has to.
Your only argument was you don't live in America, so stop talking.
You said that I'm not responding to you?
I said
Chrono, I
provide
understand
something.
your
I
trigger.
asked him to
Please,
provide
let me-
something of substance multiple times.
Chrono, you made zero arguments at all.
Yeah, buddy, but that's okay. That's fine. If you ask him to put up something of substance, and he doesn't, you should focus in on that point.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
easy
guys,
to make him
I'm
look
not
stupid.
trying
That's
to
not the
bully-
point. There's nothing interesting or productive.
I'm not here. I'm not here to bully people who are ill-informed, right?
Jackass has
I'm
you
here
have
to
no
like
link.
find.
I see
It's
zero
not
links.
about. It's not about.
Zero
It's not
links
about
from
bullying
you in chat.
people.
Hang
It's
on,
not
guys.
about bullying people.
Really
Listen,
important.
it's not about bullying people. It's about proving that he's wrong to the audience. That's the point.
That's correct.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious.
As a very, very intelligent audience member, it just seems like you left.
Yeah, and I already did that by showing the
no,
things
you
that
haven't.
were done in the
He
infrastructure
did.
bill.
We-
And then,
He pivoted off the
and then
infrastructure
his
conversation.
response
You haven't posted a
Alex,
single link in chat. You haven't
Yeah,
posted
no,
a single link in chat.
Okay, hold
So,
up, everybody.
yes,
just,
I
just want
have.
to say one thing. I just want to say one thing. Let's hang on. I would like us all to actually have a productive discussion. But what we need to do first is we need to stop talking over each other. So we could do like a passing of the torch. When somebody's talking,
There's a link.
be quiet. No, hang on, dude. Come on.
I'm listening. I'm just.
And then like maybe you speak for 10 seconds and then you cease, and then somebody else, like let's be a bit more orderly about it, not shout at each other, and maybe we'll get somewhere.
Facts.
Yeah, no, he didn't ask for the link. I have now put the link in. So now that I have proved quotation marks my point, and this is obviously a conversation worth having. Let's see what his response is, right?
Okay, can you restate your point again for everybody else?
Okay, so
really for me.
specifically, we were talking about the infrastructure bill. It's weird to me that we're talking about the infrastructure bill when there's someone in here that believes in a theocratic dictatorship where you kill the non-believers. But we
Wait,
are
who is
talking
that
about
person? Who is that
we
person?
we are talking about the infrastructure bill. So
I hope you. I
the-
hope you don't
the,
think that is me.
May I ask
No,
you a
that
question,
was
Jackie?
Clarion.
It's Clarion. So
Well, hold
we were
on,
talking
guy
about
who
the
disagrees
infrastructure
with the
bill.
Australian. Hold on, I wanna make
I'm
an
not
argument
Australian.
for you, Australian guy.
not
Australian guy, I want to make
Australian.
an argument for you.
My gosh,
I'm not Australian.
I love it.
I can't tell, bro. You
I
guys
know
all
you guys
spell
can.
the same to us
I know.
Americans.
It's okay.
Okay. And listen, I'm a black American too, so I know even less about you motherfuckers. So, anyways, okay. So the other guy, he legit did make a point for like a theocratic state, like in the sense that, hey, I think he literally made the argument, hey, if some people have to die for this theocratic dictatorship, then hey, didn't he literally say that? He was just like, hey, that's.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did, and none of them criticized him at all. None of them said
Well,
anything.
I tried to get further into the weeds.
And I am open to that.
Guys, I criticized him, but I literally said, I don't like how liberals, like us liberals, because I'm a liberal as well, I don't like how us liberals will literally, and I think this was an argument I made against you guys, because I was literally like, us liberals will say, oh, you want to defend your ideal state with violence, and I'm like, guys, we have to do the same thing. I wouldn't be okay if Nazis gained power in this country, and I would kill them if they did so.
All states need to be defended by violence. We all agreed on that point, but the difference was in democracy, people have a say in this what the state actually is able to enact violence over versus an authoritarian democracy where everyone is forced to convert to one worldview.
We cannot say that if you are literally saying, just like me, if they convert to a Nazi state, quote unquote, we feel righteous in murdering them. That's what we all agree with that, right?
Yes.
I agree with
If
that.
somehow Nazis overthrew the government,
We
And that's
cannot
why it was
say-
moral.
We cannot. We
Can I-
cannot
can I-
say, as us, as liberals, we can't say that we believe in forming states without violence or like not
Nobody said
enforcing
that.
our states with violence. We're doing the same thing as him.
but nobody even said that. Nobody made that point.
Whenever you basically commit
Well, okay,
sedition
as
or
long as you
treason,
can't, as long as you don't make a distinction between him and himself, him and yourself, then that's
But there
fine.
is a
But if
distinction. The
you're
distinction
making-
is everyone has to follow. The
The
distinction is what the distinction is what you enact violence over. Okay, a democracy enacts violence over people trying to overthrow the government. Okay,
Where's the
but
violence
in
coming
a
from?
theocratic authoritarian government,
the
they will enact
violence
violence
coming from,
over.
No, okay, but you could make that argument for anything. It's basically whenever you start trying to act. Okay, basically you lose in like the judicial system. So basically you start trying to act in a way that is not constitutional. So like, you secede from the United States or anything like that. Like you're doing extrajudicial fucking, like you didn't get your way. I'm the kid taking my ball home because I wasn't getting to play. That is the type of shit. Is whenever you basically that shit comes into play, like violence.
And
comes
we
into
all
play.
support that ideology. We all say if Nazis take power in this country, we will kill them.
When it comes to a certain point.
Who's
Yes,
the Nazi?
but the ideals of democracy
I'm
is
an-
we're not
I'll
killing
be a
people
Nazi. I'll be
who
a
don't
Nazi
agree
next
with
year,
our specific
apparently.
worldview. They're allowed to vote, right?
You're
That's the
going
whole
full
point.
Nazi.
You can't vote.
Yeah, but that's my point. You're saying
You can't vote a Nazi into prison.
All of my fellow liberals in this
Yes, you
call
can.
are saying, or at least I've heard you all say, and if you disagree, you can tell me. All of my fellow liberals in this call have said, if Nazis take power, I will work with you to kill them. So we can't say
It's also, but I would have to add.
That feeds
Through-
into the right leaning. I don't know if
Wait.
you realize this, but that feeds right into the right.
Wait,
the right thing.
it's essential to my liberal democratic worldview that through democracy it would be impossible for Nazis to take power. That would, if that would happen through democracy, it would actually destroy my entire worldview, and I don't believe that's possible.
Didn't Hitler get democratically elected?
No.
No.
Yes, I don't know why the fuck
exactly.
you would say
It was
that.
not exactly
Yes.
democratic. No, it
Not
was
exactly.
No, it was not exactly democratic. No, it was not.
Yeah, well,
guys,
you would
then
say
let-
not
hang on,
exactly
hang on,
democratic
let's
in the
clarify.
same.
Let's clarify.
I was always under the impression that like he legally took over
Yes,
Germany.
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
he
it
did
was,
it through
they gave him
legal.
more power.
He
Because
did it
he
through
tried to
legal
coup
system.
Legally,
and
not
failed.
democratically.
No, right, and that's what I'm going to say. We live under a system with legal mechanisms that somebody could, in fact, take power legally.
Hey, Trump
but
tried
not
and it didn't work.
democratically. Exactly.
The liberals, do you actually believe that? If you believe that, then you would have no reason to cry about Trump. But everyone cried about Trump.
Yeah,
that he was
I
gonna
do
take over
believe
the
it.
government.
I do believe
Trump
it.
tried. He
No,
tried to
for
overthrow
Trump.
democracy.
Nobody's
no
saying.
fucking idea. They had everyone on the left really needs to shut the fuck up.
Oh, he's
Everyone
gonna
on the
soy.
left
He's gonna
has
soy
been
rant.
so wrong. Everyone on the left.
You're
has
so
been
fucking retarded. You just talk
Wait,
over
guys,
people.
guys.
I'm not trying to talk over people.
That's what the
One
fuck you're
person at
doing,
a
calling
time.
people
One
fucking
person.
retarded whenever you're saying shit you have no
One
idea
person at a
about.
time.
No,
Let's ask him questions, guys. Like what do you
One
like
person
about
at a
Trump?
We gotta
Give
have
me
one
two
stupid Trump one
policies
here
you
to
like
even
from
know.
Trump.
Okay. I've got a couple. I like the fact that he has a large user base that hangs on his every word, and I get the sense that if he had the proper levers to pull, he would be able to make radical changes and get rid of the systems that I absolutely despise.
Yeah,
So I would
okay.
definitely
Okay.
support empowering Trump.
I would say
Okay,
Clarion
so
only
we
likes
got to
Trump,
the
and
crux.
so
What
far it can
system-
destabilize
what
the
system
current
do you
system.
despise?
He said he asked for policies.
Voting.
To non-policies.
He doesn't
hate
care about
voting?
Trump. He only likes Trump insofar as he can destabilize the current system to start
Wait.
his theocratic
Correct.
authoritarian.
Correct. Correct.
That's generally correct. I agree with that as well. If you want to ask me what two policies
Wait,
that I
guys,
think.
guys.
Okay.
So here's
Wait.
my problem with your way of
Yeah.
thinking.
I'll go
wanna
fuck
talk
myself.
now. Yeah, go fuck yourself, buddy.
Be nice. Come on,
okay.
man.
So I don't like when people do that shit where they're like, oh, I can't talk now, and I do it too. I can't blame you.
Well,
'cause do
I
the
was
same
asking
thing.
dude a question, you know.
Yeah, but you were asking him a lot of questions. Can I ask a question, my nigga? Like, come on, bro.
Hey, they don't do it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you just say retarded shit for the last 2 minutes I've been here, it's like, why even bother letting you
Wait,
speak?
hold on. I've been on your side and saying
You know,
one. I've been on your side for the past like 5 minutes of saying, hey, one person should talk. What the fuck? If you're saying retarded shit, then you're calling yourself retarded as well.
I never said I
saying.
was smart. You never heard that come out of my mouth.
Yo, Punk,
Okay,
punk,
well,
punk,
great.
punk,
Nice
punk,
argument,
punk. I'm
buddy.
trying to help.
Okay, so
I'm
here's
really
my-
trying to help. Really trying to help. Really
Nigga,
trying to help.
let me make
No,
my
that's what I'm
argument.
literally trying to tell you about. I'm literally trying to fucking help you, and everybody's laughing because they know what I'm trying to say.
Don't
No, you
help
can't
me,
say it.
stupid
Okay,
bitch. I'm trying to ask you a question.
Oh my god, you fucking retard. Yo,
I don't agree with you, nigga.
when
You
you
just
literally
said
get banned,
electoralism
you're gonna
is
be like,
bad.
why the fuck would they ban me over that?
Okay,
Oh,
don't
he's
say
trying
the
to. He's
N-word.
trying to
You
tell you to
just-
stop saying the N word. That's what he's.
Bro,
trying to
because
say.
like even though I'm
Yeah, they
black,
will
I'm just
ban.
literally fucking telling you, it's
Yeah.
like, oh dude, god damn,
He's just
bro.
trying to keep you from getting banned. That's all. You could yell at me because I'm.
Is there a mod
but
in
he's
here?
just trying to help.
Is there a
you.
mod in here?
Oh my.
Alright, dude. Go off then. Go
Do
off.
you?
Just be safe.
You know what? 07, bro. Go ahead. See you later, bro.
Is there a mod? No, I'm asking you guys.
Yeah,
legitimately,
you
is there
think
a
these
mod in-
fuckers that disagree with you on? Never mind. You fucking retarded, bro. All right.
Okay, bro. Is there a mod in here? Is there a mod in
You
here?
think that they're not paying
out.
somebody? You
There's
fucking
no mods,
retard,
bro.
fuck.
No mods,
Jesus,
bro.
You know
Go
what?
off.
You know what? Go ahead, retard. You know what? Make your own argument. See
Do you really?
later,
Do you
man.
really think? Do you really think that?
What do I think?
There's no mods in here?
No. No, he's
Okay,
he-
okay,
You know,
let-
no, he's.
let me
he-
just
just-
make my
let's
argument.
just say, hang on. I think he's actually probably right. If you're saying something like that, and somebody disagrees with you, and they are a real petty jerk off, they might ping a mod and get you banned. And so it's just better to err on the side of caution and maybe not use that word. It doesn't offend me personally, but somebody could use it against you, and that would suck, man. So just maybe watch it with that, okay? That's all he was saying.
Yeah.
I understand. Honestly, I was gonna call you a hard R just because.
Say
You could say
There
that.
wasn't a
though.
mod in here?
You could
Bro,
say it.
I was
No, you can say retard. That's fine.
Yeah,
Destiny
you could
says it all
say
the time.
retard.
Is that what you think I meant by hard R? Is that what you
The
guys
N-
thought I
the,
meant?
the N word, but that you were saying.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna call him. Never mind.
I know.
Never
It's
mind.
fun. It's fun to do when you're black. I know.
Okay, listen. So my point being is.
Yeah,
I don't
the
even
Kronos guy
remember
is
my
itching to
point
say
no more,
it.
bro. Y'all done
You
threw me
were
off.
yelling.
Go ahead.
You were
Go
yelling at
ahead.
me. So the cycle back. You were yelling at
Oh,
me.
just go
for-
ahead. I'm confused, bro. Go ahead, bro.
I
don't
lost
know
the
what
plot 5 minutes ago. I don't know.
There wasn't one to begin with.
Worst story ever.
Well, we were talking about
We were talking about Trump.
Yeah.
Basically, Clarion
And
wants to
what we-
destabilize democracy because he believes in a theocratic fascist state. The Kronos guy doesn't have any real fleshed out worldview. He just doesn't believe in democracy.
Right, I'm retarded.
Yeah.
You don't believe
No,
in
Chrono,
democracy?
you're legitimately retarded if you don't believe in democracy. I don't know what to say to you, actually.
What do you mean I don't believe in democracy?
You literally just said I wanna. You literally just said I wanna vote for Trump so he'll destabilize democracy so I can have whatever government I want.
That's
Nigga,
not what I
literally
said.
you just said.
That's not
Is
what
that not what this nigga said?
You think
That's what
you said before that democracy is rigged, all the money is fake, all the infrastructure
I
built
didn't
shit is
say
fake.
that.
You
No,
said because
someone
you
else
don't
said that.
believe
You
it
guys are
because you didn't
confusing us.
Someone
see
else said that.
No,
you didn't
I'm
see a
the
road
one who
being
said
built in
that.
your town.
I'm the one who said that. I'm the one who doesn't do democracy.
Well, both of
who
you niggas
will
shut up.
support it.
Yeah,
No.
apparently you need to fucking open your ears, bitch, before you turn on your fucking AOL, right?
Listen, Dad,
because
I'm sorry.
you need to just
My bad,
listen to what
alright?
the fuck is going on. I didn't say any of that shit.
AOL?
So you do believe in democracy?
Yeah,
You think
well.
about American liberal democracy works?
I'm an American.
It does.
Of course
What
I
do you
believe
mean?
in American democracy.
Yeah. What do you mean? How does it not work?
Well, he was questioning the bills that were being passed by
No, I
Joe
was
Biden.
not. You are confusing me for someone else.
Maybe I am.
What?
You were also because why were we talking to you about the infrastructure bill? Because you were saying something about the road not being fucking built in your town or some shit. Like, have you seen it? And you were like,
I did
"You're
not
British."
Say that. I didn't even. I'm not. What?
Okay, maybe I'm retarded. Maybe I'm being.
You
told.
need to get your fucking ears checked, bro.
And you were also asking him about the vaccines and shit.
No, stop. No, I didn't say anything about vaccines. Bro.
Okay, he is
Yes,
he is trolling. He did say all that shit. He's gaslighting. He did say all that shit.
No, I'm not gaslighting either of you.
You
What
asked
did I
if he
say
got
about
the-
vaccines?
You asked
Tell
if
me.
he got the third jab, dude.
Tell me what I said about vaccines.
You were saying that
just
there's
told you.
potential health risks. You believe.
I asked him about his jab. I did ask that question.
okay.
I didn't say anything about vaccine.
Are you messing with us? Like,
He is.
No,
I'm not at all.
Did you vote for Trump in 2016?
No, I didn't vote.
Okay, why don't you vote?
I did.
Why don't you vote, Crow?
What did I say about jabs? Can you guys?
You said you believe that getting the third and fourth jab has potential health risks.
You asked him, I don't know, something about getting jabbed in your ass. I'm not really sure, dude.
No,
it was so
I
long
didn't.
ago.
Let's go.
Bro, you
Now we're
guys
talking, baby.
lying out your
yeah.
fucking asshole. This is annoying.
No, dude, your asshole.
I'm
That's
actually
what you were talking
upset. No, I
No,
never
my
fucking
asshole.
no.
Oh, you were jabbing his asshole, Chrono?
No.
I thought
are
I was fucking off
Oh,
this
this is
thing.
getting annoying. Okay, I'm gonna get it. Okay, where's my microphone at?
You're not speaking into it? What?
Alright, here.
That's like, where's my left foot at? That's fine.
No. This shit is so stupid. Listen, I have opinions about things that are controversial. 100% I do. But the shit that you guys are saying, what the fuck? No, I never said any of that shit.
Okay, so what do you believe then? Let's hear it.
No, I want to hear more lies about what I said. Because all of you guys are fucking lying.
I was trying to repeat what I thought I heard from you, but you're saying that's not a accurate representation. So why don't you clarify for us now? What do you believe?
As a person who was arguing for your point of view, bro, you was saying all that shit. I don't know what.
What did I say? No, what the fuck are you talking about, Punka? What did I say?
Bro, Punk. Bro, I'm Punk. I don't know what the fuck I just said that. Anyways,
What?
You're just a poser, bro.
I called you Punko. That's your name, right?
I know. Yeah, that is my name. Okay, but I heard you say specifically, like you were talking bad about Joe Biden's infrastructure bill, which I agree with, by the way. I agree with. I don't think the infrastructure
That's
bill
fine,
was
but
enough
I was not
or
even
good.
talking at all.
Alright, bro.
Dude, the dude's a troll.
You never said anything, bro.
Let's hear what you actually believe then. Fine. Look, if we
Do
all
you guys-
mention...
Hold on. Do you think am I lying to you right now? Did I speak up? About
Maybe I'm
Joe Biden?
confused. That's what I thought I heard. But how about we just move on from that and say there's a misunderstanding, and let's talk about what you do believe then. If you're saying...
you have to understand, right? Like, I'm getting annoyed because you guys are saying a bunch of shit that you think I said, but I didn't
How are
say.
you annoyed if we're conceding the point and we're saying, okay, then just tell us.
We're giving you an opportunity to clarify.
Conceding the point that was already true. Like, you're conceding that I didn't say it.
Yeah, you're right.
What is that concession? That concession means nothing to me.
Cause maybe I misunderstood or thought you were someone else.
Do
Fine.
you not want to talk anymore? Do you not want to talk?
He doesn't want to make any arguments for anything.
All I'm saying is stop saying that I said shit that I did not say.
All right. Well, we already said we dropped those points, and we're trying to figure out what you believe right now, and you're crying about it.
No, I'm not crying about it. I'm crying about you guys fucking
well, then
lying.
go
to me.
ahead. Come on.
Man.
Tell me what do you want to hear, bud?
How did the Mormon Church treat you when you were a child?
Oh.
I wasn't even disagreeing with you like that, so they gotta ask you questions, bro. I wasn't even disagreeing with you. I just didn't like how dishonest you was being.
What dishonest about what?
Nobody was being dishonest. I think it was just all an absolutely misunderstanding. And let's wipe the slate away, put it out of our mind, and go ahead and move on. So now what we're talking about is, what is it that we believe? And Chrono, I would like you to start this conversation. What is it do you think is the ideal system of governance?
Wow, that's a tough question, but and to be clear, I have no good answer. I think that the only best we're like working through figuring out what is the best way to govern everybody. But I would say that you need to govern from the basically you need to govern from the principles that how humans work, right? We are all selfish, we're all etc., etc. You need to set up systems that take into account human nature. Okay? That'd be my basic answer.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yep.
Well, you said that so first off, you think the idea is that humans are selfish. and you said et cetera, et cetera. I'd like you to expand upon that, because when we're talking about governance and systems, if you're going to take something as axiomatic, like, it has to be rather convincing. Is it in fact a true statement that humans are inherently selfish? I hear that a lot. But I'm not so sure that that is absolutely the case.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's something worth, thinking about and debating about. But to my understanding, yes. I don't have to do it.
Yeah.
I can take the et cetera, one by one, but
I would support you on that point.
Let me finish. In terms of selfishness, yes, that is my understanding.
Wait. Okay, so here's my question for you, Kronos, or whatever the fuck your name is, brother.
Chrono. It's Chrono. It's simple.
Okay, sorry. I'm gonna try to remember.
You don't gotta be an asshole. I won't. I can mispronounce your name too if you want.
No, he's just playing.
Yeah, you can.
We're
You
all
can call
playing
me
here, guys.
Negro if you want.
Come on,
Anyway.
Punko.
Okay, so my question to you is, you say systems that take in account human nature. As a person who doesn't believe in the modern conception of liberal governments, like, I am a liberal, but I don't like the way that our modern liberal governments function. They do take that into account. In fact, as someone who is a former socialist and communist, they literally use that argument against me. They will literally say, we take in the accountment of human greed and, shit like that. And that's what they use to form that governmental systems. So what is your argument for the fact that liberal governments aren't going far enough to...
the issue is you're a fucking retweet, that's why.
What?
Okay, we're trying to have a healthy discussion here, so...
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Sorry, and the question... Sorry, give me the question, Punko.
Okay, the question was... Liberal governments take into account human greed. Tell me how your government is somehow supposed to do that better than what liberal governments are.
I don't think that... Okay. In my opinion, I don't think that governments do take... So, if you want to say greed, right? Sorry, hiccups real quick. I don't think that... There we go. I don't think that greed is like a major factor in how we are designing our governments. Greed is, I would argue, greed is a part of human nature, right? Just as everything I said before was. And so it is greed, just like everything else, needs to be accounted for in the system. How do you design the system, right? And when we look at capitalism, we look at how that works. We look at regulations and things like that. Like, those regulations are, how do we control capitalism, excuse me. And that's the point of the regulations, etc., etc. I don't think I'm gonna be able to answer your question precisely.
Well,
okay, listen. I'll answer. I'll ask a question.
Before we move on, can I say something about what he just said?
Made.
Yeah.
If I can jump in after you, then yes.
Yeah.
But as long as I can jump in.
Of course. I just want to say, you mentioned the idea that greed is somehow innate or inherent to human nature. I would argue that it is actually a function of guaranteeing our survival when resources are scarce. And so I would wonder, this is just me wondering, I have nothing to back this up, but I would wonder if resources weren't more abundant, or in areas where people don't have to worry about scarcity as it relates to survival, if they are just as greedy. Or what I'm saying is, I wonder if greed is more of a survival mechanism and not necessarily something innate or inherent, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
that's a really good question.
I would agree. Honestly. Greed is just downstream of selfishness.
Now jump in afterwards, like I was promised. Okay.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I understand what you're trying to say when you're saying I don't think that greed is a function of human nature, and I would agree, but I just want to argue on the claims that he's made specifically. Well, now I don't even remember what the claim that he made that I was going to argue against. So
All right, I'm gonna make a point now.
Gotcha.
I would say greed is downstream from selfishness, and selfishness, I wouldn't say like selfishness is inherent to human nature, but everyone has an inherent need to survive, evolution, whatever you want to believe. But we all have a will to live, and to becomes that comes selfishness, and empathy is on the other side is also a way of selfishness, right? Empathy for other people also necessitates empathy on the other side, social norms, social cohesion. So greed is a part of that. And if you want to have like institutions in society that are going to account for people's natural tendencies and stuff, you want to have resilient things like
everyone shut up and let him respond. Okay,
markets.
I just want to make that straight. Let him respond.
Markets and like that respond to supplies and demand while also having different systems in place such as like human rights and things like the constitution that we have in liberal democracy that allows for all these things to coexist together and also accounts for people's natural inclination. I don't know. But.
Yeah, I think that's a good response. Really, it's really hard to define why humans are greedy. I would say that it's, like I said, it's right within our natural tendency, and that tendency is only to be self-preserving, and that is where greed, in my opinion, greed comes from, right? Is just the tendency to self-preserve, and that is a tendency of everyone, all of us, right? It's just stay alive.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
What about greed that goes far beyond self-preservation? Like, okay,
right. You're talking like a Bezos or someone like that, right?
Exactly.
Right. What makes them be so greedy once they already have enough? And
exactly.
Right. And I would say that is also a human tendency to it's a different human tendency in my opinion, which is to be above the next, right? We're always doing relative comparisons amongst each other to say, am I doing better than you? Am I doing worse than you? Am I doing good? Am I, like where am I in society? And that's like a very natural tendency that we're gonna do. All of us will do. Now, some people are in a rare place where I don't know, it's just like it's a Bezos type, right? Where it's like there is no end to my greed, right?
I would say
I
would say that their greed, like they might not have a direct need for self-preservation anymore at that point, where they have infinite wealth and resources and etc. But it's still an abstracted form of self-preservation to the point where they want to extend their power and reach and their own self and ideas of who they are and what they want to the world. One second, my headset died, so I can't hear shit. Fuck.
Nah,
billionaire
he's
was
not.
just like,
Nah, he's not. Everyone on the left thinks he is, but no.
Okay, I'm back.
he's
I think
smart.
that
But there's
the
been
people
people on the
go on.
level of richness of Elon Musk for hundreds of years. Yeah.
Hundred-
Other people just
hundreds
might
of
not-
years?
I
not
missed.
even- not
I
the
missed the
hundreds.
last few minutes. I don't know what the fuck's
Stop being
happening.
super-
Yeah, probably like 200 years. Yeah.
200 years?
Yeah, where people
Okay.
have been over $30 billion plus. Yeah.
What did I miss? What are you talking about
sorry.
right now?
Maybe I misunderstood you. Sorry.
Yeah,
200
okay, so that's what I mean. I don't think other billionaires are as flagrant and quote-unquote retarded with the amounts of influence they
As who?
that they use on the. Honestly, I have zero evidence for this. If you guys just want to say, I don't believe you, okay, that's fine.
Wait, who are you talking about right now?
I don't believe you.
It's not okay. All right, I guess I should just shut up.
No, go on, bro. I'm
No,
listening.
don't.
Please continue.
I'm sorry, I was joking.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, there's people with billions of dollars, and there's been people with billions of dollars for at least 200 years now. And those people have influences on our society, whether we see them openly or not. Like I said, I think someone like Elon Musk might just be so flagrant with their influence, it's so obvious to fucking see. But it's not. I don't think that that's the norm. I think other billionaires are probably.
They use their power in different ways. That's not as open.
I
No,
think
not
you're
even
absolutely
using it in
right.
different ways. I think they're more covert.
Yeah, I agree
than
with you
Elon
100%. 100%.
Or some of them are just
Elon Musk is
billionaires
kind
from
of
different
right.
industries that aren't necessarily
It's so
trying
funny.
to influence
It's so funny,
things.
guys. I want to say this because I assume we're all Destiny fans, or at least we all watch Destiny here.
Sure.
I
Or
adore
will be
Destiny.
like, yeah. Destiny will be like, oh, rich people, like, yeah, they have some control of society, but like not really or whatever, right? And it's like a billionaire literally just bought Twitter, like the main place for like ideological disagreement on the internet, and a billionaire just fucking bought it, and now he owns it. He just
I mean, I don't think he or anybody would disagree that you could have massive influence with money, of course, but I don't think you necessarily can control society.
Of course you can. The only reason, can I be straight up, and I think most of you would agree with this if you're being honest, the only reason people are mad about Elon buying Twitter is because he's right-leaning.
Well, also because he's just fucking retarded, but...
It doesn't even have to do with how retarded he might be.
Yeah, don't forget, it's not Twitter, it's X.
It's
That's not
because he's
retarded, by the
right-leaning.
way. That's not
It's
retarded.
because he's right-leaning. And people on the left fucking hate it.
Okay, when you say left right, we talk about this
Yes.
left right dichotomy. No, hang on. I think that is a misnomer. I think it's a trick. Because if you look at historical like battles, revolutions, civil wars, it doesn't start at the masses. It starts with the elites. And what's happening right now is there's a split at the top amongst the elites, and they are fighting. No, well, hang on. You don't agree with the conceit that that revolutions are led by the elite? You absolutely disagree with that statement?
I don't agree with your analysis on how modern society is functioning from the top down, but
So you don't think that there's a schism amongst the elites at the top? You don't see that? You would disagree with that?
well, I think there's a schism throughout all of society, but I don't think it's as like top down as you say it is, where the elite.
Well, when you say top down, what do you mean?
You're saying you believe that the elites are the ones who control and exert influence over society, and everything down are people who are influenced by the power from the top, and the real schisms are from the elites and not the people, and those are just representing that. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm misspeaking then. That is not what I'm trying to
That's what I thought you were.
Okay, what I'm saying is that there is a schism at the top, and they are fighting amongst themselves, and then what happens at the bottom is people like to cheer for their sports team, and then they align with the elites as they split apart at the top. I'm not saying that the elites are like being some puppet masters, absolutely, and controlling the masses. I'm saying that they're schisming and things are breaking apart, and then it trickles down, and people below them then kind of are siding with who they would agree with most. That's That's what I'm trying to say.
So you're literally
really
saying,
quick, let me
you're
interject.
literally saying what you're literally saying what he characterized your position as, and that's my position.
I
don't know
feel
why you ran away
that-
from that.
I
That's
feel those are
literally
different
what I would
statements.
say.
I
No,
feel that
I
we're
would
saying
literally
different
say
things.
yes. What we have, our issues, in like say our current quote unquote like regular American society. I do think a lot or most of our schisms, most of our disagreements are probably coming from top down. Yeah, of
course they are. Of course they are on the
even
left.
when it comes-
Everything on the left is top down.
No,
What do you mean on the
not
left?
even
Up on the
on
left.
What do you mean on the
I
left?
think all of
The left.
all of politics is top down. The reason why I say that is because tell me why, like fucking 20 years ago, just 20 years ago.
Tell me how MAGA was top down.
Why are you talking over me asking?
Trump is the
because-
definition of the elites. What are you talking about?
I'm
Can
just
I-
saying that like, it's
can
a bad idea. It doesn't. I agree with you in
Can I
many parts,
ask
but
my
it's not.
question? My G,
Go ahead.
can I ask?
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Listen, 20 years ago, the massive conservative push and opinion was arguing over cancellation of certain video games like GTA. Legitimately. 20
I
years
remember
ago,
that. I was there.
That was like the major gigantic conservative push.
Get to the point, otherwise I'll interrupt.
Now it's trans people. And you're trying to tell me that that's all... No, I don't think that's because people just all of a sudden got obsessed with trans people. I think it's because certain conservative billionaires and millionaires pushed that specific messaging in the conservative population.
No, that's wrong.
No.
I don't
The
know.
only reason, my opinion, the only reason that people on the right are pushing this trans shit is because it works. Like that's it. It's that simple.
I would call
Like,
it
you
natural
don't need
progression of
conspiracy.
ideas on
Why does it
multiple
work?
sides clashing
Why
with each
does it
other in
work?
democracy.
Well, you should ask your fucking human nature why it works.
The problem is, why it works is because they push it. That's why it works. In my
And
opinion,
there's also a broader thing of populism
You
and
know why?
non-populism.
You know
Yeah,
why?
it works.
Dave?
It works
You know
because
why,
it's a
Dave?
winning
If
argument.
I ask someone before 2010, what's a trans person? They're gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about a trans? Are you talking about a transvestite? What do you mean? What are you talking about?" They're not gonna know what the fuck I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
it's
And
because
that's only 10
progressives
years
have
ago.
moved past
10 years
gay
ago,
rights and stuff like
10
that.
years ago, they wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about, nor would they fucking care. You're telling me in 10 years, all of a sudden, every conservative on this planet got hyper obsessed with trans
Yeah, because they
issues?
lost the
Just
battles over
naturally.
gay people. They lost the battles over black
Actually,
people.
Naturally.
No,
So
hold
now
on,
they're
hold
focusing
on.
on
You're
trans
getting this
people.
completely wrong.
The
You're
battleground
getting this
changes as
completely
progressives win more victories. Duh.
Hang on,
You're
I want to hear.
getting-
I want to hear. Hang on, guys. I want to hear from Nelly. What were you saying, Nelly?
I was saying the battleground is changing as the culture moves further left and we win more victories. We have gay rights. We have rights for different people of different races and ethnicities. And so now people are focused on getting trans rights, and people on the right now have to fight in the new battleground against that because that's what conservatism is versus progressive. Like it's not because the millionaires are making you care so much about trans people. Like no.
Was gay rights as big as an issue or as hotly debated as trans rights?
Of course it was. Of course it was. Yes.
Yes.
Listen, maybe I'm just too young and I don't know, but I don't ever remember that.
No, of course you don't know. Of course you don't know.
No.
Nobody. Okay. Nobody was majorly being like, "Oh, you can't even mention."
Bro, it wasn't that long ago when black people and
Look
white
at
people
this,
were segregated.
No one was harping on Pride Month as
My hand
hard
is
as they are now. The level of scrutiny towards trans issues, I don't think has been ever.
Look,
not
there's
ever
also a
like-
factor of the internet which has radicalized everybody. Okay.
When I was a kid, we used to play a game called Smear the Queer, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard of
played
this.
that. Yeah,
This was it was a very popular game. You would call somebody a queer, and then they would literally kick your ass. Like that was the game. Haha, Smear the Queer. Like the fact that I imagine that you at least Punko have you heard of that? Like, is that a thing you're familiar
You never.
Again,
He got
20
smeared.
to 25. I don't know.
No, I'm just asking if you ever heard. The reason I'm asking is because I'm
only
wondering.
the 20,000 never heard of anything.
We all grew up
Okay,
with some
and-
internalized homophobia, okay?
And that's what I'm trying to get at is like society had changed and it was, I assure you, a big thing and a big struggle and a big fight. Like, yeah, it happened back then, and just like it's happening with the trans thing now. And what Nelly said was absolutely right, and that's my issue with conservatives, is that they conserve, and if all you ever do is hold on and let the other pull, you're always going to lose. And that's why I don't consider myself a conservative. I consider myself a right-winger because I
You're
am tired of
revolutionary.
conserving. I am a revolutionary right-winger. Absolutely. We need to push back. We need to fight. We need to change. We don't need to keep the status quo.
You're on
We
the
need to
losing
destroy
battle.
the status quo.
Hell yeah.
We are in a you're right. No, we are in a losing battle because the right wing has been conservative. Conservatives are useless. As what is it that communists like to say? They say liberals get the bullet too. Well, so do conservatives, motherfucker. No.
I mean,
People on the left
But
understand.
wait.
Just
So here's my problem. Here's my issue. So what are you trying to say? Are you gonna legislate against trans and gay people? Like make sure
No,
they
we'll
don't
shoot
exist?
you. We'll shoot
No,
you.
I would never advocate for that. But
he wants
Would-
broader
would
systemic
I-
change.
would I personally support legislation that protected people from something that I consider to be subversive and dangerous, that affects human nature, that grooms people into certain perspectives and thought patterns? Absolutely, I would.
Well,
That was
I guess
very,
we can agree on this.
Oh,
I
is
guess
that
we
rock,
can
man?
agree on this.
Are you
As a
pro
pro
like
gay and trans person, I hope you
criminalizing
get
more
shot,
drugs?
and from your perspective, I assume you would hope that I get shot. So
Are
I
you
guess
like
we're-
anti-drugs? Are you
we're agreeing to
anti-alcohol?
be
Are
enemies
you?
See how
are you,
crazy?
Are you anti-gambling?
stupid
Hang on,
Are you
if,
anti-cigarette?
if we talk to like, I would like to engage on these, but first off, with Punko, no, I wouldn't support that. And I agree that I agree that there's an incongruity there, and I am the kind of person that like I have a personal perspective of what I like, and then there's a perspective of what I think would be best for a functional, stable society. I personally don't have an issue with homosexuals or trans people or any of those things. I'm fine with them. I have had
Nigga,
sex.
no, you're
No,
not.
hang
You
on.
literally
No,
just
let
said
me finish.
you're
No,
fine
let me
legislating
finish.
against it.
Let me finish. I've had sex with men many times in my life. I'm a bisexual.
Oh my god.
However, I do not think that these
Okay,
things.
Candace Owens.
Yeah, sure. I do not think that these things make for a good, healthy, stable society long term. So yes, I would be supportive of legislation and things absolutely getting rid of stuff.
What's the point of you quibbling over legislation when you don't even care about the entire system?
Well, because he specifically used the word legislation, and so I'm just saying, yes, if we were still within the context of liberal democracy where we had a thing like legislation, yes, I would support legislation like that. I was just simply answering with the question.
But do you apply this to?
Yeah, genuinely die. I'm not
Yeah.
kidding.
Okay. So
Genuinely
the guy doing that, you can
This
like
guy's
either
not liberal.
be a human being, or you can like shut up. I don't know if you know how a conversation works.
Wait.
but just
This motherfucker is literally saying, as a
Yeah.
bisexual person,
Yeah,
I shouldn't
hey,
have the right
dude,
to
I
live
don't.
my
Yeah,
life the way
listen,
that I want.
dude, I don't know if you know
What do
this.
you
You're
mean?
online on a Discord server right now. Nothing he says has any impact on your life except the impact you're
Yeah,
letting.
that's
So like,
fine.
either shut
I can
up.
still argue my illogical.
You're not. You're not.
my-
arguing,
you're not making an
you're
argument, you're just
screaming-
saying he should die.
You're,
That's
you're
very
literally
illiberal of you.
screaming "die." You are not making an argument. You're screaming the word "die." You are like a child right
If
now.
You are the
someone says-
antithesis
if
of a
someone
liberal,
says,
bro.
I
Violent,
feel,
my brother in
if
Christ.
Someone, oh gosh, okay, sure.
Where are
Whatever.
your liberal values? Aren't you supposed to be able to handle people who don't have those?
No,
things?
that was my whole point from the beginning, that liberal values have to be defended to the death. And I don't like when liberals act like that's
But
not-
liberal values are
That was my whole
tolerating
fucking
people who
point.
don't agree with your
Yeah,
values.
if your liberal democratic society votes in a Nazi, yes, you should kill the Nazis and kill the person who they voted in. Yeah, you can't allow that.
No,
in a
that's the
liberal
opposite
society.
of liberal values.
You allow
Liberal
that
values
without
believes
being
in the strength of the system, of the process. You believe in the process.
Punko is correct, but he's also wrong in the fact that he thinks that's a liberal thing. It's not. That is the weakness of liberalism, is because it doesn't do the thing he's saying it should do, which it absolutely should if it wants to protect itself.
I don't agree with what he's saying, though. I don't think liberal...
Again, do you apply this thinking to all these other, like, subversive aspects of society, or is it just for sexuality stuff?
Well, it depends on the topic.
Well, again, so that's why I said, like...
He's gonna give you the Christian worldview answer for everything.
That's why I said drugs, that's why I said...
if you expect a liberal
like
to be
gambling, that's why I said propaganda. I said all these other things that are, like, socially subversive. Like, are you anti-drug? Are you anti-alcohol? Like, how many of these things do I have to list off?
It depends on the...
Of course, I'm pro-drugs. I'm pro-human freedom.
Hey,
hey, I don't...
Idiot. No one cares what you think.
It depends on the drug, personally. If it's something like LSD, shrooms, marijuana, peyote, tobacco, I'm fine with that. If it's something like crack, cocaine, heroin, alcohol, absolutely should be illegal.
But the aspects that you said that you care
Alcohol?
about don't disappear.
Yes, I hate alcohol.
But isn't
Okay,
alcohol,
but
like, in the Bible and shit?
maybe
like, Jesus
Oh, go on,
Christ,
Rocket
wine
Man.
and
I'm
stuff?
sorry.
Wow.
You don't need to make
funny
biblical
part, you would
arguments against
actually agree with
Christians.
me more
That's his
on
whole
this issue
worldview, though.
Because you're triggered, you can't actually listen. I'm
You're
pro crack
screaming.
cocaine. I'm pro heroin. I'm pro all that shit. I think
I'm
humans
pro
should
you
allow.
not talking in this
we
room.
should.
Sure, let him talk. Why is he
I'm gonna-
wrong to talk?
There's the guy screaming die. Like, there's no conversation to be had if we let him
I
speak.
didn't hear him
No,
screaming
if someone
die.
says gay people, yeah, no, I definitely scream die, but that's okay. If someone says I'm
I don't
okay
think
with
it's okay.
legislating against,
I disagree with you. Shut up.
Let him,
Well, I don't
let him try and
care.
justify it.
okay, my point is, if someone's saying I should be able to legislate against gay people's like right to exist, yeah, I think it's okay to say you should die.
Did anybody
The
say
same
that,
way-
though?
Yes, he literally said, yes, I do think we should legislate against the Shinnercy. I don't think these things are good for society.
His take is less illiberal than yours, killing people.
But
hold on, did you
You
ask-
are saying something very different, though.
Did you
Okay,
ask
so he
what
did,
degeneracy means?
He referred to, what was the word? You used like a very specific term. It was like subversive societal impacts or some shit.
Yes.
That was like what he referred to specifically. It wasn't degeneracy. But this would
Yeah,
like
that's
apply
'cause
to
the
a
family
bunch of other
structure is
things.
important to society. Blah, 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 blah.
My biggest value is actually stability and order. Those are things that I hold
so
in
then you
the
should be
absolute highest
anti-drug
regard.
as a whole. You should be anti-alcohol.
God, the
They're all-
natural order.
I am anti-alcohol. I do not think that
Well, you
alcohol
should
is
be
a good-
anti-drug as a whole too. Like,
I mean, I don't think I should be anything. I should look at things as a case-by-case basis, and I
Well,
have my
I
own
think
opinions,
if
and I can
you-
evaluate
You don't have to
based,
listen.
based on harm.
if I'm going
No,
to
this is
view
a,
the
this is
world
a
under
standard
what you
thing. This is a
say-
standard thing that anyone who's non-religious tries to do, right? Which is like, let me reduce all my morals to zero, and let me try to convince a religious person to do something
No,
they don't
I'm
want
not-
to do.
I'm not trying
That's
to
what you're
convince-
doing. That's
You're
what
talking
you're
about me right
doing.
now or him?
That's what you're doing.
I'm not.
You know it.
convincing him. I'm not
You
trying to.
know
You
it.
talking about me?
Yes, I'm talking directly to you.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not interested in convincing him. I'm just like curious about what he thinks. Like, if he doesn't agree that if he doesn't think that all these things that are as subversive as the things that he's labeled earlier are a problem, well, then he doesn't actually care about like subversity in society.
Well,
It's like a different thing that he cares
that's
about.
not-
You're
That's
saying
bullshit.
you're saying that as one and all. You're saying like, oh, if there's anything that isn't absolutely 100% on point with what I think would be.
No, no. We
I don't see
Of course it is. This is
No,
the
we don't,
standard
we
shit.
don't have to.
He's
can
not.
You stop, can you stop talking for me? Fuckwit. Like, can I talk?
No, I'm gonna talk for myself.
Like, I'm having a fine
Fuck shit.
conversation with this retard here. I don't have to listen to you as well, okay?
Yeah, okay, go ahead, bitch.
God, I
Thanks.
fucking hate Australians and UK motherfuckers.
Oh, come on,
Yeah,
guys.
these
Let's be
fucking
nice.
Like, I've done nothing wrong in this conversation. This guy's talked
it's
for me
fine.
the entire
I'm not
time.
talking
You're trying to
for
make a
you,
religious
I'm talking
argument
for
to a guy. I'm
myself,
just trying to
okay?
talk to him right now,
Come
bro.
on.
Jesus Christ. What'd you call me?
Oh, that's some
I don't
fucking gnarly ass earwax.
Hang on. I'm gonna pull up the clip, and if you said what I said, think you did, then you're getting banned.
Uh-oh. He's gonna ban me, guys. Sorry. I'll see you tomorrow.
You won't be coming back, buddy.
Are you a mod?
Yeah.
Huh, cool.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'll see you guys next week. He's super mad.
I actually didn't hear what was said, to be honest.
Look,
No one did, but
So,
he's
wait, Claire,
upset.
in your ideal society, there would be no alcohol consumption.
Okay.
Or it would be outlawed.
I want you to consider there's a difference between, I think, what would realistically be possible and what would be ideal for me.
What would be outlawed, at least?
Okay, well, do I think realistically that even in the most authoritarian state possible that alcohol could be effectively made illegal? Absolutely not. So I would support something like social shaming, propaganda, not selling liquor licenses as freely, having it only be accessed on certain days in certain areas. So basically the idea is to put up a bunch of roadblocks to disincentivize people to curb said behaviors. That would be my tactic. Well, no, I'm saying that would be my tactic in creating a society, is because I don't think that the iron fist or the boot works. I think instead we need to socially... Yeah, it's like coercion. We need to groom people, mold them, engineer them into what we want them to be. We can't force them to be that.
Do you see any incongruity with the thing that you seemingly value insofar as subversive societal aspects, and then your solution is one that is like employing
subversive?
The same tactics? You can say yes or no. There's no wrong or... I'm literally asking you. I'm not,
hang on. Can you give me a moment to ponder that?
Yeah, that's fine. Again, I just don't want the other dude to come in and say, you're, like, whatever else.
No, I think you're right, but when okay, no, I don't see an issue with it. The reason I don't see an issue with it is because I think that everything is kind of a push and pull. So maybe I shouldn't use the word subversive, because I also want to subvert. I want to subvert from the status quo. So if the status quo is a thing, and I want to change said status quo, I would also be a subversive. So maybe I need to find a different word to describe
Sounds like the thing you're trying to create would just be worse than what
against.
we have now.
I mean, you think so?
Yeah, because you can't control, whoever gets the power controls everything, versus something that's resilient and can change.
Yeah, that's my wife says that to me all the time. I don't know. Yeah, she absolutely disagrees with my political idea.
Like,
you're just like a normal person that just wants what they think is right to be in society.
Correct. Yeah.
There's no there's no broader standard through which I can view the world.
There is an ideology there, but
no, I have some kind of ideology, but it's not like some ideology that I picked up, or it's a bunch of mishmash of things that I do try to think about things. I do try to come at things with an open mind. There's a reason that I listen to Destiny, and it's because I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but the way that he says things, the fact he comes at people in the way that I'm trying to come at you right now, I mean, you don't agree with me, and I think you even called me a retard, which is fine. You can think I'm
the other
retarded.
guy. Well, I'm actually going to do a retard because the other guy pissed me off. You're fine.
Okay.
You and I can talk. Okay. It's the other guy that fucking sent me off.
The thing is, I don't think you're going to convince me, and I'm certainly not going to convince you. I mean, maybe I will, but I sincerely doubt it. But the thing is, I still think what you have to say is valuable. I'm interested in it. And if you did happen to say something that really made me ponder, and I do try to ponder, I do readjust my worldview. Or at least I try to. And I'll be honest, that's not actually the easiest thing in the world, because we do have preconceived notions and internal biases. Those are hard to fight against, but I do try, which is why I'm willing to talk to you guys.
I mean, at the end of the day, your worldview is always going to be rooted in some kind of theology, so you'll never be able to commensurate that with any secular conception of society.
Well, okay.
What?
If
Is that true? Are you
okay,
religious?
so
I mean, to be fair, that reasoning applies to non-secular thinking too. Like,
Okay.
my axiomatic unjustified beliefs are going to be like equally, like you can't reason me out of them either. Like to imply that any
True.
belief is more reasonable than any other. Like,
To think that
No, there are.
theology is what keeps people stuck in
there
their
are.
beliefs is totally wrong.
Can you give me?
I
Can you
would
give me
bet
a?
that most of you are not theological,
Nelly,
and I
can you
could
give me
never
a-
move you from your
A
beliefs.
proper reasonable belief.
Well, some
And then,
beliefs can be based on like facts, and then some can be like philosophical beliefs, which true are all arbitrary at the end of the day.
Mhm.
But like you can believe something, like I believe that the sun is going to rise at a certain time of day, and then it will. That's a belief. That's like
Yeah, but that's not the kind of belief that like we're talking about.
yeah. I just
Okay.
was being autistic about it, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not so different, though, to be honest, right? Like, it's not so different. People who are like, like non-theological, try to make God seem like it's such a special belief, but it really is not when you think about it that much.
Do you have like a really bad argument with the atheist?
No,
one day
I'm
that just
heating up
fucking-
I'm heating up my thing. Sorry.
I mean,
It'll
I would
stop
say
right
it's
there,
different in a
right?
way.
Now it's fine.
Because
You
my
said that-
philosophical worldview, from a non-religious standpoint, is centered around the idea of being open to possibilities and not being locked into one ideology and way of thinking. Whereas if you're fully committed to one set of theology, like true, I might have different philosophical leanings that are not necessarily based on any objectivity, but it's still open to things versus being locked into believing in one coherently set worldview that
That's
cannot
fair.
change.
Well, you have
That's
people
not
that
necessarily true. Catholics
You have-
actually
you
did a
have
lot
people
of
that
science.
convert all the time.
So I tell people, and this like somebody mentioned like being theologically locked in. I identify as a Christian, a Bible believing Christian. However, I do come at it from a perennial perspective. And I like to. This is my take. I see the world through a perennial perspective, utilizing a Christian lens. So I think that Christianity is hinting at some fundamental truths, and I think a lot of other religions and even philosophical perspectives like hint at these truths. And so like that's why I also find like Islam and Hinduism and Buddhism and like all older religious and even newer religious like thinking, like I try to compare them and contrast them to reach the truth. I just like to use the language of Christianity because I live in the United States, and the United States is primarily Christian, and so it's rhetorically effective when speaking with people who identify with those ideas.
I mean, I agree that religion, especially the ones that became the most prominent and popular, are inherently tied to like some philosophical beliefs, and so there's going to be some fundamental value or connections to some things that might be true, or values that are important in society that come from religion, and different things can be learned from all different religions. But it's different from taking value from something versus completely committing yourself to a specific worldview. But I'm confused because you say that you're a Christian, but you also are like, you use a Christian lens, but you could technically do it through any religious lens. It's like, do you do that,
Yeah.
or do you actually believe in God and Jesus Christ and He's died for your sins? Like, which one is it? Like,
So, and this is a thing that I've struggled with often. Are you familiar with the term doublethink?
I mean, you have two contradicting ideas, I guess, in your head at the same time or something?
There you go.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, I recognize that about myself. I ponder it all the time. I try to reconcile it. I don't quite know. I'm just being completely honest here. I don't like to bullshit, but I mean that's just my perspective. Yes, I do believe in those things, but also I don't. I believe in other things as well.
Well, you're going to hell if you don't believe it.
Well, so I really don't know what to say there, and I mean, I guess one could argue, well, in that case, then you don't truly believe. And then I would say, well, what is it to truly believe?
But do you believe in the resurrection? Do you believe in the resurrection?
You can't logic your way out of God, bro.
Wait, do you believe in the resurrection? Do you believe that Jesus Christ resurrected 3 days later?
Yes.
He does and he doesn't.
Yeah, then you're a Christian.
I mean, I
would
think
argue,
so.
I would argue not only are you a Christian, I'd say you're kind of insane. Honestly, you're like bought into a cult. You believe
I really wish you didn't have the right to speak.
That was such a brave take.
Wait,
Wish you
how
didn't have
is it
this
a
right. I
break-
wish you didn't have the right to speak in real life. Actually.
Wait,
I
oh
want that
guys,
said right
this
now.
guy literally said, "I believe someone rose from the dead through the will of God." How I don't
Are you just
understand.
calling every Christian in the world like fucking delusional and schizophrenic?
Yes.
Like, what are you talking
Yes.
about? Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Make some retarded statement somewhere else.
Basically, everybody's in some kind of cult.
Average retard atheist take.
That's not even that
Wait.
hard of a take.
was it-
Why are you guys
he
slaying him?
believes-
Come on.
Wait. Christians believe in talking snakes, rising from the dead, walking on water, turning water into wine,
You're like a
etc.,
13-year-old, bro.
All of these fantastical, magical beliefs. How is that wrong? If you had never heard of Christianity and someone came up to you and explained their beliefs to you, you'd be like, "Motherfucker, you're crazy."
Yes, we
Hang on,
all
hang
go
on.
into communion
hang
and
on,
line
hang on,
up
guys.
and dip in the blood of a demigod and eat his flesh and blood.
Because it's common, you
I
want
want to blow your
legitimize
mind,
the
bro.
idea.
I want to blow your mind here, bro. Okay, so you talk about like the believing in talking snakes, X, Y, and Z. Well, how's this for you? Like, yes, there are Christians who absolutely believe in biblical literalism, but then there's also Christians who, like, for instance, let's take the original sin. What is the original sin? What is the story of Genesis telling us? The story of Genesis is simply telling us that the universe was created and ordered in a certain way. It is God, man, woman, beast of the field. What is the original sin? The original sin is when Eve was taken by the beast of the field and listened to it or was tempted by it and literally inverted the hierarchy of creation. And then she went and influenced her man, who then went ahead and went against God. So I don't believe that Genesis is a
There's
literal,
a million ways to
it's-
reframe the Bible to make it commensurate with the modern worldview, but
Okay, and people are trying to tell me what he just said. Literally,
but Philo, okay, so Philo agreed.
Stop. I want to make my argument before you continue.
You don't have an argument. Your argument is
People are
this thing's
calling me-
absurd, bro. It's crazy. That's not an
Wait.
argument.
But Nelly just said that I
wanna
was
make
I
my
was trying to.
argument because the Australian keeps attacking me, and I'm sorry that I have to cut over you to defend myself against this guy's insane attacks, but I have to. I'm sorry.
Everyone
I
in
know
here thinks you have an argument. It's not just me, bro.
The only person who doesn't think I have an argument is you. That's why no one.
Wrong.
Dude, I also think you don't have an argument.
Wrong.
I agree with you, and I still don't think you're making a good point.
Yes, no agreement.
Okay, so my point is if I don't understand why people aren't agreeing.
Because absurdity isn't a good argument, bro. You don't even know what. Do you know what
Absurdity
biblical?
isn't a good argument.
Do you know
So
what
if someone
biblical?
comes up to you-
Do you know
if
what
someone
biblical
comes up to you and
contextualism is,
says
bro?
the Earth, if someone comes up to you
Hey,
and says,
Do
"Sun
you know
isn't
what
gonna
biblical
rise."
contextualism is?
Oh, punk. Who do you
talk
think?
over me and I can't make my
Punk. Do you think actually made the theory, the Big Bang theory, and made it quite big in the Western world?
Oh god, this is gonna
Who
be
do I think
retarded.
did that?
Who do you think did that?
It's also a bad argument.
Scientists.
It's Lemaitre. It's Lemaitre was a Catholic Jesuit priest from Belgium. He actually made it a big thing, which actually already disproves like that you're saying that they're all crazed out, literalists. They believe everything literally.
Big Bang Theory isn't contradictory to a Christian worldview, though.
No, but here's the funniest part. A Christian priest came up with that idea, like he formulated it. He's like, "Oh, this is what this looks like," and the scientific community at the time rejected it because they were afraid that he was inserting his Catholic worldview. So they rejected it for that reason. Like, it's absurd.
Exactly, the people that were pro-heliocentric model were actually Catholic. Catholics invested in Copernicus, to actually post his findings, while I forgot his name, Martin Luther was actually the person that said that heliocentric model is anti-biblical and that
Because
you
even if they're from a
would be
Christian worldview, they
heretic.
still have to remain objective in their science, and they have to come up with theories that
But
can actually
it's just
be.
showing that there are Christians that aren't like this, and that you have denominations that actually do science and try to understand the world better.
And-
So what you're saying is an argument maybe against certain denominations, but certainly not a majority of Christians.
And not everybody is literal. And I was trying to say that Nelly was claiming that you can reinterpret the Bible to fit in the modern day. But I mean, if you look at like okay, so interpretation of medieval Jews, their midrash of Old Testament. If you look at Philo, who was around the time of Christ, but he was a Jew and never met him, and you read his exegesis of the Old Testament, he came up with very similar and non-literal interpretations. So to claim that, like, oh, my perspective is trying to gel it with the modern world, it's like, I mean, if the modern world was 2,000 years ago, sure.
Like, I'm not saying there's
You
not a
can
valid,
you
different
can
way to
find
interpret the Bible that's not
most
super literal
modern
about everything.
Interpretation. Yeah, you can find the best, most modern interpretation from some random ancient biblical scholar, but that doesn't mean that the Bible in general isn't like a amalgamation of horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, like,
just
I would.
because you can find people who make good interpretations doesn't mean the text that they're interpreting from is still bullshit, and that's my entire point. And I don't like how people are trying to make the argument that this somehow gesturing at absurdism is a poured argument. If I can gesture that the person's fundamental beliefs are completely absurd, that rely on magic, gods, worship, resurrection of the dead, talking snakes, I don't understand how this isn't an argument to question.
Because it's not going to get through to them.
legitimacy, especially when they're using these arguments to back up their world.
It's just not convincing.
Like, yeah, like, I agree with you. I think Christianity is a cult and it's all bullshit, but when I try to criticize them, I bring up shit.
Evidence of the wrongness of someone's points isn't convincing. That doesn't mean it isn't.
No,
true.
saying it's absurd.
Okay.
I want to ask you guys something though.
Like, telling them that they're in a cult over and over isn't doing anything.
Have I?
Okay.
Have I in
that's
the in this
fine.
have I in
That's
this
fine.
conversation? Have I in this
Can I
conver?
please defend my point before people argue with me?
I just want to ask you one question because it's relevant to what you're talking about.
Well,
Have
here's the
I?
problem. 3 other people asked me a question before you, and that's what
Then
I'm
spit
trying
it
to
out.
address.
Quit being meta. Go on, move. Let's do it.
Okay, well, allow me to. Okay, so my point is, you're right. Saying, oh, quote unquote, oh, it's just absurd over and over isn't convincing. That's the problem. Is like if someone's bought into a worldview, generally nothing is convincing. I can't say anything to you.
You have to appeal to their
And
cognitive
you
dissonance.
all know this, and you all know this because you've debated people before. It doesn't matter what you say. You can give people irrefutable
It's actually
evidence,
not
and
true.
it will change their
It's actually
minds.
not
If you thought this was true, then why did you even open your mouth? Why
Yeah.
didn't you just say something?
You still debate and argue with people, even though you generally can't change.
No,
their
if you're not
mind.
trying to persuade in any way, then all you're doing is yapping, bro.
Yeah, you
Exactly,
only
bro.
yapping, bro.
You just you literally ruined your own standing in this conversation.
Related to what you said, Punko, I'm curious, and maybe I did
Well,
forget.
hold on. Now I have to address like 50 other people. Okay,
You can just stay silent, bro.
I can keep doing
It's okay, we can take it from here,
I'm
dog.
just curious. At any point in this,
disagreeing with me, so
No,
No,
at
coach,
any-
just shut the fuck up and
At
let
any-
The problem is there's nothing to disagree with because you're just like spouting aphorisms like a 13-year-old. Like, my snakes.
Name the aphorisms that I spouted, but I can't.
I'm trying.
No,
I'm
name
trying
the
to.
aphorisms. Name
Okay.
the aphorisms. No, I want the British guy or the
Here we
UK
go.
guy or wherever.
Yeah.
Name the aphorisms. Just name them. The blatant aphorisms that are completely.
Yeah, the
independent.
blatant aphorism is that like it's absurd. That's an aphorism because like the nature
Did
of
I say
absurd-
specifically?
because
Oh, it's just absurd.
The Christian's trying to save him.
so you did.
But
you
he
did.
can't.
You did literally say it's absurd. So that's one of the aphorisms.
No,
Do you want to move on?
Hey, you knockout, can you just shut the
Oh,
fuck
now you're
up?
gonna rewrite the conversation. Listen, nobody wants to hear you talk. You just like read the
I
room,
never
stay silent,
used
bro.
the words.
Hey,
That's
hey,
just absurd.
hey,
That's never.
hey,
I never
hey, hey, read the room. Hey, read the room.
I never
No one
said
wants to
that.
hear you talk. Please be quiet.
This is where Kronos
I
needs to
don't give
chime
a
in.
shit. I don't give a shit. I didn't come here for you guys. I came here for me. All right.
Yeah. Okay, but no one wants you to talk. So like, stay silent, please.
I just.
I get it. You don't
Okay,
wanna-
stay silent
that's
isn't helping
fine.
either
Shut the
because
fuck
you're not
up,
gonna.
man. Nobody wants to listen to you.
In
talk.
this
Eventually
conversation.
it will, because he'll take it up.
Okay.
In this conversation,
I
though,
won't.
I haven't appealed to scripture. And whenever I give an argument or when I have an opinion or when I'm discussing it, I do not appeal to scripture. That is not a thing I base any of my opinions or
You
or
appeal to
arguments
needing a
on.
unifying worldview that everyone's united under. For
Correct. Because people need something to believe in to sway them. Otherwise, they get ideas.
But the
it's a
problem
system-
is, any
it's a
universal
system of
rigid
control.
worldview like that is not good because it's not open to actual truth.
Well, I think
And he is appealing.
I'm of the impression that truth it's a bit more malleable than we'd like to admit.
No, it's not. Truth is truth.
It absolutely is because every
why we don't like people who believe in religion.
everything that we know.
Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds, man.
Everything that we know is a matter of perception. We as human beings are not omniscient. So that means that anything we do perceive is an imperfect perception of the thing. So I don't believe that we can ever know any absolute truths. Okay? And so we need to work within this understanding. So I don't really buy into this. Everything's absolutely true. This is exactly how things are. I think that there's a bit of a wiggle room there.
You have
Now,
to
I'm not
appeal to
saying-
some absolute truth, though, for any progression. Like, obviously, you can say philosophically, technically, I can never truly know if anything's absolutely true, but I do absolutely know that I'm logged in on a computer built off of physics on a Discord call, talking to people who are both perceiving each other. Like, I have to appeal. Well, I'm functioning
I'm not
with
denying that.
assumptions
Yes.
of absolute truth, even if I can say technically. Like, you have to build up that. Like,
I guess I should again redefine what I mean. Like, is there a truck in my driveway? That's factually true. Yeah, that's because there literally is. But
how do you know that? How do you know?
Okay.
Did you go out there just now?
That's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to step back so I can clarify what I'm actually trying to get at. Because you are right. There are truths. Okay, I'm being silly there. What I mean to say is that when it comes to human interactions, ideology, belief, I don't believe that there's any truth. That is very malleable. When it comes to the human experience, especially socially, I'm not so convinced that there's anything as truth.
I don't think any of us are arguing for any sort of like quote unquote social truth. I think that's a bit.
I mean, social policy, legislation,
Yeah, social
governmental
policy,
systems,
social
how
We
we
have to-
order society is all that.
Yeah, we're no one's claiming we know exactly or objectively, but we do know that we try to get as close to it as we can with the institutions that we have and all the different sciences and social understandings and stuff, and that's better than just committing everyone to one hard stance thing and saying everyone has to fall in line to this set of ideas for society to function. It has to be ordered in this way instead of having a malleable things and institutions.
Especially when your set of ideas are based on religion.
That's a good point, man. Thank God you said that.
That added a lot.
I mean,
well, I think that was very
I
important.
know you do. I know. We all know how smart you are.
so I'm actually curious, Pongo. Do you
You
think?
must know how smart I am.
Do you?
How
Do you think? Do you think I came to religion and then absolutely conformed all my ideas to religious thought? Or do you think it's possible that I had notions already and then, I don't know, I saw religion and, I kind of go back and forth with it and maybe go the other way? Like, do you absolutely?
You're on a Discord call debating your issues. Of course, I think it's the latter rather than the former. I understand that you've had good thoughts about this issue. I'm not sitting here questioning your intelligence. I think you're a very smart guy. My point is, the introduction of religion at all was like I think a faulty point in your reasoning, and I don't think it was fair. I don't think it was reasonable, and I don't think it's helpful. I just don't think for a society that, especially at this point, maybe earlier in human development, it's useful, but at this point, no, I don't think adding religion into your sociological considerations of how we should run society was a good idea. No, I think that was bad. Even if it was a reasoned introduction and not just you being a religious hack, which I don't think you are.
One of my big concerns about secularism is it seems to me that there is no inherent value to life. Now, I know a lot of people can make...
Of course there isn't.
Right. And so that is a problem I have, and that's why I think we should push for religious thought, because at least in religion...
Okay.
That's a big problem, dude.
Yeah. Here's my question for that. Because you find an issue with that, you're just gonna come up with like some bullshit answer. You have no evidence for these religious ideas that you proclaim to hold dearly to your heart. It's not like you've ever talked to God personally, right?
Of course I have.
So it's kind of like, okay.
No, I do.
I mean?
I pray multiple times a day. I talk to God. I feel Him. One time, I was actually. No, hang on. This is actually something interesting. I was digging out my garden bed because the people who lived here before I purchased the house filled it with rocks. I had a ton of rocks just in my backyard, and it was really, really, really aggravating because I had nowhere to put them and I needed to get rid of them. And I just so happened, I literally prayed that day in the yard as I was doing yard work, Father, please help me dispose of these rocks somehow. Dude, my neighbor who I'd never met on the other side of the alley happened to walk over, and he just say, hey, and I'm like, oh, hey, man, what's up? We started talking, and then I just happened to ask him, I'm like, hey, would you know of any way I could get rid of these rocks? He said, I just so happen to be repaving or re-rocking my driveway. Dude came over and started wheelbarrowing those rocks over. Tell me that's not divine providence.
God compelled that to happen.
This is a
For
joke,
sure.
right? This
No.
is satire?
Okay.
And everyone,
I know this sounds absurd, but like I truly do believe this.
Let me finish.
Why do you cut him off? You're gonna cut him off to say he sounds
Now
crazy.
you're sounding more
Shut up.
retarded than Punk.
Shut the fuck up, man. Nobody cares about you.
Yeah, it's only you two saying that. You
No,
realize
bro.
that, right?
No one wants to hear. No one wants to hear you cut this dude off to say, "Can everyone here recognize that he sounds crazy?" It's like boring as fuck.
Dude, I know it sounds great. Dude, I was an atheist for most of my life. I wasn't even just an atheist. I was an anti-theist.
He knows himself it sounds crazy.
It
so
does.
Why are you acting
Okay,
like
he knows it. Why do you have to cut him off to say it? Why don't you say
It sounds
violent?
shit insane. Like, I get it.
Well, yeah, because my points are correct, and I know you don't like it, but I mean that's just.
No, bro. No one. You're just
Good
like
luck.
saying random words.
Alright, that was interesting. I'm gonna go back for more of that sometime, but I'm out for now. Peace out.